producer for Back to Basics, a theatre company that strives to bring excellence back to stage. My sign interpreters will be Chris Paul Ndongo and Shadrach Odari Misonga. Now, this conference, this being the 5th annual gathering, it's organized by Flown Initiative to discuss issues pertaining to women and transport, specifically in Africa. We'll be sharing a link and asking you for information, demographic information, and this is just to help us better understand you. So please note, this is voluntary and it is also anonymous. So please take time, submit your answers, and we'll be glad to have a look at them. We are live on YouTube. We are also very live and interactive on our social media pages, which is at Flown Initiative on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. The hashtag we're using this year is WTEA Conference and hashtag Shape the Future. Now, allow me to just give you a small recap of what happened yesterday. We had a very beautiful start of the Women and Transport Conference. Yesterday being day one, and some of the things that were talked about, just very, very briefly, you know, Naomi began by introducing Flown, Naomi being the executive director and founder of Flown Initiative. The opening welcoming address highlighted the conference in part of Flown's movement initiative mandate. Now, three keynote speakers wove a thread through the conference, overarching the theme and by the daily sub-themes, lived experiences, research, and solutions. The first speaker was Carla Gonzalez, the Senior Gender and Transport Specialist at the World Bank, representing Almud Wits. The speaker noted that the conference is meant to discuss and plan for rapidly growing African cities and transport systems that are all inclusive. Women and girls have to be included in the process from the start. Now, the second speaker was Margarita Diaz from the University of Catalonia, and the discussion on mobility for the future. And let me take that again. The second speaker was Margarita Diaz from the University of Catalonia, and she discussed mobility for the future. And now the last keynote speaker was Jody Evans, who noted that the expansion of public transport is vital to resolving the changes women face while using public transport. Now, after the keynote speeches, sessions, deliberations were centered around life experiences of women professionals in the transport sector in Kenya. The various sessions of the day also explored how different users experience and transport system work. Now, Hashita Jamba, Lucy Kihonge, Jacqueline Mauta, Elizabeth Njoki, and Sam Clark gave an overview of the women in transport, a session on how to open street empower women and lead to more equitable street design followed, with presentations from Anne Osler, Judy Bala, Penina Ndegwa, and Seble Samuel and Shirley Chebet. The rest of the day was focused on the current situations in transport in regards to inclusivity. Now, experiences from women cyclists, this is Susan Araka, Mercy Fuende, and Cyprian Odada, were shared with supporting evidence from the Gender and Cycling Report. Now, Faith Njahira, Winnie Owino, and Felicity Mukiro presented the views of persons with disabilities. The last session of the day analyzed the intersection between public transport, data, and gender, with presentations from Hashita Jamba, Tai, Judy Ann, and Gada Aziz. Now, back to today. Before I introduce our first session, allow me to just remind you, just like yesterday, we'll be having plenary discussions today and tomorrow, and you can find more details on the program on our website, which is www.womenandtransportafrica.org. That is www.womenandtransportafrica.org. If you need any assistance, if you have any questions during these 2 remaining days, please feel free to ask them on our chat stream. This is in relation to everybody who's joined us both live here at the Stanley and online virtually. We have about 40 people joining us here at the Stanley, and they're looking very lovely and wonderful, and thank you so much for joining us. So even you on our online audience, asanteni sana. For those who don't understand Swahili, asanteni sana is thank you very much in Swahili. Now, without any further ado, allow me to introduce our first speaker today to give the 4th keynote speech, and this is Bastian Schulz. Bastian is from Ebert, Frederick Ebert, and
Good morning, colleagues, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the 5th Women in Transport Africa Conference. My name is Bastian Schulz. I'm the country representative of Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, or FES, here in Kenya, and it's a great pleasure to be with you today, at least virtually. After 2 years of virtual meetings and virtual annual conferences only. I'm quite sure that this year's conference, a hybrid one, feels like a huge success already. I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you in person today and that my short intervention had to be recorded, but I'm not in Nairobi at the moment. And although the transport system in Kenya is quite advanced, the still existing mobility challenges made it unfortunately impossible for me to attend the conference in person. So as you can see, I'm also sitting in a hotel's lobby. So it's not a lame excuse. It's a matter of fact that unfortunately I'm not in Nairobi at the moment. I was asked to talk a bit about the future of mobility and how to shape the future of mobility, how to make the public transport system in Kenya and Africa more inclusive and equitable. From my point of view, it's actually highly debatable to what degree the transport systems in Africa and Kenya in particular are public. They are of course being used by the public, that's for sure, but most often they are neither owned nor designed for the public. But that might be a discussion for another day, but I wanted to make this clear before I use the term public transport actually quite often. So before I dive into the topic of shaping the future of mobility, let me start by expressing my sincere gratitude to Flown Initiative, to the board, the trustees, but especially to Naomi and her fantastic team for not only organizing the annual Women in Transport conference, which has continued to discuss policy and practical solutions to a gender-responsive and socially just public transport. Now, even more importantly, congratulations, Flo, congratulations, Naomi, for another year of effective collective action, of meaningful activities, of numerous policy interventions, even more campaigns, and of course, another year of being what I would call a partner in crime for FES in Kenya, and increasingly also beyond. So the focus on more inclusive and more equitable public transport makes Flown Initiative a natural ally of FES in Kenya. Why? You might ask yourself, why is that? Because I would say our relationship, the relationship between FES and Flown Initiative is based on a joint vision, the promotion of socially just public transport in Kenya and Africa at large. So you might now ask yourself, why does FES have such a pronounced interest in public transport? And that is because of our, I would call it flagship program or flagship project, the Just City. We as FES, we at FES, we believe in the concept of a just city, a city that is designed for and run by the many and not the few, a social and inclusive just city, a city that provides all human beings with public goods and services, including public transport, socially just public transport by and for workers in the city. Public transport that is based on actually 5 pillars. So those 5 pillars of what we call socially just public transport are: public transport needs to be available, and therefore it needs to connect the majority of the citizens to the city. Public transport needs to be accessible and affordable, and therefore it needs to be safe and secure for all, not just a few. It needs to be inclusive, and therefore it must not leave anyone behind or exclude anyone, and make the necessary arrangements for people with disabilities, for children, for pregnant women, and the elderly, or the not so young anymore. It needs to be based on human rights and equity, and therefore it must be non-discriminatory, it must be safe, and it must be able to provide decent working conditions for those that are actually providing the transport to the citizens. And finally, it must be, and that's the 5th pillar, it must be sustainable. And therefore it must meet the needs of the future population and future generations by not polluting the environment. Why do I give you those 5 pillars? Because I was asked to talk about the future of mobility, and ideally the future of public transport is socially just and therefore based on those 5 pillars. And Flown Initiative is taking the lead on the inclusivity pillar. And I believe that we can even use the recommendations from this conference on advancing the work around the inclusivity pillar. And there is, of course, a very, very strong need to make public transport socially just for women. And therefore, once again, I'm very proud that Flown Initiative is part of the working group. And since I've mentioned the need for socially just public transport by and for workers, I'd like to highlight the need for decent working conditions. I believe in a direct link between the quality of working conditions and the quality of services provided. If the working conditions of the bus drivers are not good, most likely also the quality of service they provide to you won't be appropriate. And therefore, for us at FES, decent work in public transport systems is non-negotiable, especially, although of course not exclusively, for female workers. Women employment in the public transport sector must be a priority for political decision makers at various levels. And it is, of course, already a priority for Flown and FES. The transport sector remains male-dominated. There are very few women employed in the sector. The great majority of transport drivers and operatives are male, as are those employed in vehicle trades. Women are also underrepresented in professional and managerial positions within the sector or in transport-related public bodies. And therefore, their influence over the decision-making process is very limited. And that is something that needs to change. So I've talked a lot about how do we want to see mobility to develop in the future. But the main problem is that in Nairobi, in Kenya, in East Africa, in Africa at large, but also in other parts of the world, decent working conditions, especially for women, and the 5 pillars of socially just public transport might be non-negotiable for us at FES and our partner organizations, including Flown, but they are very, very far from being a reality for the majority of citizens. So how do we actually shape the future of mobility? Yeah, and the answer seems to be easy, but the consequences are far-reaching. Because at the end of the day, we need to fight for it. It won't be given to us for free. And it won't be given to us just because someone is now interested in public transport to be more inclusive and more equitable. We need to fight for it. So in order for the future of mobility to be inclusive and equitable, in order for it to be socially just, we need to find more ways of supporting those that are in need of such public services, but find it very difficult, if not impossible, to get their voices heard and their interests properly represented. We need to form, we need to initiate, we need to strengthen and to broaden alliances between like-minded organizations. And I think here, once again, the Women in Transport Conference is a much-needed platform. But we also have to build, and even more importantly, alliances between those that might not be aware of their shared interests yet. And I know this sounds a lot like multi-stakeholder dialogues, but unfortunately, those dialogues have a tendency towards ignoring the power imbalances within societies and between various of the so-called stakeholders. So I'd say just simply conducting multi-stake dialogues alone won't change the future of mobility. And therefore, we need to take into consideration the power imbalances. And we have to a certain degree, and that is much easier for Flown than it is for FES, we have to choose sides. Because urbanization in general and transport systems in particular are almost exclusively business-centered. And most often they are neither inclusive nor based on democratic processes. Most city dwellers, or as we call them, the urban invisibles, are being ignored and left behind. Those urban invisibles, the majority of African city dwellers, they live in informal settlements. They work under very precarious conditions, mostly in the informal sector. And they have only very limited access to public services and social protection schemes. And it's exactly those, the most vulnerable, the least privileged ones, the, unfortunately, majority of city dwellers in Africa that we have to support and empower. And I cannot think of a better organization to do so than Flown Initiative. It's actually your determination, it's your creativity, it's your passion and vibrancy that makes you, Naomi, and your amazing team perfectly suited to provide the support that I've talked about. Flown is much needed because it gives voice to the urban invisible. It gives power to them. And at the end of the day, that's one of FES's main goals. And let me conclude by giving you one concrete example. Nakuru City, one of Kenya's 4 cities, Kenya's youngest city. FES, through the Just City Working Group, as well as the Socially Just Public Transport Working Group, is supporting the development of the Nakuru City Vision 2050, which has a very, very precise component, a very specific component on mobility. And we have started to shape this mobility component from a socially just perspective about a year ago, once again in partnership with Flown Initiative. And the executive director, Naomi, is part of the steering committee. And therefore, she has a direct influence on the outcome of the Vision 2050 development process. And therefore, she's actively shaping the future of mobility in Nakuru. And let me conclude by also pointing out that FES is working with various local but also international partners on the Just City and the Socially Just Public Transport project. We have an MOU with the UN Habitat. We've recently signed an MOU with the Nakuru City County, but we also established a working relationship, for example, with the Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, or NAMATA. That's just a few examples, but as you can see, we are engaged in various fields with various partner organizations at various levels. And thanks to Flown and other partners, we are actually able to fill those partnerships with life. So we look forward to what such collaborations, including the cooperation with Flown, could yield in supporting the work around a just city and especially creating impact. Because that's my main message to this year's Women in Transport conference. Impact, it's crucial. It's at the end of the day, it's the ultimate goal. Talking and complaining is easy and it's much needed, but the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So all of us, we have to take action. We have to translate our various discussions, the pillars, the policy recommendations, as well as the research into action and into meaningful impact. Having said all of this, I wish all of you a successful and a fruitful conference. Once again, Naomi, please accept my apologies that I cannot be with you, at least not physically. I wish you a very vibrant 5th Women in Transport conference. And once again, please be assured of FES's continued support. Asanteni sana.
Bastian from Frederick Ebert Stiftung. He says he's very proud of the work we're doing, and we really, really appreciate the fact that you've been able to join us, though virtually. Much, much appreciated. Now, allow me to introduce our second session of the day. This is going to be Special Focus, the report launch, and it's going to be spearheaded by Regina Gitau, who was here yesterday. She's from Flown Initiative. She's here again to give us a better understanding on this particular special report. Come. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali tulio hapa ndani. Thank you so much, Regina.
Thank you, Becky and everyone. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a good morning despite the cold. I'm good as well. My name is Regina Gitau. As you have heard, I'm the Policy and Research Intern at Flown Initiative. Am I audible? Okay, so I'm Regina Gitau. I'm the Policy and Research Intern at Flown Initiative. I'm an urban planner and a researcher as well. So today I will be taking you through our recent research. Would you kindly pull up my slides? I will be taking you through our research on improving the training outcomes and employability of women professionals in the public transport sector with a case study of Kigali in Rwanda. This research was undertaken in partnership with UN Habitat, the Urban Electric Mobility Initiative, UEMI, as part of the Solutions Plus and Urban Pathways project. I'm actually grateful that our keynote has set the pace for this conversation on the underrepresentation of women in the public sector and the integral role that they play in the shift to sustainable modes of transportation and realization of a just city. I believe that Kigali is not an isolated case when it comes to underrepresentation of women in the public transport sector. As women comprise of about 3.5% of people working in the transport and logistics center. And when it comes to driving of motor taxis, which is also a key mode of transportation in Rwanda, women are not drivers compared to the 36,875 men who are drivers. So that shows a really high gender gap when it comes to women's participation in the public transport sector. Next slide, please. Next. That is just the introduction, the statistics on the number of women within the public transport sector. As you can see, out of 156,000 people in the transport sector, only 5,400 are women. Next slide, please. So the research objectives of this study was to assess these social enterprises, particularly in electric mobility, and whether they have any gender mainstreaming frameworks in place, and whether they are being implemented, to establish any progress made when it comes to gender mainstreaming and any gaps that are there when it comes to training and employment of women in the sector. and also provide recommendations to guide the improvement of gender inclusion in the e-mobility sector in future programs. So we really can't say Rwanda has not done anything when it comes to creation of laws and policies that guide gender inclusion and equality. They have a gender-sensitive legal framework which oversees the gender equality through several national laws. They have the constitutional law on the prevention and punishment of gender-based violence. There are also other policies within the country which ensure that gender equality is embedded in their goals. That is the National Urbanization Policy, the Public Transport Policy and Strategy, and also the Transport Sector Strategic Plan. So for the project methodology, which is very important in informing the key findings and the recommendations. So there was data collection, which entailed an online survey to 6 social enterprises, which deal with electric mobility within Kigali. There were also key informant interviews on 2 social enterprises that undertake driving training programs for women within the city. So for the key findings, we realized, like, one, there's socio-cultural perceptions which really limit the participation of women in the male-dominated public transport sector, whereby there are those gender stereotypes or cultural norms that surround women's participation in the public transport sector. I think we heard yesterday from one of our women in transport who talked about whatever they go through when it comes to gender stereotyping for women who work in the public transport sector. There was also penetration of women in the job market. One, they lack access to opportunities. They also lack affordability to motorcycles. Hence, they cannot be able to work if they cannot be able to afford motorcycles. I'd like just to put the photo on the slide in context. This is a photo of women being trained how to ride motorcycles in Kigali. Number 3, there was also knowledge and expertise, whereby you find most women do not have knowledge in STEM, that is science, technology, and mathematics. Hence, they cannot be able to land jobs in the sector, either technical opportunities or any other opportunities that enable them to get into the transport sector. There is also gender gap, whereby 50% of the social enterprises involved regularly collect, keep, and track gender disaggregated data when it comes to recruitment and retention of women in the transport sector. There's also policy gaps when it comes to sexual harassment and discrimination of women in the sector, whereby among the 25% of women involved, 25% of the social enterprises involved, they have equal opportunities and non-discriminatory policies, whereas 75% they do prohibit the sexual harassment and discrimination of women at the workplace, but they do not have the policies written or put together in a document that can be able to be referred to in future. When it comes to the challenges of the inclusion of women in the e-mobility sector, we looked at in 4 phases, that is the pre-training and selection of women into the industry, undertaking of the training of the participants, as you have seen, license acquisition of the women so that they can be able to run their businesses or get employed, and also transition into employment. Okay, yeah, you've gotten the license. Are you able to land a job? So these challenges, you're gonna see them categorized in that way. So we'll begin with the pre-training and selection. As you can see, there's a baseline evaluation of these projects, whereby as you can see, there's the challenge, there's a best practice, and there's also the recommendation. Allow me to just use my slides. So for baseline evaluation, the recommendation was that it's important that a situation analysis is undertaken before these projects are rolled out, so that we can understand what gender needs are there when it comes to ensuring that everyone is able to be included, and women are also able to be included in the industry. There was also development and adherence to a monitoring, evaluation, learning, and control plan for future projects. The next challenge was lack of a clear selection criteria when it comes to screening, training applicants. What criteria do these driving institutions use to enroll women into their courses? So the recommendation was these institutions need to collaborate with stakeholders such as the transport companies and academic institutions that could provide a pool of interested candidates. There's also to introduce a commitment fee that is going to attract serious students, so that it can't be like, okay, yeah, we've selected you, but do you really want to undertake this course? And what is your motivation to undertake this course? So that if we are putting people into the industry, we are putting people who are motivated and people who know what they are doing. The next challenges and recommendations are on training of the participants. Okay, we've now selected a number of, let's say 10 women. Which criteria are we going to use to ensure that the training outcomes are going to ensure their employability and marketability when they get out into the field? So the first challenge was lack of synergy, coordination, standardization among different partner teams, whereby you find the training curriculums are not as consistent. Like, for instance, the way you can find, like, there's so many driving schools, but each of these schools, they have different ways that they teach the curriculum. So on this, there was the recommendation that we need to assign designated staff members from implementing organizations. Another one is centralized policies and procedures to specific coordinating entities to ensure that there's coordination in the kind of curriculum that we are rolling out, and also development of a clear, centralized, and accessible communication channel for all participants and partners to ensure proper flow of information. So, for instance, the driving school has already enrolled the students, so they can tell, like, for example, a company that deals with e-mobility, we have these students who are coming out. Do you guys have an incentive on how we can ensure that these women are able maybe to access bikes, or how can these women be able to access employment after they are done? So just to ensure the smooth transition of these women after the training curriculum. We have the unforeseen risks linked to COVID-19 regulations. I think this goes without saying. Most of the businesses were affected when it came to COVID-19. So here the recommendation was that during the project appraisal phase, we need to identify risks and provide a mitigation strategy in case any risks come up. Yeah. We also have undertake monitoring of progress made during project implementation, so that we can make sure that we are on track and we are able to achieve the objectives set at the beginning of the project. The other one was license acquisition, whereby women had challenges in acquiring licenses. And here the recommendation was collaborate with the Rwanda National Police Traffic Unit to orient trainees on the processes that are required and the requirements so that they can be able to acquire licenses, and also provide channels of guidance and mentorship by providing individuals working in the industry who have successfully acquired licenses. So this is kind of holding your younger sister, helping your younger sister to come up. So if you've already been in the industry, you can help someone who's already getting trained to be able to just have that smooth transition. The last one is transition to employment. So we also had a low transition rate to work. And this recommendation was develop linkage and partnership with transport employers. Just I had just mentioned, just having that communication between training institutions and employers to ensure that we know how many people are getting out, so that we can be able to find opportunities for these women. And there was also partnering with financiers to be able to support the empowerment of these women. So if a woman has completed a motorcycle riding training course, how again can she be enabled to access this bike? Is there like any financing models that these companies have where a woman can lease their bike and be able to work with it and then pay for it over time? Or are there any incentives to ensure that women are able to access these bikes at an affordable price? There was also gender-based harassment on working in public transport, which I think Women in Transport yesterday also highlighted this. And the recommendation was to develop, document, and disseminate anti-sexual harassment and discrimination policies in the workplace, and also provide and monitor periodically monitor and evaluate effectiveness of the policy to ensure, like, okay, we have this policy. There are these women who have come and said that they had been sexually harassed at work. How have we been able to solve these cases and have these women receive justice and have the perpetrators gotten the kind of punishment that is required? So something of that sort. So for the recommendations, I think you can pull up my slides now. Next. Yeah, so we provided a recommendation across the career cycle of women, whereby there's the career cycle of women in the sector is from attraction, from where, like, you can see this job, you're like, okay, fine, I think I would like to explore this sector. There's also selection. When you've applied, are you able to be selected? Retention, after you've acquired the job, are you able to be in the workspace for a long time? There's also career interruptions and interventions, whereby if a woman wants to go for maternity leave, or when it comes to menstrual health, are they able to get these interruptions and able to go on with their work well? There's also re-entry after career interruptions. After you've gotten your child, are you able to go back to work smoothly? Next, please. So on this, these recommendations are categorized within those stages, and there are the different actors, as you can see in the red font. It's the actor. For instance, the first one is e-mobility enterprises. How can they attract women into the sector? And this is by celebrating and showcasing successful cases of women in the industry. There's also encourage application of women by highlighting the benefits offered when working for those enterprises. There's also government and policy makers. What can they do? And this is through policy making and development of policies on challenging gender stereotyping and exclusion of women in the transport sector. There's also donor and multilateral agencies. What they can do is prioritize their support. If it's technical support, if it's financial support, to start up e-mobility social enterprises, investing and promoting inclusion of female professionals. There's also provision of technical support to guide the development of gender-responsive projects and support policies advocating for gender inclusion in the e-mobility sector. For researchers or any academic institutions, they can provide scholarships to women and minority groups who are interested in joining the sector, and organize fairs led by women leaders in STEM spaces, whereby they can provide mentorship and guidance to women who are interested in the sector. On selection, as you can see, still the actors and the recommendations include provide internally minimum limit for female candidates under each department, so that women can be able to access these opportunities. So if it's the educational requirements for women to access, for example, motorcycle training courses, you don't have to have maybe a degree or a diploma. So at least there can be high entry levels of women into the training programs. There's also prioritized applications from women applying for leadership positions. This will help even boost the morale of other women who want to join in the industry, and also consider other skills that women have, which are many, and for example, be naturally conscious or intuitive of their safety and environment during selection, apart from academic qualifications. The next one is for government and policymakers, what can they do? And one is withhold licensing of any social enterprises that do not meet the minimum standards when it comes to gender inclusion, or any institutions that do not combat any sexual harassment cases or gender inequality. There's also deregister any social enterprises involved in gross misconduct. For donors, what can they do? They can set the minimum standards on gender sensitivity and inclusivity. So if a social enterprise wants to come up, they can be asked, how many women are employed, or how many women do you seek to target, so that we can see like whether we can fund you. There's also academic institutions. They can support and prioritize applications from female candidates, maybe if they want to get into those STEM or motorcycle riding courses, and work closely with mentors to ensure that young girls enrolling in tertiary education understand the courses and the career that they are picking. On the retention of women in the sector, how do we retain the women in the sector? So for e-mobility enterprises, they can provide a conducive working environment for women. I think we already talked about that yesterday, to ensure that women feel comfortable and they feel prioritized at their workplaces. We can also prepare gender handbooks, highlighting the roles of and responsibility of all female staff and their qualifications, professional gaps and recommendations for career advancement. We can also offer continuous professional development for women professionals, so that we can ensure that women are able to climb up the career ladder in the transport industry. Ensure that women enter into formal contracts to ensure that if you go for maternity leave, you have a contract that is binding, that you are entitled to a 3-month or 6-month maternity leave, and when you come back, you are able to go back to your job well. There's also timely and discreet handling of any sexual harassment cases. For government and policymakers, they can ensure that the duration of handling any sexual harassment cases is done promptly and justice is served. There's also provide a well-laid out reporting mechanism for any sexual harassment cases, so you can know, like, if I'm a victim of a sexual harassment case, which procedure should I use, who should I seek, and what should I expect at the end of the process. There's also provides subsidies to women interested in owning e-mobility locomotives. So if a woman wants to own an electric motorcycle, how can they be able to own it? Is it through a leasing model? Should they save for 2 years so that they can be able to get that motorcycle and earn a living? Or what's the best way for them to be able to ensure that they own these locomotives and they're able to earn a living? There's also roll out adequate charging infrastructure to ensure that women are able to access them with affordable electricity charges. Donors and multilateral agency, they can ensure that they have continuous support of individuals and enterprises with a good track record when it comes to implementing gender-sensitive projects, continuous monitoring and evaluation of implementation of gender-sensitive programs, and investment in research to understand the gender dynamics in the public transport sector. Still, academic institutions, mentorship of women, and continuous follow-up of women to ensure that they are making progress when it comes to their career. Next slide, please. When it comes to career interruption, when a woman goes for maternity or whether she's sick, what can the social enterprises do? They can provide women with ample time and paid maternity leave. They can adopt flexible policies that will enhance women to get a chance to participate in career advancement programs. The government implement policy making to ensure that women are able to advance in their career, and donors can support any capacity building programs for women in the sector to ensure that there's mindset change when it comes to demystifying those negative sociocultural perceptions, ensure that women have a safe space working in the sector. Institutions, they can ensure that women have flexible learning sessions for female candidates to ensure them to work and study at the same time. Next slide, please. So re-entry after career interruption, what can the social enterprises do? They can provide amenities, be it nursing or babysitting facilities for these women while they're at work, provide a flexible working schedule, especially for nursing mothers. The government, they can provide loans at a low interest rate for women willing to invest in the e-mobility sector. I think in Kenya, we already covered with that with the just launched Hustler Fund. So if you want to access a loan and ensure that you're able to access a bike, there's also donor and multilateral agencies. They can also collaborate with their local social enterprises to develop training programs that are woman-oriented, and they provide women the right skills. So to ensure that women also advance in the career, of course, you don't want to be doing the same job without seeing any progress in your career for 10 years. So to ensure that women are able to progress in the career, social enterprises can provide women with promotions, with new skills to ensure that they're able to continue bettering themselves as they're in the field. They can provide equal pay for equal work, conduct regular monitoring and evaluation for gender mainstreaming frameworks, capacity building on behavior and mindset change towards women working in the sector. Government support startups to acquire locomotives allocated to graduates or loans to ensure that the skills acquired are utilized, that after you gain the skills, that you're able to use the skills to empower yourself economically, provide loans at a low interest rate to female investors in the e-mobility sector. We also have donors and multilateral agencies participate in committees and task forces that offer advisory on gender inclusion in the sector. So to conclude, how can we improve the training outcomes of women in the e-mobility sector? One, obviously, we need to cap these social cultural stereotypes, because these are the ones that limit women into entering into the sector to begin with. So we need to undertake any gender audits and realize and sensitization activities at the community, at institutional levels, to ensure that we challenge these stereotypes and positively promote women into the sector. Two, ensure that anti-sexual harassment policies are adopted and implemented and also disseminated within organizations, and ensure that regular awareness creation on prevention of sexual harassment and monitor the implementation of policy and effectiveness of reporting mechanisms. Stakeholder collaborations, of course, the government cannot do this alone, the private sector cannot do this alone, and the women cannot do this alone. So stakeholder collaboration is important in developing partnerships with learning institutions, and ensuring that women are able to network with employers in the industry and also other women who have already advanced in the career. And lastly, is promote networking initiatives to ensure that female workers are able to gain support, mentorship, and also any women who are successful in the industry, they are able to gain visibility. And also ensure that they also network with financing institutions and donors to make it easier for women to get any financial assistance if they want to maybe afford these electric mobility motorcycles for them to be able to access work. Lastly, this study based on the recommendations provided, they're going to help in training motorcycles through Ampersand, which is an electric mobility company based in Rwanda and in Nairobi, which will pave way for a refined, deep understanding of barriers and perceptions, enabling in the long run the increased participation of women in the transport sector. So that comes to the end of my presentation. In case you'd like, we'll share the link to the report and you can have an in-depth look into the report. I'll hand over the session to Becky. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, thank you so much, Regina. That is Regina Gitao from Flown Initiative, and she was giving us a report on the special focus when it comes to women in transport, Kenya. Now, next we're going to have a video. We want to have a little bit of edutainment just to show you more on what happens behind the scenes. And the first video is going to be on harassment in public transport. The second one is going to be Naomi's TED Talk. Naomi is our CEO at Flown Initiative. And then after that, we're going to have a coffee break. So let's resume here at exactly 11 to continue with the rest of the sessions. But this is also a reminder that we are interacting with you live from Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The hashtag we're using is WTA Conference. On the second hashtag is Shape the Future. You can also follow the conversations on YouTube and find us directly at www.womenandtransportafrica.org. That is www.womenandtransportafrica.org. So we'll see you back at 11. You at home, take a breather, breathe. Kidogo tu. Here, let us interact, smile, and maybe just have a little bit of coffee. That is after the videos. Thank you so much.
In Kenya, buses are commonly known as matatus. They are everywhere, and I mean everywhere. And they form a very crucial part of Kenyans' urban life. They are fun, colorfully painted buses with graffiti that depict what is going on in Kenya and the world at large. They are informal and affordable ways for Kenyans to get around and are used by the vast majority as the main mode of transportation. But they have a couple of flaws. They can be a bit too loud, drive on the wrong side of the road to avoid traffic, and can be inaccessible for women, children, and people with disabilities. Back in the 90s, my family was in the matatu business and ran a popular graffiti matatu called Gridlocked. Gridlocked was an American black comedy film starring the popular rapper Tupac Shakur. My uncles loved Tupac, and as a result, I can still sing along to most of his songs. 7 years ago, I stepped into the family business, and I brought a twist with me, a feminist perspective. And this is what informs this perspective. Women all over the world face sexual harassment while using public transport. In Kenya, 88% of women have experienced harassment while using public transportation. Unfortunately, we Kenyans are not alone. In a 2014 study conducted in the US, public transportation was the second most common place for street harassment. This percentage is even higher in Cairo, Egypt, where a whopping 95% of women have experienced harassment while using public transportation. This percentage ranges all over the world, but there is not a single transport system where women do not face this type of harassment. This leads to a massive financial loss for women, more commute time as they try to avoid dangerous routes, and eventually they drop out of a system that isn't built for them and doesn't cater to their travel needs. So instead of women using affordable and environmentally sustainable public transportation to work, school, and social events, they use their hard-earned and saved monies on safer but much more expensive means of transportation that leaves them out of building savings to ensure financial independence. I cringe when newspaper headlines read, "Let's get rid of matatus," because millions of commuters would be stranded and thousands of youths unemployed. They say the system doesn't work, let's get rid of it. But I say no, we have a lot to work with and we need to put in the work. For the past 7 years, we've worked with over 1,000 plus public transport operators, 2,000 transport stakeholders, and over 150 women professionals in the industry. The interventions that have yielded great impact are driven by research findings and working with public transport organizations to change the existing systems. One way we are doing this is by offering trainings on how to improve commuter experience. For example, it used to be that buses would unexpectedly change their route, either to avoid traffic or the police, and women would find themselves in totally unknown neighborhoods. But now, buses are required to display their route map, fare charts, and contact details of how and whom to report any incidences. We've also been actively recruiting and shining a spotlight on women professionals working in the industry so more women can join. When more women work in the industry, they are in positions to make changes. So we've created a community and an active network of women professionals working in the Nairobi metropolitan area who meet regularly and attend professional development courses. Women who are joining the industry have a real voice now. We have a stronger network, more and more expertise, and more money is being put into researching gender-based violence that plague women as they go about their day. So, instead of getting rid of matatus, let's understand travel habits. Let's train on how to improve commuter experience. Let's change behavior. Let's train on and adopt sexual harassment policies, and let's hire a more diverse workforce. Just like myself and my family, I believe public transportation can be the preferred mode of transport and workplace for millions of Kenyans.
And for connected purposes. It was established in December 2004 following the enactment of Persons with Disabilities Act 2003. It is a semi-autonomous government agency with a vision of disability mainstreaming in national development, a mission to mainstream disability issues in all aspects, and our motto is, disability rights are human rights. During one of our routine operations on a sunny day, we met a Mr. John wheeling himself to a public office for an appointment. Now John is on his way to the Matatu terminals and he comes across a real challenge. After a great struggle, a passerby lends him a hand and he finally arrives at the bus stop. At the bus stop, he tries to get a Matatu to stop, but to his disappointment, all of them speed past him on seeing the wheelchair. After trying for nearly an hour, one stops and agrees to take John and his wheelchair on board. He is charged more than double bus fare as a wheelchair occupies 2 seats because there are no facilities to carry it. Finally, John arrives in town. He has 20 minutes left to cross the busy streets and get to his destination on time. Even though he gets a little hand, it proves quite risky to cross the busy streets. With no ramps to go up the pavements, John is derailed and has to get help. He finally comes face to face with a great building. Another challenge looms. The entrance is only accessible by stairs. With rows and rows of stairs ahead of him, he now has barely 10 minutes to get to the office on the 10th floor. He gets a helping hand from passers-by, who lifts the wheelchair up to the entrance. Inside, other stairs and escalators await him. But luckily, there are lifts, which turn out to be the better option. However, he tries to reach for the lift button, but it is too high and he can't reach for it. The floor inside the building is very slippery, hence John slides and falls, almost getting injured. These floors were made without the consideration of physically challenged persons. Another challenge that he faces is visiting the toilets. The doors to the toilet are too small, thus he struggles to get inside. Once inside, the toilet is so unfriendly in that it is too high. He has to jump, severally creating another struggle. Peter, his friend, who is visually impaired, also has an appointment in the same office. He faces a great risk in trying to cross the busy roads. No car can stop for him to cross even though there is a zebra crossing, and he has a white cane. Maybe they do not understand what it is. He has to get help. He almost falls into an open trench which was dug and left open. He also encounters another problem when he walks over construction materials left on the way. This story goes far into showing how difficult it is for a person with a disability to get along fine with everyday activities compared to a person without disability. From the unsuitable terrain to the unfriendly public transport means, to name but a few, a person with disability takes more than 2 hours to do what a person without disability would in just 5 minutes. Let us make the world a better place for persons with disabilities.
Stanley Hotel. We're glad that you're able to join us from anywhere you're joining us from the world. So thank you for having your break and coming back and joining us. We are glad to introduce the next session, and our session is Women and Labor Rights. This particular session is going to be the person leading us through this particular session, rather, is Naomi Njeri Ngugi, who is from Matatu Workers Union. Naomi? Karibu sana.
Hamjambo nyote. My name is Naomi Njeri Ngugi. I'm also known as Kienyeji Fine. And you can also call me Njeri Chak. Njeri Chak means a strong woman. Yes, I'm a mother to 2 boys. I love to laugh a lot, and I love to dress up. I'm just that girl. I'm currently serving as a union leader at Matatu Workers Union, doubling up as the women representative and women in union leadership mentor. I'm also the vice chair lady for the Women in Transport Association. I joined the Matatu industry 7 years ago as a conductor with Umoina Sacco in Nairobi, Kenya. I have also served with the public transport organizations in the capacity of transport logistics. My journey in leadership for the first time in 2020 is when I decided to run for union leadership position. This was inspired by the desire to advocate for the rights of female workers. I therefore ran for a position of Assistant General Secretary at the Matatu Workers Union. I was looking forward to a public transport environment that would address the needs of women in the public transport workforce. At the back of my mind, I was looking forward to a public transport system where female workers have access to clean and free sanitation facilities, including washrooms, a safe working environment free from police brutality. And in March 2020, I experienced police brutality during COVID pandemic, where I was physically assaulted. Advocate for the employment of more women in the transport sector. Advocate for better working conditions, including equal pay for equal work done. Encourage women to observe and respect road traffic rules and laws. Lobby for job security among women working in the sector, one of the agenda being guaranteed jobs after maternity leave and flexible working hours. SACCO support women and their dependents to access health insurance and other legal and psychological support on the occasion that they face harassment and gender-based violence. However, running for leadership came with its fair share of challenges. The challenges, I would say, were specific to me because of being a woman. I believe I am not the only person who has been facing these challenges while trying to navigate through the male-dominated sector. Some of the challenges I experienced, and equally other women running for office in the transport sector, included: 1, inadequate funds to run the campaigns; discrimination on the basis of being a woman. It is even worse for a woman with disability, an elderly woman. Harassment ranges from sexual, physical, and verbal. Male domination to the gender segregation of leadership roles. Senior positions are attributed to men. And I remember there's a time I applied for a top job in a SACCO. And the funny thing was, the response was that they can't give me that position because if they give me that position, I will bring confusion to the men who are working in those top positions. So I was like, ay, Jesu. As in, I I just want to put food on the table. That was all about beauty, because at the end of it, we are not going to eat beauty. We are going to eat food. So that's one of the things that, how are you going to bring confusion that we are denied top seats? As the woman representative and woman in leadership mentorship at Matatu Workers Union, I am looking forward to changing the narrative by calling on all public stakeholders to: 1, advocating adoption and implementation of gender-sensitive public transport services. This includes providing a platform for women to make decisions at the SACCO and union levels. Join hands with other women in different unions and lobby for a new docket inclusively of persons with disabilities and older persons in the public service vehicle. We are championing for fair pay, fair working hours, fair working conditions, fair representation, fair contracts and management, and above all, a fair retirement package. Women professionals in the matatu industry should form self-help groups and workers' organizations. This will ensure that their voices will be heard and roles are amplified even at their stage. We are encouraging all stakeholders in the matatu industry and other public services to keep following proper sanitation rules, like having clean water, clean running water, soap and sanitizers, and even offering free masks because the COVID virus is still with us. Finally, I believe women have the potential, so it is practical for their voices to be heard at the highest level of decision making. I see it is wise for women professionals to actively use their position in the matatu unions and associations so that their issues are represented in these spaces. My aspiration is to join hands with other women and key players in the public service vehicle industry to bring the much needed change in the matatu industry or public transport as a whole in Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But before you go, allow us to take a question or two from the audience here, as well as from the audience in the joining virtually. Anybody who has a question specifically for Naomi, we have a microphone going round. We should be able to take a question or two and then direct it your way. Question for Naomi? Yes, please. There's a lady at the very back.
Hi, Naomi. Thank you for good presentation. You are looking so lovely, and we believe you are so pretty. Yes.
Thank you.
So, when you applied for that job and then they turn it down, telling you that you are beautiful and your beauty will cause issues at your workplace, what did you do, or which measures did you take? Or bila alisema tu hivyo, wewe ukasema tu sawa, mimi naenda as a woman. Did you take any action? Ama wewe ulinyamaza tu ukasema mimi naenda home? Yeah.
At that point, I did nothing. So as I got to familiarize myself with the power of union, of being together, joining the union and being an active member, that's when I got to learn I could have done something. But I just brushed it off. But up to date, that's one of the things that I remember vividly, because it was like I still felt hurt. I didn't feel hurt. It's like I just take. It's a male-dominated field. I can't tell you what the kind of emotion it was there. But today, women have that platform. When they join unions, you can be heard. We are going for those top seats now. Yeah. Thank you, bestie. That's one of my besties. Yeah. Another question, please.
Hi, Madam. Umesema unaitwa Kienyeji? Okay.
Kienyeji Fine.
Kienyeji Fine.
Yes.
So you've said that you are an assistant vice chair, right? Okay, like a vice chair of
Yeah.
Matatu Union, right?
No, I'm a vice chair lady in Women in Transport Association. In Matatu Workers, in Education Department, and also doubling up as the woman leader.
So what has been your biggest achievement in making sure that there is no barriers when it comes to accessibility and inclusivity of women and persons with disabilities in the transport sector?
One is the capacity building. Two, we are really mobilizing and campaigning for, like, we had one with Flown Initiative where we had a workshop for the disabled persons and older persons, where we would come out and we be trained on how to handle matters. Have I answered your question? You know, English is not my language. But for a tout, I'm trying. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, my best.
You are my best.
Yeah, friends wanakuanga friends, wanasaidianga my friends. So as she was saying, with the collaboration with as she's the assistant in the area where she is. Well, while ago we were there, I can attest, we were with her in that meeting where Flown Initiative brought all the categories of persons with disabilities, older people, and they were trained, and the issues were rising on different areas where it can be tackled within the transport industry. And I think that's where she was there explaining how it always happens. And then even as we are driving the ideas out of how we are being treated within, I'm using the we because I'm part of persons with disabilities, so I'm part of it. So the way we are being treated as persons with disabilities, and I came to learn more from Flown as she was sharing, and this lady in the one that is in green, also my beshte. So they really opened our eyes, and even as we shared on how we are supposed to be treated, you are listening, right? The way we are supposed to be treated, the language people use, the barriers, and even the communication. And we learned that for this, in her area of expertise, now she carried whatever we were teaching her or we were discussing so that she can go back and even tell come out with the criteria on how even when they are in that area of transport, persons with disability or elderly should be treated in one way or the other. Number one, we shared on how we're supposed to be handled, the way society is really using different languages even to explain. Unajua, that's not the right wording anyway. We really try to bring out some wordings, the way you're supposed just to treat people. Community is for all of us. Human rights is for everyone. So what she was trying to say, I think, is that right? So we were Flown really trained all of us, including her. And I think that's what she's using there, because they are really good messaging, and the way she's supposed to be packaging the messages that she's using in her day-to-day lives. I think, yeah.
You see how besties, they come in handy.
Hi,
Thank
Jerry.
you.
Hi, Jerry.
Hi.
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
So my question is, what's your advice for young women who want to venture into the transport industry, especially those top jobs?
Okay. I had a minute. My advice to any woman with a big dream in the transport industry is to keep hope alive. Be committed, patient enough, and wear a persistent heart. I had said I'm also known as Njeri Chak. I see you shine. We don't want you to the same things, lack of proper sanitation, lack of proper pay. As we didn't get the chance to retire with a good package. We just retire and we go back to the streets, we start selling oranges and water. But here we are. The space is enough for every young lady who is here. Join unions, join associations, form your own self-help group. I don't want to see another woman retire with nothing to show. The thing that made me come back to this industry was, what if one day my daughter or my inshallah, or my grandchild finds him or herself in the public transport? What did I do to change it? Ataritaya kama mimi, because many of the women we've followed up that have left this industry or are still in these industries as older women, they can't catch up with the culture. Munajua the kudandia, swinging in the car while it's moving. We have people who are 55 years still in this industry. What is being done about it? Who is raising, who is speaking for them? I want to be a proud lady who left the industry or is older in the matatu public service. Encourage our children in matatu, and transport is broad. It's not only matatu. You mentioned transport and someone runs away. Your kid even runs away. We have railways. We have aeroplanes. You can, yeah. The option is endless. Yes, so what I can say, or be committed, be patient. I'm not just saying that. That's what has taken me, and I thank God. It's not by my strength. And I see it is wise for women professionals, talking to all women, to actively vie for positions in the matatu unions, associations, so that their issues are represented in these spaces. We need you. We really need you. Yes. So, can you? Union is a scheme. Every speaker that has spoken yesterday, GBV, meaning it's that's how it's written, but I get the point. Harassment on women is experienced all over the world. To me, it's like any other disease that weeds the handwriting. I don't know what she meant. Now, but I get it. Now, what are you planning to do in order to end GBV in Okay, in future. Or she can repeat it. The handwriting is like that of a doctor.
Habari zenu. My question is, every speaker that spoke yesterday mentioned GBV, meaning that this harassment on women is experienced all over the world. To me, it's like any other disease that needs cure. Now, what are you planning to do in order to end GBV in future for good?
Thank you, Vusha. What I can say, a lot is being done, and last week we had the, what do you call it, we had tulikuwa kwa streets, that one. We were yeah, why English don't let me down? Let my English match my dressing. Aya, nitaongea kwa Kiswahili. I think I'll flow vizuri kwa Kiswahili. Ninavyosema Vusha ni ya kwamba last week tulikuwa tuna maandamano ya amani kuhusu GBV, which we were carrying. We had posters, we had banners, which had the message that we are against GBV, and as we were moving, vile tulikuwa as we were moving, we got to interact with so many people. And one thing, I'm coming to your question, one thing that was, it's like a red flag, is that many men complained. They said it's even their wives who violate them. And other women say, they came in for the children, saying even children are most violated, but it is not like magnified, it's not amplified out there. So it was sponsored by NCC Women. And I think we did a good job, because we had complaints. I think they were forwarded to our chair lady, who was to take up with it. So I think that is one step, mobilization. And if someone can add something, what can we do about it? But something is being done about it.
Thank you so much, Naomi, for that great presentation.
Thank you.
And actually, I'm so proud of you to hear where you've come from and where you are heading. And actually, your long-term vision for women in transport, and especially in union leadership. Just to maybe answer Irene's question, yesterday, I made a presentation on sexual harassment against women in transport, and just to mention a few recommendations that I would make to ensure that we have a lasting solution towards ending violence against women and girls in public transport is one. There is Convention C190, ILO Convention C190, that calls on all employees to adopt policies on ending sexual harassment at workplace. And again, the Republic of Kenya has already ratified this convention, but unfortunately, as we speak now, we do not have a standing policy to address SGBV in public transport. So it's a shame, over 5 decades post-independence, that people do not really understand what is sexual harassment in public transport. And again, lack of necessary frameworks and structures to address it. So if we could have a specific policy focusing on public transport, I feel that would be great. And then number 2 is encouraging more women to join the transport sector, because until you are there and you are seen, your rights will never be addressed. Because in absentia, you'll never be seen and no one will speak for you. So if you don't show up, if you don't take up opportunities in the transport sector, that means no one will know that you're having a challenge. And again, if you're a woman in transport, you're not just there to be seen. You need to have a voice. You need to speak for your rights. You need to speak up and address for what matters to you the most. And lastly is organizing the women, and I'm so glad the union that you can influence change. Thank you so much. One addition.
I'd also like to add on that. I believe that, yes, we can have the policies, but do the people know that they are doing wrong? Maybe you can tell a person that, wacha kunishika hivo, hainibambi. Do they know that is wrong? So I believe also behavioral change and just a lot of mass education on what is and what is not sexual harassment, what is and what is not sexual and gender-based violence. I also think there's also hard strategies, which I mean is on infrastructure. Our streets well lit, our buses well lit.
Association under the watchful eye of Loan Initiative, we had these posters that we were sticking on matatus on GBV, and people were quite responsive. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Just to answer Vusha, apart from the stickers that they were sticking in the matatus, we're also giving, I think Loan Initiative came with stickers that were being stuck on border borders and reflectors that were giving key messages. We also, I would also recommend that probably with the matatu sector, there should be some desks or suggestion box to report any of the GBV cases, in the sense that sometimes we are so ashamed. You feel ashamed when you're touched by someone, or a Buddha has touched you and your self-esteem goes low. So especially with persons with disability, sometimes you don't even have a voice to speak, because when you come from there, you are actually so ashamed. So if there could be some desk or reporting desk within the Matsako stages, then that would help, as you, as the chair lady, should encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Naomi. Thank you for even taking a little bit of extra time to take in a bit more questions. I'm hopeful that we're heading in the right direction. From what I'm gathering here, there's a Swahili saying that says, samaki mkunje, mgali mbichi. So when we talk about gender-based violence, and we talk about, do some of our gentlemen know that this is wrong, that if they touch you, this is inappropriate, or if I dress you in a certain way, it's inappropriate. Sometimes it comes down to us as parents. How are we raising our boys? How are we raising our girls? So that we know to teach them to be respectful, not just when they're older, but wakiwa wale watoto bado. I believe as a family unit, when we talk about public transport and how we're supposed to conduct ourselves out there and how we're supposed to be accommodating of each other, this should not start randomly when we're grown up and we're having jobs and we are being matatu touts. I believe it should start from the basics. You go back to the basics and let our boys and girls know that as you're growing up, tumkunje samaki akiwa mgali mbichi. I want to translate that in English, but I feel like samaki mkunje mgali mbichi, which means you're supposed to, what does it roughly translate to? Mm-hmm. Correct. Yes. So for those who do not understand Swahili, thank you for that. That is really amazing. It literally means when the fish is wet, when the fish is not dry, it's quite malleable. And so you're able to do so many things with it. You can concoct it to whatever shape you want it. Once it's dried up, it's very, very easy to mold it into whatever you want. So same things happening to our boys. Until you need to teach them when they are younger what sexual harassment looks like, what good behavior looks like. Now, very, very quickly, we're going to move on to the next session, but also thank you very much, Njeri, once again. That was a very informative session. And thank you for standing in for the ladies and representing us very, very well in your Matatu Workers Union. Now, the next session is socially just public transport. And we have Constant Cup to head this particular session. He should be able to introduce the rest of the panelists. Constant, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us. Take it away.
Thank you very much, and welcome to all of you to this session on socially just public transport. With me here, I have two other participants. One is Penina Ndegwa from WOMAM, and who advocates for better spaces for both women and children in both public transport and in the public sector generally. I believe I also have Dr. Anne Kamau. I just need that confirmation, whether it is Catherine Gateri or Anne Kamau joining us to attend this session. Anne, is it you? Hello? I know Penina is here. Anne, are you here?
Yes, Constant, good morning.
Okay, good morning. I was just confirming because I talked to Penina earlier on. Okay, so we'll have, for this session, and I'll basically divide it into four different parts. I'll give Penina an opportunity to give us a short presentation about WOMAM and what they're doing. And then Dr. Anne Kamau will also, Dr. Anne Kamau, just by a brief introduction, is from IDS, the Institute for Development Studies at the University of Nairobi. Both Anne and Penina are members of the Socially Just Public Transport Working Group, which is a multi-sectoral group of interested stakeholders in the public sector, ranging from workers, academics, planners, professionals, public sector actors who advocate and are driving for more socially just public transport. And what we mean by socially just public transport, we mean public transport that fits the needs for all and accommodates everyone. And these are encompassed in what we call the pillars of socially just public transport. These pillars will clearly come out during this session, these being availability, accessibility and affordability, being inclusive, taking care of human rights and equity, as well as being sustainable. I will start the session by giving Penina a chance to tell us a bit about the work they're doing around WOMAM. Then Dr. Anne Kamau will tell us a bit about some of the work they've done with under the VREF, the Volvo Foundation Fund. And I'll also give a bit of an overview after that about how these pillars of socially just public transport get integrated into our structures and our systems. So I'll open the floor for Penina.
Thank you so much, Constant. I am hoping that I am audible.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
All right, great. So allow me to share my screen. Okay. Minute. Just a second. Trying to organize things. Yeah, so my name is Penina Ndegwa. I'm the founder and the managing director of WAMAM Kenya, a social enterprise that advocates for children-friendly cities. So I was here yesterday, but representing UNEP, but today I'm here just as the founder of WAMAM, just talking about mostly children and their caregivers and how they experience the city. I'm an urban planner by profession, and always glad to be here at TWIT, and congratulations to the Flown team, Naomi, for your consistency and persistence in making sure that this conference happen every other year, and of course creating more opportunities for women like us. Through this conference, WAMAM has actually been one of the key beneficiaries. We've been able to grow and reach out our work across the world. So thank you so much. So back to WAMAM. We are a social enterprise and we advocate for children-friendly cities. All we want to see or to do is just to create cities where children can grow, learn, and thrive. We know if the children are able to grow in a favorable environment, we are highly likely to influence their future and the people they become. And now with more children growing up in cities, we want to be at the forefront of making sure that their needs are articulated, specifically mobility. So other things other than mobility that we do train caregivers or mothers on first aid, because we know accidents happen at home, and I do know even for as transport workers in the room, it's always important to just learn basic first aid, so that you're able to tend to, your children or any even passengers during accidents or emergencies during your travels. And you also train caregivers on nutrition, because we want healthy children. Before you go to the city, safety and nutrition has to come first. Well-fed babies, they'll be able to enjoy the public spaces that we design. Without that, then we can't. So we work on that. We also do a lot of advocacy, research around urban planning issues and water sanitation and hygiene. And I'll be presenting a few of that in the course of the presentation. This is a slide. I was just telling Constant that I've consistently shared this slide over the last 3 years. Okay, this is the third year, but I never feel like stopping to present it until we change the status quo. So this was a conversation on Facebook among moms, and they're talking about how you would need a stroller. And the responses, I know for the ladies in the room who can be able to read, they were just talking about that this is not something for the basic mom, the normal woman like us. You needed to, if you're in this particular, if you need a stroller, then you are highly likely to require a car, a private car, which of course majority of us do not have. And then again, thinking about even how to use it in a public transport matatu. First of all, some doors are very narrow, and because they're very narrow, you are not able to, be able to dock your stroller nicely. Again, thinking about how you even navigate the city with a stroller. The footpaths are not available. They end at some point. Sometimes they have bollards, and you're not able to move around the city. So basically, from what I would pick up as a transport specialist is that for you to have a stroller, you would require a car. And that's not what we want. Women and children need to just enjoy their cities, not necessarily because they have a car, but they should be able to move freely. So moving forward, then if we cannot allow the strollers to move around the city, then what do mothers do, especially caregivers, particularly mothers, because you're the majority of caregivers? We have to carry these babies on our backs. And there's nothing like a child alone. It's always a child and their caregiver. You can see the ladies carrying the babies. They're big, they're heavy. And then you have to carry a diaper bag, you have to carry shopping, you have to carry other things. So we are really making women to carry more luggage. Of course, it's an African culture to carry our children on the back. But at the same time, when you're running errands, you don't want to go home with your shoulder bent just because you're carrying a baby. So how can we make our spaces more comfortable for caregivers? And then again, children are little explorers. They want to, enjoy the city, interact with nature, be able to be in a place where they can be able to play, just experience and enjoy the city, maybe hang around with the friends. Sometimes they get tired, they want to have a bench to sit on. And sometimes we don't provide that. You can see this child, of course, this looks like a couple, and one child is already at the back of the mother, again, carrying a very heavy bag. And then you have the dad holding, you can tell by the way the grip is, family holding the child, like, hey, you cannot keep running around. And that's just an indicator of how unsafe our street is. If it is free, then you would just be able to see children walking freely, and they need to. We are curbing the independence just by making our cities very unsafe for children. And of course, like I mentioned, some of the footpaths again end at the footpaths. And so for a child, you have to assist them to jump over open drains. And there are some of them are small. Again, you have to keep lifting them. Think about being a person with disability. Can you actually even be able to carry that child over a bridge, or will require more assistance? So we definitely need to make sure that these facilities, or rather the street spaces are safe. We do not have open drains, such that if the children are also playing and exploring on the street, they don't have to fall into some of those open drains. And again, we also need to not think about children being as homogeneous, like they are different. They're boys, they're girls, they see and experience cities differently. They're of different races, at least not in Kenya. We don't have a lot of, most of us are Black. But in some countries or continent, we do have, cosmopolitan or rather different races. Do all children really feel safe walking in that space? Are they discriminated for who they are? And again, there are those who are able and those who are physically disabled. So how do you actually ensure that they are able to to move around the city with little or no assistance at all? So those are some of the challenges that children experience. And if these children grow up not feeling independent just because of how the cities are designed, then how do they become in future? I grew up a bit in the village, and I remember in my early years of school, I would walk to school, but it's not happening nowadays. We stuff our children in cars or in school buses because the streets are not safe. And again, obesity is on the rise in Africa. Actually, it's expected that 1 in every 10 children by end of next year, those children are going to be obese. And we know that by just children walking to school, it's going to make them more healthy, at least able to meet the daily count of steps that they need to take every day for their physical activity. But then if we don't make our streets safe, how will the children even access those facilities? Going now to public transportation. Again, we have realized that at least in Nairobi, we do not have priority seating in public transport. And now that I'm speaking to a group of women or champions who are already in the sector, I want you guys to think differently about how you see women traveling in the city. I have experienced this and I'll share my story shortly. But again, a woman is never traveling alone. It's always a bag and a child, and you have to hold them, and you have to even request the person sitting next to you to help you. And you can imagine the risk of losing your valuable items just because you cannot access, you don't have priority seating. And sometimes when you board these matatus, my experience is that the worst thing you can do is to board in an intermediary stage. If you go to Nairobi CBD, you have the option of choosing the seat where you want to sit. But now if you're stopping in a stage along, maybe around the estate, the matatus will come in a hurry. You are carrying a baby, you board the matatu, you are carrying another bag, a diaper bag, and then you have to think about where to sit, because there's no designation that this is the place where I need to sit. And then in the process, no one is actually standing on for you or giving you priority just because you're carrying a baby. Then the aisles again are very short, they're very narrow. So again, very uncomfortable, even for pregnant women, like especially for the 14-seater. There's a level of pregnancy that reaches that a woman cannot comfortably be able to navigate on these aisles. And that just limits how women and our caregivers and children travel. So we need to make sure that we have priority seating in our matatu sector, making sure that when the woman with a child is seen, that they're given that priority and they're able to board. And of course, even thinking about even the caregiver herself, is she even comfortable? The space between, the seat, are you able now to hold a child comfortably during your travel? So that's the other thing. And now, of course, even in the bicycles, we have realized that we do not have quality cycle tracks across the city. For me, I have not changed. 3 years later, I still only cycle with my daughter in Karura for her safety reasons. But if we can be able to slow down traffic, the photo on your left is in Dandora, and I love this photo because at least there, the streets are safe. They may not have necessarily, it's a shared street where the vehicles, the pedestrians can comfortably walk, but then there's traffic calming such that the vehicles are able to slow down and they're able to, caregivers can navigate to their bicycles. But then also thinking about the design of the bicycle, as you can see, this caregiver has just placed sort of a mattress on the bicycle for the comfort of the child. But can we also see innovation around transportation where we're able to now see that caregivers and children can comfortably be transported differently using the bicycles? Because by design, it's also going to encourage more children to travel. Maybe you have seen this video. And again, now going back to the school going children and how they move. And for me, this is a video that has really scared me. And it's of children crossing the streets along the expressway near the Safaricom stage. And these children have to cross these streets every other day. And you can see they are quite a number. They are very young. There's no traffic calming. There's no priority crossings. There's no traffic marshals. So it's a daily risk. You can see the child bending again because it's an indication. So this is something that these children have to do every day. I do not know whether as a parent, you would be peaceful at home. You can see the kids have to run across the road every other time. And just, I don't have to show the whole video, but basically it's extremely dangerous. You can see again, women trying to cross over and it's very uncomfortable, especially if you're in a dress. And it just shows how we have not prioritized our people. And is it actually about cost? But I'll talk about that in a short while. So in summary, mobility should not be treated in isolation. We must integrate land use and transport planning to ensure that there are other facilities that children and their caregivers require. And just to maybe highlight on this, I talked about my experience in Matatu. And for me, other than just experiencing as a caregiver how inconveniencing it is to travel with a child, I also happened to one particular time traveling with my daughter and she needed her diapers changed. And I was in Nairobi CBD, Konja stage. And I'm wondering, where do I actually get that private space where I can dignify her to change her soil diaper before getting to my final destination? And I remember walking around the city in denial, actually wondering how comes nobody has thought about providing baby changing station? We do have a lot of, plenty of public toilets. The cleanliness is another thing altogether, but at least they're available, but then there's no place. And I remember asking a few of the public toilet operators, is there a place for me to change a baby? And they would tell me, okay, you can change the baby on top of the sinks or on top of the dirty tanks on top of outside the public toilet, and it's extremely uncomfortable. So what I ended up doing, I went to CG restaurant, which is almost a kilometer away from where I was, because I spent more time in denial looking for other places. Bought coffee and then changed my baby, and I realized, you know what, this should not be the story for more caregivers. And why would I have to pay so much money just to change a baby? And so what we did as one mom, we initiated a study because we wanted to find out, does lack of baby changing station affect how caregivers travel around with their babies? And what we found out is that 84% of caregivers, they avoid traveling their children just because they cannot access the changing stations. And the worst part is, I'm sure everybody has seen a soil diaper on the street. It's not about recklessness of the caregivers. It's just because there's no provision, because diapers are bulky. So even as much as you're going to have that place to throw a soil diaper on the street, then they were not allowed to just dispose the diapers on the on the inside the public toilet. So yes, you can even change outside the tank, very dirty, exposing your child to germs, and then you still will not have to carry a soil diaper home, which is extremely inconveniencing. You can imagine now boarding a matatu with a soil diaper. It's extremely annoying and bad. So what we've tried to do as one mom, we are trying to change the status quo. We now have our own baby changing station. And actually proud to say the time we presented this project the first time at a WIT conference in 2020, we didn't even have a baby changing station. So right now we have our own baby changing stations that have been piloted and tested, and we are working towards installing them. And one of our initial project was in Gikomba Market in Kware Road. So before that, mothers would change their babies on these carton boxes. And again, you can see they are not easy to sanitize. They are on the floor. You have to squat. And it's again, there's no provision for diaper bin. And so we changed that by dignifying the children and the mothers by installing the baby changing station. And also we went to OTC public toilet, another great public toilet. So this is the place where they had designated for caregivers to change the baby on top of the sink, and it was soiled and wet. Then we provided this baby changing station. By the way, this has really attracted a lot of customers. You can also purchase the baby changing station from us, or we install in your stage as a circle or in the terminals that you operate, so that for caregivers or for mothers traveling with children for long distances, they have the convenience of changing a diaper before they board your matatu, to avoid that inconvenience as they travel. And this toilet actually can serve up to 10,000 people per day. So you can imagine how our model works is that, yes, we provide the baby changing station, but you also advertise on the baby changing station. So for OTC public toilet, you can imagine your product will come into contact with, let's say if Loan Initiative sponsored this, so your logo will, or your product will come into contact with over 10,000 people, fresh people every other day, because the toilet operates 24 hours and it's in a busy location. So just for those who may wonder how we are increasing the accessibility of these facilities, we may provide them for free, especially in the public transport terminuses, in the public toilets, but then you also advertise on the space. That's how we're able to get our revenue back. The baby changing stations are tried and tested. Their quality, having been tested in a very busy location, like OTC and Gikomba, we have not experienced any sort of breakage, and they're still in good condition. And I'm happy to report that we've installed over 15 baby. Actually, right now we are 20, and they have served over 100,000 children and caregivers this year. So great progress, and we hope to increase the accessibility of these facilities across the country. So moving back to other spaces where caregivers need. So for Gikomba Market, other than just installing the baby changing station, we could see that the mothers were sleeping on the children were sleeping on the floor, and the children would get so sick. And maybe you're wondering, why do these mothers bring their children to work every day? It's because the cost of caregiving is very high, and the mothers are not able to afford alternative services like paying daycares. And the daycares that they would access, they again small rooms that are dark, crowded, like you will find a very small room with over 30 children being taken care by a person who's not even trained. And so the mothers would, there's a lot of cross infection, and the children would always get sick. So the mothers prefer to bring their children in, they would rather sleep here. Like, this is a better option compared to the daycare, so you can imagine. And so when we went here, we were like, no, we can do something better. And we transformed this space. We made it more child friendly by making provision for a better place for the children to sleep, a place for the storage space for the mothers to keep their food, and changing clothes for the babies, and of course the baby changing station, and of course having a sink where they can be able to change their children. So I'll just play this video to show you how it was before. So we painted the space to just make it more attractive for children, to make it more educative. We have a carpet where the children can comfortably play on the floor. We have a baby cot, we have the storage spaces. It is a very small room, but we really try to maximize everything. And of course, passing around the message for hand washing. And that's our baby changing station. That's how they work. They are deep enough. They come with a strap that you can be able to, safely secure your baby, that your baby does not fall. It also has a place for, placing your diaper, changing essentials. Yeah, and again, the color is great. So it really matches with a lot of the toilets, bathrooms, and how they're designed. And it's something that you fold on the wall, so taking a little space. And of course, we have a diaper bins, very wide, comfortable enough to throw the soil diaper. Again, you don't have to keep opening with your hands. And that's how it is. The children are enjoying the space. And what happened, we had just gone there to just do the baby changing station, but now it's already almost a fully operational crèche, hosting of, actually we've served over 150 children since we started, and now we are currently training the caregivers so that they can learn more things on how to handle young children. And those children now, the caregivers spend less money on health, and they're able to have more time with their children, and they're able to focus more on their businesses. And now going back to other spaces that children may need in the city, we have to think about play, because play is vital. So we need to have accessible play facilities that children can comfortably walk to access from the neighborhoods. During COVID, we realized how important those facilities are, that they don't have to stay for long or outside by themselves or be taken by a caregiver to play. Children should be able to do that by themselves. And of course, I love this park all the time. It's in Dandora Believers Court. Other than just providing that beautiful space, they have also ensured that they have provided a library where children can learn, which is extremely exciting. And maybe going back to again to the street space, we've seen a lot, like during October, we saw Nairobi Placing Making Week, where a lot of organizations come together, do this painting to just sensitize people on how the street would look like if all these interventions are created. And for sure, they're able to inspire change. It's more participatory. Communities are able to participate and give their opinions. But sometimes I keep wondering, is it really necessary to just do temporary intervention when we can afford better? And we've seen like this again in Kisumu and around safe school zones, just to promote, to reduce the traffic speed. They are good. They work for a very short time until the rains comes and all the paint is gone. And maybe even before I go to why I think we need to come up with permanent infrastructure, just to report that WAMAM has been part of the Street for Kids Accelerator Program led by the Global Design Street Cities Initiative, GDCI. And we've partnered with Kisumu City. I think Judy was presenting yesterday, and you heard about the great things that are happening in Kisumu. And I'm happy to report that next year we'll actually be rolling out a Safe School Zone project in Kisumu City. We've already identified the schools. So we are definitely looking out for more partners who can join us in making sure that we implement that project for the safety of our school-going children, so that we can set a model of how a safe school zone should look like for our children. And going back to interventions, I do love all those temporary interventions, but I'm always wondering why we need to do the temporary interventions while we are affording billions of worth of infrastructure, just focusing on the cars. The same place where I had shown you the children crossing along Waiyaki Way is the same place where they have built this expensive road. So how do you tell me that they cannot be able to afford a footpath or a safe crossing for the children? How? With such an expensive infrastructure. So it's just that our priorities are not there, and we definitely need to talk a lot more on ensuring that pedestrians, especially children, school-going children, are prioritized in accessing school facilities. And again, talking about footbridges, we also have the most expensive footbridges in the world. Why? Is it really necessary? And again, think about the mother who is carrying a baby and a diaper bag, traveling to and maybe having multiple children and you're traveling to the village for Christmas, how do you force such a mother to go up such stairs or such long distances to just cross the road? So we definitely need to think around the kind of infrastructure that we invest in to make sure that they're safe and healthy. And at least we've seen some improvement. So I'm hoping that the women in the room will push their circles to providing this. We've seen at least Githurai was able to modify a seat for the mothers. And of course, they agreed to cut down the cost, because then you'll be having fewer seats. But just think about those women who will be comfortable. Those pregnant women, it could be your wife, it could be you yourself, or another woman traveling with a child, just getting that ample space where they can be able to be comfortable and it is prioritized. And it may reduce the cost, but just think about the people you're serving. Are they more comfortable? Are they more convenient? Are you able to make sure that they're able to travel? And of course, we've seen all these beautiful buses. I have to say, my husband works here, and I really pushed him when we were designing this bus. I made sure that he made sure that there's that priority place seating for children and their caregivers. So at least this is being done in the modern buses, but also in the existing matatus, there's still opportunity where we can be able to change this happen. And just to conclude, maybe I've taken too much time. I've learned that being in these children and city spaces, that they're very small interventions, but they have magnificent impact. So one small project like what you've done in Gekomba, or just by providing a baby changing station, more mothers are able to travel to work every day. Because if you don't provide that space, those children will be served at home, and you want children to be part of the city system. Once you provide for the children, the mothers are happy, they're able to be more productive at work, they're able to earn more money, they're able to provide better food for the family and better education. So eventually you transform the whole city. And that's what WOWMAM is all about, creating cities that make children grow, learn, and thrive. If their caregivers are stressed out, then how will they provide for their children? How will they be able to earn more? What if whatever it is that they're earning, they spend all of it in hospitals because either the children had an accident or they're playing in dirty streets? So investing in children is a great initiative, and we've learned that it even makes the city better. And of course, innovators like myself, better and happier. So we look forward to hearing from you. Feel free to reach out to us, and looking forward to seeing more women joining the space for advocating for children. So you can reach us out through email, Facebook, Twitter, any other time. Thank you very much. Constant, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Penina, for that presentation. A lot of very interesting things coming out on what WOWMAM is doing. And it's always nice to see how, for many years, we talked about how the city does not think about children, and particularly our city center areas, not just in Nairobi, but in many parts of the country. City center areas are not really child friendly. You know, you can't expect a child to cross the road alone. You can't expect a child to even just safely walk to school. It's always in a way, to some extent, risky. And many of these small interventions build up towards us making our city more inclusive, more accessible, taking into consideration, giving human beings much more dignity in the way they live from day to day. Okay, we only have, I think, 25 minutes to go. I would like to give Dr. Anne Kamau a chance to share her presentation. Have we lost Dr. Anne Kamau? I think we have her.
I can see Dr. Anne Constant. Maybe I can answer a question I've seen on the chat. Thank you, Winnie Sambu, for the comment, as maybe as we wait for Dr. Anne to be able to join. Someone is asking, if a baby is sleeping, do you have someone taking care of the babies, or is it strictly changing them? A question from Women in Transport Mombasa. So, like I mentioned, maybe I did not show because I was trying to be conscious of time. So what we did, we have trained one of the mothers in Gekomba to be taking care of the space and also take charge of the children. So what happens is that it operates like a daycare system. That room that you see, it operates like a daycare system. And how it does, the trained mother or the trained caregiver, we've trained her on how to do first aid, on proper nutrition, and how to play using the locally available toys and materials. So it's not necessarily those high-end, very techy sort of toys. So they're able to just create that environment for play and learning, because most of the children who come to the space, they are mostly 0 to 4 preschoolers, mostly preschoolers. Maybe for weekends you can get the bigger kids, because maybe the mothers, or right now, especially right now, if you go, you'll find all manner of kids because the schools are closed. So the trained caregiver takes care of the children. So the mothers will drop their children in the morning. They pay 100 shillings, which really everything goes to just compensating little amount to the trained caregiver, the mother who runs the space, and of course making sure that everything is clean, the baby changing station is well clean, the diapers are emptied, the space is taken care of, the carpet is still intact, nothing has been lost, by the way, because we worked with the community before we even made all those interventions. We went to the ground and asked the women, what is it that you'd like? What kind of space would you actually like? And they told us all those things. So for that reason, because they gave us the views, and that's what we implemented. They own the space, they value it, they take care of it. And naturally have not marketed it. So it's the mothers who just tell each other, oh, there's a space downstairs. And I can maybe just share a few. I'll share some links that you can watch. You can actually watch on our YouTube channel some of the impact that is making Wow Mom Kenya on YouTube. And you'll be able to see some of the press coverage from Citizen TV, TRNT World, and you'll be able to see how the daycare really operates. So that's how it does. So it's just not, you can use the space to change a baby. And for like the women in Gekomba, you went with the baby in the morning, and the baby is there the whole day. So you can imagine the baby will be changed 3 or 4 times in a day, right? So they just pay that money to the trained caregiver. She's able to do all that. The mothers come during breaks to just breastfeed them and feed their children. By there, I've seen those children become healthier than when we started the daycare. So it's actually very impactful. So I'll put the link on the chat on how you can watch some of the impact that you've done. But for those who may not be on Zoom, feel free to check Wow Mom Kenya on YouTube, and you'll be able to see that, or even on our website. Thanks.
Okay, so I think we have Dr. Anne Kamau now, who will share her presentation as well. Dr. Anne, are we ready? Looks like we may have lost her again. So I think I'll just, as we wait for her to come back, as we wait for Dr. Anne Kamau to come back, I'll just go ahead and talk a bit about, give some case studies of what we call the pillars of socially just public transport. As I had mentioned earlier on, we have a number of what we call pillars of socially just public transport, being available, being affordable and accessible, inclusive, human rights and equity, considering human rights and equity, and also taking into mind sustainability. And there are different kind of examples, that from day-to-day life where we see people undergoing some of these challenges. Okay, I take an example of a neighbor of mine called Joy. So Joy is a business person. She has several meetings in different parts of the city due to the various businesses that she runs. And, sometimes, one of the, there's an example she gave me when, 2 weeks ago, she had a meeting in town, went to the stage, and for some reason that day, there were very few matatus. So, she boarded it, she boarded the one that was available, but then, she was the only one inside, and it took another 10 minutes for somebody else to come in. And, her meeting was in about, was an hour from the time she left the house. So for 30 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes, she was there sitting down waiting for the matatu to get full. Okay, eventually it got full, then they got stuck in traffic, and she got late for her meeting about 15 minutes later. And that, showcases, how unfortunately our public transport is not always available. Okay, this is a business person now. What of the case if it was someone going to hospital? And we have to find ways, and advocate for public transport that does not keep people delayed. There's another story I had from a gentleman called Thomas. Thomas lives in Mathare, and we're doing some research with him. But he's on a wheelchair. And unfortunately, whenever he wants to go to town, he has to wait till about 10 o'clock because the matatus on public transport on Juja Road will not allow him to board during rush hour because they say he'll take too much time coming out of his wheelchair, and that is affecting how much income they're getting in that day. So those are, kind of case studies that you have where some of these pillars, can be looked into in a bit more depth in order to enable and allow for more socially just public transport. Now that we have Dr. Anne Kamau here, I will allow her to give her presentation. We don't have too much time. We have about 14 minutes to go before we close this session. And Dr. Anne, I'll leave it open to you. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry, Constant, I had problems with unmuting. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I was getting the message, host card does not enable you to unmute yourself. But I hope you can hear me because I cannot see the other side now.
We can hear you.
I'm really sorry about this. I'll try to be quick for the time to catch up on the time. So I'm presenting work that was supported by the Woodford Research and Education Foundations. The PI is Catherine Gatteri, who is a member of Socially Just Public Transport Working Group. and working with me and colleagues from Zambia in Chipata city in Zambia, but I'm only sharing the Kenyan component, which is focusing on the city of Nakuru. And the study is on whose city is it anyway, and interrogating the socially just public transport principle in urban mobility plans and projects in Nakuru city. So let me just go very quickly on the introduction, and then I think first Constantine already explained the socially just public transport principles. As I think as I got in, very briefly, I got the study purpose and location, and also the methodology itself, and some of the key highlights in terms of what we found as we've been doing the research. Now, of course, when you think about the Sustainable Development Goal 11, it talks about establishment of inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities and communities that enable citizens to advance socially and economically without compromising the future. If we think about some of the issues that have been raised by Penina, we would want to really ask ourselves, how do citizens actually advance socially and economically without compromising the future if, for example, some of the facilities that Penina has talked about are not available? So it's the same case when it comes to public transportation. How do we ensure that people traveling in public transport systems feel safe, they're included, and that the cities are sustainable? So again, in the target 11.2 of SDG 11 also emphasizes the need to provide a safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable transport systems for all. So meaning we need to think about inclusivity again. And so when we think about public transportation, again, we want to ensure that then it is available and it is safe for all. And also from a perspective, has to do with human rights aspects and has to be sustainable. Oops, again, I'm hitting another snag. Can't scroll down. Let's done this. Constant, I'm unable to scroll down. I don't know what's happening today. It's not a good day for me. And what is now? I can't move. Okay, sorry. Oh, I keep apologizing. Yeah. So in this study, therefore, using, of course, the fact that we are part of the socially just public transport working group, we wanted to understand, how well is the public transport system in Nakuru aligning or aligned to the pillars, but not mainly the public transportation systems, but the urban planning systems themselves. So we use the pillars, which if you look at this publication, you'll find them. So which were developed by this working group in 2000. And they are available, access, and safe and affordable, inclusive, embracing human rights principles and equity, and should be sustainable. Then this just by way of summarizing the pillars, and this was done by Constant Kapp himself, just by way of trying to help us summarize what these pillars are. And again, not really wanting to go through each one of them. I believe we can be able to access the literature and read around them. So again, just repeating the 5. So we had 2 primary objectives. One is to interrogate the application of socially just public transport principles in the current and proposed urban mobility plans for Nakuru, and also audit existing public transportation infrastructure development within the city of Nakuru from a socially just public transport lens. So we were targeting citizens, especially policymakers and planners, providers of public transportation services and regulators, also community leaders and some representatives, and also some cities, civil society organizations. And we began with a comprehensive review of urban mobility plans for Nakuru. And then again, conducted a survey, and also we are not yet concluded. We also want to do some key informant interviews and focus group discussions. So this is the city of Nakuru, where we are doing the study, which is towards the end of completion. And for me, Nakuru is one of the most progressive cities that we have. So as much as there may be some gaps, we also note that there's quite some progress. So in order for us to really understand how the principles are applicable, we need to understand how the people of Nakuru move. We know that 68.8% walk, 13.2% use motorcycles, 15.24% use public transportation, matatus, and other means, and only a small percent, 6.2%, use private vehicles. So the question is, from using the principles of socially just public transportation, then where should we invest more, even in urban mobility planning, and even in laying out the urban infrastructure? So we think that we need to invest more on the walking infrastructure, where 63.8% of the populations are, and at least in the matatu sector, where again, it's next in line, where people who are using public transportation systems, especially the matatus. So again, this is really what I just want to highlight with you as I go along. So, however, when you look at Nakuru, it has quite a bit of space. It is dynamic and growing. So there's improvement in public transportation services. This, I think, was a site where they're also putting up public transport terminals. And we know that Nakuru has both in town service and also intercity or intertown services. So it's about even how individuals connect to other cities or towns within the country. But a recent move by the county was to move the matatus from the central business area to outer regions of the city, and there was upheaval, there was a bit of riots. But that again, this is perhaps a move that is not, given the way Nakuru is organized, it's a move that perhaps is unavoidable. But that is not to say that the issues of social justice in terms of mobility should not be addressed. So while we recognize that there may be no space, we also recognize the importance of providing alternatives and safe alternatives for especially the people who work in Nakuru. So we find this is a gap. So you can see the population of people working, and you can see the facilities that are available are not necessarily very well built when you compare to other facilities. And this is a concern. It's a concern that we shared even through the working group with the Nakuru Municipal Board itself through the FES support. So again, it's something that we're still pursuing, and we hope that we can pursue this again further with the FES itself. So we looked at some cross-cutting issues. One has to be sanitation. Let me not dwell too much on that because Penina has talked a bit about it. But that sanitation is a major challenge in Nakuru. Access to toilets, especially for the persons who are working and also for those in the public transportation systems. I think it's an issue that we've raised over and over, even in the Women in Transport conferences, and it's an issue that we want to continue emphasizing. Issue of roadworks, you've seen how dusty the walkways are, but we do appreciate that the county is really moving well, and we think in the right direction. But it's an issue that, again, we would want to re-emphasize that needs to have attention. The issue of security and lighting of stages, marking at the stages, we know that this has been a concern across the country, but also in Nakuru, it was emerged as a concern. And it's tied a little bit also to the lighting of the streets. So it's an issue that we think the county needs to continue addressing within and also taking care of even in planning and developing the mobility plans. Issues of sheds and stalls. This is both a positive and a negative. On the one hand, we know that there are stalls that are actually on the walkways, blocking the walkways, but we also know that there are others that are really properly positioned in a way that they actually promote integration of public transport systems and the survey and the citizens. So again, depending on how one wants to look at it, it's an issue that we think needs to be addressed. I've talked about interconnectivity again, but for us, again, there's a bigger concern between the 63% of the working population. When they're left at the outer terminus, how do they move or how do they connect them to the other terminus? So this remains a concern. It's a concern that we raised again through the FES work with the city, and it's a concern that we raised again in this study. So it's an issue that we are still following through, and we think that we need to have an interconnection bus that is affordable and cheap, that it is not punitive to the commuters who have to use these public buses. But what we know is that for now, it's just going to do the in-town service, but not yet rolled out. Issue of lighting, has been raised, so let me not emphasize that again. But of course, we know we also have the other city users, mostly transporting luggage for walking the pedestrians to the terminus, the bebas. But we also know these are not provided for, and often have to use the same space that the pedestrians are using. So again, it's something that we think needs to be paid attention to. Of course, traffic jam and congestion, again, it's an event that's happening in Nakuru of the past, but we also know that there's progress towards this. We know that some of our team members, the working group team members, Jerry and others, have been working with the county government, the city government, not the county, the city authorities now to improve traffic congestion in the city. So again, we might see better results in the future. So just by simple audit of some of the pedestrian infrastructure where we wanted to build more on, Nakuru has one major pedestrian bridge, if I may call it like this, footbridge. It's the most single important footbridge, but it is far from some of the main terminus in Nakuru, quite far from some of them. And some of these passengers are moving to access public transportation in other terminals. So in our own assessment, we think that there could be available pedestrian infrastructure, but it is not universally accessible. It is far from the pedestrians. It is far from other terminals. So an issue that we need to think about. Again, for pedestrians who have to walk, when they have to cross the roads, we know that Nakuru is one of the risky towns in terms of crossing the roads. And we think that as much as mobility programs are coming up in Nakuru, there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of pedestrians to ensure that they cross the road safely and that the safety is guaranteed. And this is the same thing you can see, again, pedestrian crossing, and sometimes they have to compete with the vehicles. Again, in terms of where the infrastructure itself, part of it is dilapidated, not in very good condition, and especially if someone is on a wheelchair, for example, it might be difficult to really use the infrastructure that is available, the walking infrastructure. And we also have encroachment by vehicles, sometimes by motorcyclists, and even business, petty traders. So again, we think that the pedestrian issues have not really been taken care of properly. Then, of course, the safety of the walking areas. This is a manhole, open manhole, and perhaps just someone came and removed the lid. So we need a little bit of citizen and education and also enforcement, improvement of the infrastructure in quite a number of areas that these are already ongoing. So again, it's an area that we think needs a bit of improvement. These kind of steps are very common in Nakuru. Very common, in fact, and usually pedestrians are pushed on the road, competing with vehicles, because also there's a lot of encroachment of the road itself. And this is really, if one is to work in Nakuru, is an issue that really needs to be addressed. How we ensure that, like if you're on a wheelchair, how do you even jump through over these steps? And this is really, to us, one of the major bottlenecks in terms of really enhancing mobility in Nakuru. So again, more or less like what I've mentioned, you can see some areas, quite sparse, and these are the areas which are not mostly used by passengers. So we ask ourselves, why is it that where there's more space, we don't have so many passengers, but also where pedestrian infrastructure is provided, you can see where vehicles are. So again, we think that is an issue that we need to pay attention to. So again, the state of infrastructure and that interacts with the pedestrian infrastructure is an issue that, again, we need to pay attention to. Of course, we can see there's an element to enhance cycling in the city, but again, perhaps this may not mainly for people accessing the terminus, the public transport services. So again, it's something that we really need to think about. So when you think about the socially just public transport system, we need to really think about a city for all, as I'm coming to almost towards the end. And we think that Nakuru has made good initiatives and is really heading in the right direction, even in terms of developing its own city mobility plan. We also know that there's an anti policy for Kenyatta Avenue, which we already know that infrastructure is being implemented. There's an effort towards establishment of the BLT facilities, but again, also a bit of stakeholders engagement, and thanks to the FES for supporting this. So we see these are some of the new developments. Nakuru really moving in the right direction, and we do hope, even in terms of greening the city, we see this is really happening. So we hope that this will continue, but also would appreciate, of course, and we hope that in the future, as the city grows and provides direction for even other secondary cities, that we'll see Nakuru also integrating very well the public transportation services, ensuring inclusion for all, and make sure that the majority who are poor and do not have to pay a lot to access public transportation services simply because of lack of proper integration of services. So allow me to stop there, Constant. I'm really do apologize for the hiccups, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anne Kamau. Very interesting developments there in Nakuru. One of the unfortunate things in Nakuru I noted is that there was, in as much as the public transport facilities were moved to the other side of the highway, safe access was not included or not put into consideration, either through tabletop crossings or some safe pedestrian overpasses. And the result, a friend of mine from Nakuru was telling me, almost every week there's an accident, and some of them being very fatal along the highway. So, those are some of the interventions that need to be looked into. I'm glad to note that I was looking at some documents from Kenya Highways Authority, and they had already noted on the necessity to improve some of the safe access. There's also linkage in the pedestrianized area from the images you showed between towards what they call Nyayo Gardens Park. So the park was also renovated, and that pedestrian zone is also linked to that. And from what I learned from them, is the city also wants to renovate what they call Lions Park, which is near the old terminus, the railway, and Top Market. So if those can be linked by safe infrastructure, that builds up towards making the city more inclusive. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. We're actually 5 minutes past our expected time. I've not seen any questions for Dr. Anne Kamau in the chat, but I'm sure if people want to get to know more or have suggestions on some of these projects, please feel free to get in touch with some of our two presenters, or also getting in touch with Flown Initiative, who can link you up with any of us. There are a number of other similar initiatives that are going on. There's some initiative on ensuring that the proposed bus rapid transport is socially just. And we also attempted to ensure that some of these principles of socially just public transport were included in the proposed renovation of the Nairobi railway terminus, which you may have heard His Excellency the President recently signed an agreement with the British Prime Minister that they're going to be funding the new central railway station. So there's a lot happening, and we're always willing to share and happy to get different perspectives, different views of people. Thank you very much, and I'll now hand over back to the administrator or the main host, and wish you everybody a good afternoon.
Hi, this is Ari. Must I share my screen for the next session? turn. Hi everyone, can everyone see the screen? Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I can't see, I can only see my screen. And can you see the screen properly? Okay, the screen is present. Okay, so I will start then. So good morning and thank you all for joining us today for this exciting session that forms part of the Flown Initiative's Women in Transport Africa Conference. My name is Ariadne Baskin and I will be moderating the session today. I will start off by officially launching our new study and its accompanying report and website on gender data, and then hand it over to Louise, the Global Partnership Lead from Where Is My Transport, to deep dive into the report and showcase the chosen methodology. Before we move on to a candid conversation on what happened on the ground in Lagos and Nairobi during our data collection efforts, with Olamide Udoma Ejora, the CEO of the Lagos Urban Development Initiative, and Milka Asamba, an independent research consultant from Nairobi. We know from time and time again, if we do not count women, if planning processes do not explicitly account for women, solutions will benefit men, explicitly privileged, wealthier men. In order to ensure that we as organizations, as city governments, drive policy changes and plan transport initiatives that are truly gender sensitive and inclusive, it's important that we collect the best possible evidence, the best possible data to build a case for change, a case that is representative and addresses the needs of not only 50% of the population. But as we know, in many countries, in many cities, accurate mobility information is hard to come by, and obtaining gender representative, gender sensitive data on public transport dynamics is even more of a challenge. To unwind this challenge and to present our work, today I have the great privilege to launch this exemplary in-depth study that was commissioned by the Transformative Urban Mobility Initiative, TUMI, and produced by Where Is My Transport, titled Decoding Women's Transport Experiences in Nairobi, Lagos, and Gauteng. With the report, we have a brand new spanking website, which will serve as a Women Mobilize Women platform for data on women in mobility, outlining methodologies, exploring different respondent portfolios, and providing city comparisons. For instance, as you can see, the journey map and pain points of Oluwakemi. Where did she take the Danfo to? How much of her earnings were spent on it? And was she comfortable with her kids? and so forth, and portfolios of different cities. So before I hand it over to Louise, I greatly encourage you to visit the website www.genderdata@womenmobilize.org and get in touch with Tumi on your insights. Louise, over to you.
Thank you, Ari, for that great introduction. I'm just gonna quickly share my screen. All right. Is it coming up okay on screen for everyone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ari. And thank you to the Flown Initiative as well for inviting us to speak and giving us the floor to share more about this, this really exciting report. As Ari mentioned, this is kind of a first for Africa in terms of the comparative view it brings to light on gender behaviors across the continent in transport, and also showcasing new qualitative methods to highlight gender data in that space. And before I dive into my presentation, I wanted to share a very brief introduction about Where's My Transport. So we are a mobility technology company specializing in transit data collection across developing cities. And our aim is to create data-driven insights and tech solutions that can help our clients build more sustainable transport systems. So our company was started in Cape Town in 2016, and our work really spreads across the globe. We've worked in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia, and our projects are quite wide-ranging in scope. So in the last year, we've worked on mapping the informal transport network of Lagos. We've built a journey planning app for Mexico City, Lima, and Bangkok called Rumbo. And we also worked with the Transforming Urban Mobility Initiative on this study, which I'm here to tell you about today. So in the next few slides, I'll be walking you through a high-level overview of the report, telling you a bit more about what motivated the study, the research objectives, and the approach that we took. And I'll leave all of the kind of in-depth findings to our local researchers who led on the ground, Milka and Olamide, who will be joining us in the discussion after this presentation. So I'd like to start by contextualizing the work with some quick facts. As Ari was hinting at earlier, transport is not gender neutral. It's well known that women are more likely than men to experience challenges when it comes to moving around cities, and they face heightened issues around safety and accessibility, among many others. And this has important repercussions on their ability to achieve their full potential in society. There's a study by the International Labour Organization that found that these kind of safety and accessibility challenges reduce women's participation in the labor market by 15.5% in developing countries compared to developed countries. And yet, despite these limitations, transport policies for most countries remain unrelentingly gender blind. And unfortunately, design, planning, operational projects in the transport sector largely fail to address gender-specific needs. And the data gap can in part be blamed for this oversight. This has repercussions on how women's mobility needs are understood, accounted for, perceived. And this is especially the case in developing cities where, kind of as a rule of thumb, openly accessible, reliable, up-to-date, accurate data on this particular topic is non-existent, mostly non-existent. So all this paints a pretty discouraging picture of the transport landscape women have to navigate through. But there's a quote by Caroline Criado Perez that I think it's worth to remind ourselves of, which is that one of the most important things to say about the gender data gap is that it's not generally malicious or even deliberate, quite the opposite. It's simply the product of a way of thinking that has been around for millennia and is therefore a kind of not thinking. So our attempt with this report was to push people to not fall into that trap of not thinking, and to also equip them with a way of collecting that data and showing them a roadmap for how to tackle this issue. So our research set out with 4 key objectives. The first was to bridge the public transport gender data gap and create this comparative evidence base of women's mobility experiences in 3 African cities. We also wanted to pilot a methodology that showcased innovative ways of collecting and producing gender-sensitive data in the transport sector. Thirdly, we also wanted to highlight the diversity of travel experiences across different women groups and kind of move away from that generalistic understanding of women's usage of transport. And finally, we wanted to provide a roadmap and methodological guide that could inspire city practitioners to address the gender data gap and develop more people-centric solutions. So how did we roll out this research? In the next few slides, I'd like to take you through the methodology, the research activities in a bit more detail, the data points and the parameters that we looked at, as well as some high-level findings. So we conducted our study over a period of 5 months across the 3 cities of Nairobi, Lagos, and in the province of Gauteng, focusing more specifically on Johannesburg and Pretoria. And it involved over 500 research participants in total. So in each city, our research was rolled out in the phased approach that you can see on the right of the screen. So it would start always with a literature review, in-depth desktop research and interviews with locals to really understand the landscape, understand sort of what had been already researched, not duplicate the work, and sort of some of the limitations also of previous efforts on this topic, and also to really kind of contextualize the methodology, the survey questions to the context of the city. That was then followed by a preparation and planning of our field activities, sourcing the space to conduct our research in, finding the research participants and so forth. And then we moved into all of the different research activities, which you can see in blue, and which I'll go into detail in the next slide. So what we relied on with this research was a mixed methodology approach of both online and in-field surveys, ride-alongs, women-only focus groups, and workshops. And I think these last 2 activities that you see on screen are the ones that I'd like to draw your attention to, as qualitative methodologies sort of tend to be overlooked when we're thinking about transport planning, well, data that can inform transport planning initiatives, and generally also when thinking about how to fill data gaps, there tends to be sort of a bigger focus on quantitative data. And the reality is that qualitative data, as we all know, can also offer a lot more depth and richness in some cases to what one would otherwise get with just traditional survey responses. So with ride-alongs, what we were doing here was following the participant on their commute, observing them at every stage of their journey, asking questions throughout, from the moment they were preparing to leave their house, getting the cash ready for the public transport, to the final stages where they would offboard the vehicle and walk to the destination. So with the workshops, again, the focus here was on kind of getting that holistic view of the transport experience, and getting women to map all of their environmental, physical, informational kind of decision points that would influence their decision-making throughout their journey. And one of the key findings from piloting these research methods alongside our surveys was discovering that participants' answers would vary quite a bit depending on which method was being used. So in Lagos, for example, in the surveys, when asked what transport improvements women wanted to see, the majority of participants spoke about cost reductions and improving infrastructure, creating better roads, improving the standards of vehicles, and so forth. But during the workshops, when asked the same question of what transport improvements would be best suited for their challenges, the focus really shifted to the topic of safety. And as women kind of started sharing among one another experiences that they had lived through, we saw kind of an opening up of the conversation that is harder to obtain through survey responses. So I think in those research activities, there were a number of parameters that we were looking at across the board, and most of them are summarized here on the screen. And what you can see and what's interesting to highlight is the blue boxes on the left, where we were looking at different participant profiles. And so the reason for this was that in our literature review, what we learned was that past work on this topic had tended to kind of look at women as one single group, making conclusions with quite broad brushstrokes that did not distinguish between women's different types of mobility patterns or challenges. So one key parameter we were interested in was kind of breaking down that analytical unit of the woman and instead focus on how different user groups experience public transport. And that's why we decided to involve female participants who are working professionals, students, sex workers, stay-at-home mothers, informal traders, as a way to really go beyond previous study limitations and add more depth to the findings. And in addition to this, we were also interested in how more traditional parameters of cost, time, safety, comfort, accessibility interacted with these different groups. And what we found quite naturally is that different types of women will prioritize different criteria when making decisions around their travel. So on the point of cost, for example, a working professional who has more financial freedom than an informal trader can choose to take, for example, an Uber or a minibus when going to work, whereas the informal trader is constrained, or to use the word that we heard during the workshop, trapped into taking a minibus due to lower purchasing power. And so in addition to those different user groups and parameters of cost, time, access, and so forth, we were also interested in the spatio-temporal dimension of our findings. So what you're seeing here on screen is the journey map that we've built for a student in Gauteng that shows her mobility experience as a whole and the different behaviors she adopted at different stages of her journey, from what she was feeling to what she was thinking or doing as she set off to walk to the station, as she alighted, and as she rode the vehicle to get to her final destination. And this brings me back to the point I was making earlier about one of the objectives of this study being to highlight new ways of showing gender data. When we were carrying out this work, the conclusion we came to was it's not just about how the data is being collected and how it's being kind of formatted. It's also about how it's going to be communicated and presented to those using it to make decisions. And the reason why it's so important to think about kind of data in any sector, really, in those two aspects, is because we often hear things like 40% of women experience safety challenges on transport, but that doesn't really help us understand what kind of solutions or interventions are needed to address this particular safety challenge. And I think adopting this more user-centric lens really helps to understand exactly where the pain points are, how they happen, on what vehicle, at which stage in their journey, and how women are kind of responding or coping with these challenges, depending on which environment and which point in time they find themselves in. So with this research study, you can tell by now, hopefully, that the aim was really to adopt a user-centric, participatory, and behavioral lens to help surface the voice of women through the stories that they were telling us, and to obtain much more granular insights on the actual lived experience of women. So we wanted to understand all of the invisible and visible coping and posturing strategies that women put on to navigate their transport journey. And these are things that, as I mentioned before, do not necessarily come across as clearly through survey findings or bar chart graphics. So there's a lot that we uncovered with our research, and I'd like to share a little teaser of some of those findings, but I'll let again Milka and Olamide tell us a bit more about what they found in their specific cities in Lagos and Nairobi. But just on a very quickly kind of to highlight one or two, formal modes weren't necessarily perceived as safer than informal modes, with women citing the examples of the BRT in Lagos, for example, where there had been kind of very violent incidents, deadly incidents in the last year, and ride-hailing apps as well, which sometimes there's the assumption that getting into private transport instead of public transport can offer a safer environment. And this was a topic that was kind of challenged by some of our participants in Gauteng, talking about dangerous situations they have been in different ride-hailing companies. There was another topic as well on the sliding trust of scale between women and drivers in some cities and by different user groups. drivers were perceived as quite threatening or aggressive, whereas in other instances, depending again on a type of transport that was being talked about, the driver could be perceived as a guardian who would be driving their child to school. So I'll just stop there because I'm conscious of time, but I'd like to encourage you, if you're interested in this topic, to really read through this report because it's filled with really rich insights and also hacks to scale this work in other cities. So I'll just like to conclude by saying that there are many ways one can attempt to fill the gender data gap in the transport sector. And what I've highlighted here in this presentation is just one way to address it. And if you're working in the transport sector and you're looking to collect gender data, I'd encourage you to think about the trade-off between quantitative or qualitative data finding. The depth of insights you're going to get through the method you use, depending on which one you choose, the different parameters that you need to investigate, the data where the data will be stored, and who will be interacting with it and to what end. Will it be to build new transport infrastructure? Will it be to influence transport regulation policy or to design a technology solution that can improve passenger services? So those are some of the questions to think about. And whatever it is you're intending to do with the data, if there's one thing we learned through this research, it's that the first step to filling the gender data gap is giving more women a voice in the process. And if we want to promote inclusivity in transport systems, we need to start with inclusive data collection that can depict behaviors, mobility needs, and capabilities on an individual level as well. So thank you for your attention, and I'll end here and give the mic back to Ari.
Thank you for that very insightful presentation and for highlighting the need for user-centric, participatory, and behavioral data methodologies to truly capture intersectional realities. I would like to remind everyone that this report is available with a user-friendly website that includes additional data to navigate. I added the link in the chat. I will now move into a moderated discussion on insights from the ground with Udoma, the CEO of the Lagos Urban Development Initiative, and Milka, an independent research consultant from Nairobi. So Udoma, what were your main findings in Lagos? And then Milka, in response, are these findings similar to Nairobi? And what surprised you most from your work on ground? Thank you.
Hi, Ari. I don't know if you already, because I missed part of the question. So did you ask what surprised us most?
So I asked, what were your main findings in Lagos and what surprised you the most? And then I would like Milka to respond to you.
Okay, fantastic. So I think the main findings, quite a number actually, quite a lot of findings, but the first one I'd say is that safety and childcare. So safe transport options actually matter a lot when it comes to how you send your children to school. And so one of the examples that one of the ladies said, for example, was that she has to make a close relationship with like the keke driver or the danfo driver to ensure that her children are transported safe. Another thing that comes with like childcare was the safety and harassment on bikes. So ensuring again about this idea of safety, but also childcare and where the line is in terms of what type of transport you choose. Also caregiving. So a lot of women, 51% of respondents travel daily. When they travel, they actually have to do school runs in between their travel. So again, one of the issues you had how to decide what kind of transport to take, and also the fact that you're making multiple trips throughout the day, including, of course, caregiving. Also that income influences the type of mode that women choose. So cost was a very big aspect, like affecting what transportation you choose. Of course, safety, I think everyone understands that women safety is a big issue as well, but cost came up, especially with the market women and those who are older, whereas safety came up a lot more with kind of young people, young women, young ladies, students, when we were interviewing them. And I think Louise mentioned about ride hailing and the fact that safety is not just on the informal public transport, but also on the formal and even sometimes the cars, individual transportation, which was quite interesting because, you know, you wouldn't think that if you're thinking about what choice of mode. But even this fact of safety, that even though it's important, working women, people who work, actually came up and said that they would still choose e-hailing services over public transport because of the comfort and the ease of transportation during their working day, especially during their working day. Also, 52% indicated being dissatisfied or extremely dissatisfied with public transport. And this is not a surprise because, you know, public transport is quite chaotic. It's not on time. It isn't timed. In Lagos anyway, it's not timed. And also, you know, there are so many incidents of harassment and so on. But what was interesting is that 3% actually expressed satisfaction. So, and they talked about the fact that these are spaces where they talk to other women, they engage in conversations, they gist, they listen to music, they engage with like the outside public, which they may not necessarily do at home. So there was still that aspect of satisfaction. And I think this is quite important because then it talks of, you can learn from this. You can learn from the fact that actually there are spaces where we can make better rather than, oh, these are actually terrible, we just need to get rid of it, you know? So there's some highlights in that aspect. Again, about harassment and violence, out of the 91 women who had witnessed or experienced an incident on public transport, only 10% went to express complaint to the driver, and only one woman out of the women that was surveyed went to the police. So, I mean, it really shows again here the fact that the harassment isn't necessarily what just happens on the bus, but also can they report it? How do they report it? How often do they report it? So we have to increase that gap in terms of, you know, enforcement or engagement with women who are affected by harassment and violence on public transport. And lastly, about coping mechanisms. So a lot of women did mention the coping mechanisms that they do when thinking about how to engage on public transport. And one of the examples was that they have to kind of assess the transport before they get on it. So looking to see if there's other women on the bus, looking to see how many people are on the bus, and just things like that. Even when choosing your Okada rider, so trying to understand, is he someone that looks responsible? Will I be safe on this motorbike? And things like that. And also, which was again interesting and new to me, was that ticketers, the people who sell tickets when you're about to board on the bus, they don't wear their uniform. They only wear their uniform when they're at work. But once they have to do anything outside of work, which means changing multiple times during the day, just to avoid the fact that when you're wearing a uniform, you're attracting the wrong attention. And of course, they're carrying money. So again, they don't want to have that feeling of safety and security. And I guess what surprised me most while carrying out the research was that a lot of people actually had a really good understanding of how public transport system works, the policies that actually affect public transport, and therefore there's room to really include these end users of public transport in decision making. They really do understand what they would like to see, where the changes could actually happen, and they can have the discussion with decision makers. Because sometimes you may feel like, or decision makers may feel like there's a gap between the information that the public and the end users know and what the policies that are being implemented. So I think that was one thing that I was encouraged by, but also it was most surprising to me. And then just the last thing, sorry, I've been talking for too long. The last thing was that surveys may not always be the most effective method. It's online surveys, sorry. Were not always the most effective methods in terms of collecting information, especially this kind of gendered information. about public transport, mainly because a lot of people who use public transport don't necessarily have the time to sit and do a survey online, because they're going to use their phone and all of that kind of thing. So I think what worked really well was the fact that we went out to meet people. We asked them questions. We had workshops that really brought people together, allowed them to open up as well. So those were my surprises and insights of the research.
Thank you, Olamide. Milka, would you like to give some insights from Nairobi, see how they complement, how they perhaps are different?
Yeah, so sorry again, videos, technology choosing to let you down when you most need it. My apologies for not being on video. But again, yeah, just for the results, again, so similar to what came out in Nigeria. I think the only difference would be in terms of the payment systems, where in Kenya we have the advantage of paying by M-Pesa, which would really sort out quite a number of issues for many commuters. But again, you find that many matatus refuse M-Pesa. And I think there's an opportunity there to actually pursue and figure out how can this work for commuters. Because the fact that people don't get change or they don't have sufficient money to pay has always been a thorny issue that has sometimes led to even death of some people when they're thrown off the matatus. So then I'll just go on to some of the things that maybe surprised me, but should not have really surprised me. And the harassment by touts, yeah. I mean, touts would throw words at you at the end of the day when you're getting into matatus or when you're leaving, and you never quite think about the trauma or the emotional abuse that the people who receive it feel. So women would really feel disrespected, they would feel disenfranchised, and maybe just going back to the SACCOs and thinking about how the SACCOs can actually work with the drivers and the touts to ensure they have some discipline there. Informal traders being the worst treated, with their matatus being the worst. Some of the matatus would go into, like, maybe going to the Gikomba area would be stinking, they'd not be cleaned, the touts their breath would be smelly, and just how that also reflects on the people who are entering into those matatus and how that makes them feel about themselves. And of course, many of the traders would be the women. So again, just that disrespect coming out on the women and how they feel about it. And then people with illnesses like gout, arthritis, high blood pressure, and how it affects their legs, and how then it affects them when they're entering the small matatus. We never quite think about that and the comfort of people when they're having such issues. And finally, when parents spend time with their children, maybe they've gone for an outing or they've gone to church, or maybe when their children are ill, it's some special moments that you honestly do not want to encounter the harassment of public transport. So for that, even if you do not have the money, then you'd want to get a taxi or a cab and pay the extra sum of money instead of going into the normal matatu harassment that we are used to. So that would be some of the surprises that came out for me doing the study in Nairobi.
Thank you, Milka. So before I open it up for the floor for one or two questions, I'm going to ask one more question to our two ladies. So how would you like to see these findings replicated in other cities? And if they were to be replicated, like you said, Olamide, would you warn against just using survey data and so forth? If you could respond, Olamide.
Sure. So I guess the big thing for this data, I think it's needed data. It's not something that we can easily get access to, or it hasn't been done previously, especially in Lagos. I'm sure even for the other cities that were also the research was conducted in. So again, I think what's really important here is that decision makers, policy makers, even organizations like ourselves, civil society, use this data to kind of start thinking about solutions and action plans of how we can change how mobility is experienced by women and men as well. But since this is about the fact that we kind of design cities so far from a male-dominated perspective, then also I think this data kind of is a starting point for more. It really should propel even organizations like myself, but also decision makers, to do more of this type of data collection. And so the question is then how can we do better, or how can we kind of grow this data collection methodology and so on. My recommendations is that firstly, we need to understand the context, which I think we did very well within the cities that were done, this data was done in, research was done in. But the understanding the context really pushes you to create a methodology that works. And I think that's what Where's My Passport was able to do within the different cities. They're learning from what has worked in one and able to kind of think about, okay, how will this work in another city? How do we kind of make the methodology work? And if do we need to remove some things or add some things? And then I would also say that, of course, the sample size was quite small. So, you know, we're targeting women, but of course, the population of Lagos is 20-something million. And you know, we can't access every woman, but if we can increase the sample size, I think that would be great. And of course, if this kind of data has been collected in other cities, it should be, it's really necessary. And then, as I said before, more in-person surveys, I think would work and really highlight the nuances of how women use public transport. That's it from me.
Thank you. Milka?
Just to build up on Olamide again, I think for me, what really stood out was the qualitative aspect, the ride-alongs and the focus group discussions. And I think that really gave quite a bit of voice to the consumers. I mean, we got to understand and feel their emotions. We got to really know how that impacts on them, because it doesn't just impact them during the journey, it also impacts their days, it impacts their self-worth, their self-esteem and stuff like that. So for future, I think just focusing on that, the journey mapping, the emotional mapping, because then that would also inform the policymakers, yeah, when they're choosing the kind of matatus that should be in place, then should they also focus on the kind of what is comfort, yeah, that is needed within those matatus, and how does that then impact on the safety that women feel when they're in those matatus? That is what I would add, yeah.
Thank you. So I'm cognizant that we only have 6 or so minutes left on the clock. I would like to open it up for maybe one question, if there is. Otherwise, I would like to say that certainly, as Olamide said, this data is a starting point for more. Women Mobilize Women is committed to work on this topic and develop our platform with more and more robust data. We have actually conducted another study in Lagos and some other cities whose data will be filtered in so that we can really start having a platform that people can access, and we can build towards more evidence-based policy that truly captures the intersectional realities of women on the ground. So with that, I would like to thank our panelists. Thank you, Olamide, Milka, and Louise. I would greatly encourage you to look at the report, go browse the website, and to reach out to me if you have any more insights and any more knowledge on the topic. And yes, thank you. And thank you to the Flown Initiative and the Women in Transport Africa Conference for allowing us to publish and our research and enjoy the next and upcoming sessions.
Very much, Ari, and you too, for a very beautiful presentation on your report and findings. We really, really much appreciate. And thank you to everybody else for sitting in and listening to what they have to share with us and taking keen notice on the same. We want to very, very quickly take a lunch break, and then we'll be here at exactly 2 o'clock. So for those of us joining us online, you can take a break, stretch, have something to drink. Yes, have something to drink. Thank you very much, Olive. Have something to drink, have something to eat, and then we convene here again at 2 and continue our schedule as planned. Remember, the hashtags we're using for our social media handle is WTA Conference, that is hashtag WTA Conference, or hashtag Shape the Future. You can find these conversations going on YouTube, on all our social media pages. This is at Flown Initiative, and the website is www.womenandtransportafrica.org. Bon appétit.
and safety in the county of Machakos' public transport sector. And Electing Odera now joins us live from the county of Machakos, where she is at the moment. Electing, good morning, and perhaps this brings together many stakeholders. Then what are the very agendas that are on the table if we are to address inclusivity and harassment in terms of the public transport sector? For this is largely used by Kenyans who have no private means of moving around.
Yes, as you mentioned it, Ayub, good morning. The main agendas here is discussing about sexual harassment, especially to female drivers or those engaged in the public transport sector, and also trying to teach them on how they can invest and also to tackle the issues or the challenges they go through. And so that is why we're engaging the CEC Transport Machakos County, Ms. Naomi Moite, to tell us why exactly they are here and what are they intending to do. Also, we will be engaging other stakeholders who have organized this event in partnership with the county government. Good morning, Waziri. Just move close to me. You're live on K24. Kindly tell us what exactly you're doing here, and at the end of the day, do you think the issues are facing women in terms of who are engaged in public transport sector are going to be tackled amicably? Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Naomi Mutia. I'm the CEC in charge of transport, roads and public works, Machakos County. Today is a very good day for us. It's a very good day, and we say we are humbled. Today we have our partner Flown Initiative, who we've been working together for the last 5 months. We started working together first. We said we are going to do a baseline study to find out who is involved in the public transportation in Machakos County, what are the challenges, and what is the way forward. So we did a study, and today we are unveiling the study. And according to the study, there are challenges in the public transportation, and not very many women are involved in the public transportation. And therefore, we are coming up with, today we are also doing a launch for the draft policy. We are doing a key stakeholder participation for the public policy, because public policy is formulation policy is a process. It's not one day off. So today we are launching that document to get views from key stakeholders, and then later on we'll go through the whole process until it will be assented by the governor. The key stakeholders are the transporters themselves.
Okay, out of the period you did a research for 4 months, what are the challenges you can single out that women in the transport sector are going through?
There are not enough opportunities. Women are not properly represented in service provision and also decision making. What do I mean? We have we have 0.001% of women owning matatus in Machakos. We have very few women drivers and also conductors. And therefore, it is actually women underrepresented in the sector. Therefore, we want to demystify the sector. We want to create awareness to the women that this is a sector that you can come in, be employed, you can also invest in the sector. And we want to demystify that it is a men-led sector. It is only that they are not aware about the opportunity, how they are supposed to go about it, and that's why we are even going ahead. Today we've done the baseline, we are launching the results. We are also launching the policy, because we don't want them to be harassed as they engage in their business.
There are those women who face stigmatization while doing the undertakings, especially the female drivers and the conductors and in the matatu sector. As a county, what are you going to do to ensure that this is also stamped out?
One, we will do a lot of public sensitization. We are also going to launch a chapter, Women in Transport Machakos chapter. And we will bring together women to create awareness for them to know it is a sector that they can invest. It is a sector that is regulated, because there is the regulator, that is the NTSA. The county does enforcement in close conjunction with the Kenya Police, the traffic department, and therefore when we come up with the policy and it is ascended and we start implementing the policy, we will streamline the sector so that women have equal opportunities as men to participate in the public transportation.
A very good one. That has been Naomi Mutie as the CEC Transport Machakos County. As we wrap up now, let us also engage just one word or 2 seconds to get one of the key participants or the sponsors and stakeholders in this event from Elon, representing Elon. Tell us your names and what are you going to do to ensure that women and other people, the vulnerable in the society, get full representation when it comes to public transport sector?
Thank you. My name is Naomi Mora from Flown Initiative, and we are very pleased to be here and to be hosted by the Machakos County government and officials. It's been quite a delightful partnership. And moving forward, what we plan to do, because we've launched the 2 baseline surveys, both the safety audit and the other study report, is that to work on the recommendations in partnership again with the county government. And we hope to be back again to probably launch another program or intervention. But for now, we can definitely say there will be a Women in Transport Machakos County chapter.
How many women have you identified as female drivers in Machakos County as drivers in the public sector out of this engagement that you've had today?
So we've identified a couple, actually not identified, almost found a couple of women in transport professionals, ranging from investors to drivers to stage managers to bus clerks. What else? Oh yes, even mapping out, for example, the transport CC in Machakos County is a female, which is also an achievement on its own.
Thank you so much. What a way to wrap up, identifying also Naomi Mutie, who is also the CEC Transport, a milestone that has been made. So we shall be engaging more to understand the challenges that women in the transport sector and those people living with disability are going through when it comes to a public transport sector and the policies they are going to.
Welcome back to Women and Transport Africa Conference 2022. Just a reminder that this is the 5th conference we are having, courtesy of Flown Initiative, and we're hoping to have conversations centered on safe modes of transport, and especially with women. Now, the next session is going to be showcasing World Bank support in Africa. And this particular session is going to be led by Carla Gonzalez, who works at the World Bank as a transport practice manager for Europe and Central Asia region. Now, before assuming her position in 2018, she worked as a transport practice manager for South Asia region for over 7 years. Now, Ms. Gonzalez served in the public sector as the Minister of Public Works and Transportation of Costa Rica, co-founder of the women NGO Vital Voices in Costa Rica, chapter foundation Unidas. She's dedicated to empowering women through coaching and mentoring. Now, since 2015, she has been leading the Gender Task Force for Global Practice with a focus on operationalization of the gender agenda in the transport sector at the World Bank. Ms. Gonzalez, if you can hear me, please. Do we have Carla Gonzalez joining us virtually? Carla, kindly unmute your laptop or gadget.
Now I can see that. Oh, can you see me and hear me?
We can hear you.
And can you see me?
Just give, not yet, just 1 second, please. As we're waiting to have you on board, let me just remind everybody that for more information regarding this particular conference, you can find us on www.womenintransportafrica.org. You can also follow this particular conversation and conference on YouTube, courtesy of Flown Initiative. The page is Flown Initiative. We are also on social media. This is on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Flown Initiative. The hashtags we're using for this particular conference this year is WTA Conference, and the second hashtag is hashtag Shape the Future. Told we can see you finally, Carla.
Hello. Hi, how are you? Very happy to be here.
Correct. Take it away.
Can you see me?
We can see your screen, your presentation. So please proceed.
Thank you. Carla, you are not showing the presentation yet.
Can you see it? I put a share.
No, it's not showing here. Let me see if I can do it myself. Let me see if I can do it myself here. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let me start. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Sorry about the initial glitch, but I think that we can proceed now. So this is just a very, very quick introduction to the topic, just following up on precisely the news that we were just hearing from the previous clip that Flone presented vis-a-vis what is the problems that women are facing in public transport. And so with the introduction that we just heard from this clip in the news, we can see that there is a big issue related to mobility. How is it that women are dealing with mobility in Africa, of course, but also I would like just to share with you that it's not only Africa, but also this picture from New York City shows that the problems are everywhere. So the lack of women in transportation and therefore the lack of interesting, let's say, transport systems for women are not a thing only in Africa, but it is a big problem around the world. With this precisely issues, we know already, based on World Bank specific data collection, that coming back to Africa, in Tanzania, the rural road users are more pedestrians than car drivers, particularly when it comes to women. So the rural roads are more used by women walking than women driving. The other point that is important, it's from Maputo, Mozambique, where women's mobility, defined by mobility of care, is the one that is really defining the way that women travel in this country. So it's what we call the trip chaining, when women are using public transportation for shopping activities or for taking care of their loved ones. And this is in much more bigger numbers than what the men do under the same circumstances. And then, of course, when it comes to work and business related, the situation is quite the opposite. There are much more trips doing by men than by women. And then when it comes to violence and harassment, 60.7% of girls between 12 and 17 when participating in a survey indicated that they have experienced some form of violence in public space. Around the world, more than 60% of women have already said that they have experienced harassment in public spaces. And of course, public spaces are totally related to public transportation. And the last data comes from Sierra Leone, where 28% of women users of minibuses reported to have been sexually harassed, compared to 4% of women users of formal transport. And of course, when we just see back this type of picture, we can have the right, we can understand very much why women are being harassed when particularly when they don't have the right type of public transportation around for them. And so with that, To just finalize my introductory remarks, I would like to pose two questions. One, do we really understand who the users of the system are? Knowing as women are a significant market share of public transportation, much more than men. Why is it we are still planning or hearing from the authorities that the planning of public transportation is not taking care of the needs of women, particularly mobility of care, safety and affordability, and of course, the travel time ratios. And then the question comes to a very clear one. Are women doing what they are doing using public transportation by choice? Are they walking by choice? Are they using these minibuses that have very little space by choice? Or is it that they have no other alternatives? And therefore, are they captive users of a system that doesn't really respond to their needs? And with that, there are three important pieces that we would like to start hearing more as we go into the second phase of this presentation with the speakers. One is the importance of data collection and analysis and the comparison between the different indexes that we can start building up on women needs. So we celebrate very much this idea of launching a chapter in Machacos City, as we were hearing at the beginning of this presentation. Because when you start launching these chapters and collecting data, you start really building up the need or the awareness to compare what's going on and how can we bring other type of better practices from other places. And then once you collect the data, you can then go and start really redesigning the systems with responding to the user's needs. And one of the most important things that we need to know is that when we design public transportation systems, we are often paying attention to the peak hours. But women, that they don't need only the peak hours. They really need this trip chaining for mobility of care that they do along the day. And the last point that is very important, of course, is the innovation towards cost-effective system logistics and users' demands. So use technology, bring innovation, and definitely bring more women working in the sector. So with that, we will aim for inclusive mobility, which is pretty much lagging and which is precisely what we don't see yet in the public transportation systems around the world. So with that, let me now go back to the second part of this important session to introduce the participants that will be with us today. First, Akiko Kyushu, Senior Urban Transport Specialist for the World Bank. She will be followed by Judith Kerik, the Deputy Project Coordinator of the Ministry of Roads and Transport in Kenya. Both of them are going to talk about Kenya's specific cases. We will then go to Rwanda, where Carla Dominguez Gonzalez, a Senior Gender Specialist for the World Bank, followed by Ayan Umurerwa, Social Safeguards Specialist from the Rwanda Transport Development Agency, are going to also take the stand to showcase the case of rural Rwanda. And then we will finalize with Gail Jennings, which is, Gail is an independent researcher, very well known on the gender agenda. She will share with us the case from South Africa, something that we did a year ago, precisely along with the Some for All initiative of the World Bank. So let me start, Akiko, with you. I would like to pose a question related to women's employment and women's mobility. They go hand in hand. What is it that you are seeing from the perspective of the transportation planning and the World Bank reports in this sector in Kenya.
Yeah, thank you, Carla. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen. I would like to share today the overview of our gender analysis. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. So that when we had the urban transport policy dialogue with, with the government of Kenya, we recognized that the gender disaggregated data and the analysis had hardly been considered and not hardly available in Kenya. And then as a result, most of the transport plan remain, continue to be the gender neutral. Though the country's national transport sector policy recognized the existing, gender inequality in the access and the mobility. So through the consultation with the Minister of current Minister of Road and Transport, we carried out a gender assessment. And then, sorry, I don't know. Okay. Then our analysis is in the two pillars, and the mobility and then employment, as Carla mentioned that. For the mobility part, we try to identify the variation in the mobility pattern and the public transport use in Nairobi by gender. We use the survey data from the existing study, which had the information on gender. Unfortunately, not all the survey data for the transport study, which a lot not in the, having the gender information. But we use the data from the Nairobi Integrated Urban Development Master Plan, and then travelers interview from the bus rapid transit feasibility study for Line 1, and then ourselves also collected additional public transport users interview together with a focus group discussions. In total, we examined around 40,000 trips for this study. And for the employment side, our assessment is to define and then serve as a baseline report on the existing employment situation for women in the urban transport sector in Nairobi. And then it was a combination of the literature review and then field research, including the semi-structured key informant interview for public sector and the private sector operator and the focus group discussions. We adopted the embedded mix method approach, meaning that the qualitative focus group and the open-ended survey response data plus qualitative examinations. For mobility, we found that in Nairobi, travel difference are basically influenced by the income, gender norm, and the violence. Women rely more on the walking and they have limited access to the other the cars and the other motorized transport compared to men. And the women's travel the shorter distance. And also women spend less time in travel. So that means the more restriction for women to access the opportunities. And then when we see the income level and the income level declines, particularly for women, the number of trips also declines. And then only the low income women, there are the certain number of the group said no travel at all. That is a finding. And then also the matatus, which is a very common paratransit, and that's the most viable motorized option for men and the women. But the women faces several challenges more than the men in terms of the convenience and then safety and then securities. Our analysis also confirmed that the women make more care-related trips than men. Then for the employment side, in Kenya, women enjoy a relatively strong set of the legal and the policy protection when it comes to employment. However, just over 31% of the employee we interviewed in the public sector, women the 31% is the only women, and then more concentrated on the non-managerial and then technical roles. And now that the more women are coming to the engineering, the training, however, our analysis also identified there are the recruitment bottleneck. That those women in the engineering, they are having the challenges in the finding the internship and the female role model in the transport sector, and then stereotype to continue entering the transport sector and then stay in the transport sector. And the working condition, particularly the operator side, longer hour pay gap are not strongly attractive. The many institutions has a good policy related to the equity, non-discrimination, and the sexual harassment, but the implementation need to be strengthened. And then we prepare the recommendation. For mobility, our recommendation is there for policy and then governance, and the transport related to barriers, and then gender norms. For the employment side, we prepare the recommendation for each stage of the career cycles. Due to the time that I will not go for the details today. And then, this, our assessment, as mentioned, that we did through the consultation with the ministry, so shared with the ministry and the key stakeholders and owned by the ministry, and organized a dissemination workshop together with the ministry with a strong participation. And through that workshop, we were able to connect the transport sector now with a State Department for Gender, and then agreed to develop the task force for the gender in the transport sector. And they also agreed to put the activity to develop the gender action plan under the Horn of Africa Gateway Development Plan, which is under implementation to fill the gender gap. And then we also continuously having the dialogue under the urban mobility project, which is currently under preparation to achieve the inclusive mobility. So this is basically the overview of the our assessment. Then the more information is available in the published document. So I stop here. Thank you, Carla.
Thank you, Akiko. Clearly, very important findings that we need to make sure that they can really become into policies. And as we will hear from the next presenters, it's also very important to bring the data that is being collected into the planning of the next systems. Judith, we would like now to go over to you precisely on understanding better the gender action plan that you're currently preparing. Could you please share with us briefly what are the main features of this plan? We cannot hear you, Judith. Still, we can't. I don't know whether it's me only or...
I don't hear either, though okay. Looks like I'm already unmuted.
So we can see you very well, Judith, but not hear you. Maybe you can reconnect. And meanwhile, yes, you are not mute. We know that. It's clearly you are not mute. So maybe it's the system. Sometimes it happened to me. So what we do is we disconnect and reconnect again. So meanwhile, if that makes sense to you, let me then go back to go to Rwanda. Meanwhile, and so we can start with Carla. As Carla is going to share with us the study in rural Rwanda about women's mobility. What do you think, Carla, of women and men benefiting from equally the rehabilitation of the feeder roads in Rwanda. And then we will go back to Judith.
Thank you so much, Carla. Give me 1 second that I'm having issues sharing my presentation. Let me see. Give me 1 second, please. It seems that there's still the previous one sharing. I get a message that says only one screen can be shared.
Akiko, can you disconnect yours?
Mine is disconnected. Maybe I will share Carla's from my side.
Please.
Yes.
Well, I'll start talking in the meanwhile. Well, thank you, everybody. So as Carla mentioned, we are gonna share the experience of Rwanda. This analytical work was conducted in rural Rwanda, mainly for the feeder road development program, where we conducted some analysis to understand the mobility barriers that women face to benefit from the improvement of these feeder roads that were going to be rehabilitated with a strong focus on intermediate modes of transportation. Next slide, please. Next, thank you. So as part of this project, besides the rehabilitation and maintenance of feeder roads, the project is ongoing several pilots with the provision of tricycles for local community associations, which are these sort of cooperatives that are in charge of the maintenance of the feeder roads. So we found this as an opportunity to understand how the provision of these tricycles could be an entry point for the promotions of bicycles and other modes of active mobility for women. Next. So in this sense, we had 3 research objectives. First, to investigate the gender difference in mobility patterns, understand also how the road construction projects are impacting different groups. We tend to think that only by the rehabilitation or maintenance of roads, everyone in the population is going to be benefited equally. But now we know that there are specific barriers that women face that might lead for them not to benefiting as same as men from these infrastructure projects. And then to identify the factors to facilitate the mobility of women through the use of non-motorized transport. Next. So for this, as Carla was saying, data collection is key. Our approach for this research was mainly qualitative. So we started with the stakeholder engagement to define the design of the study. We interviewed 15 governmental and non-governmental stakeholders. At the same time, we conducted some literature review. We analyzed the project areas to see which were the most suitable to conduct the research. We recruited local researchers in order to collect the data, and we did some analysis. In terms of the research sites, we had 3 with different geographical characteristics, because we know that this could also impact the use of women on motorized transport. So we picked Nyamasheke, which is a district where the project had already finalized the rehabilitation of roads, which is a hilly project affected area. Ramagama, that is flat, but it's also an area where the roads had already been completed. And Bugesera, which is a district that even if it was not intervened by the project, we took it as a deviant case because of the high incidence of women already biking. And next. So for the next slide, so we, sorry. So for this data collection, in this next slide, we can see that we did some sort of community mapping where the participants of the focus groups were given some sort of material to draw their day-to-day activities from origin to destination. This was very useful for us to map not only the difference in destinations between women and men, but also the challenges that they were facing. Can you put the next slide or there? So this is an example of the visual mobility mappings that we were doing with women and men. Next slide, please. And you can see here like how this participatory approach, we can have mapped all these destinations, the challenges that they face. This was a very interesting exercise. Next one, please. Then we did a ranking exercise when we post pictures of the different modes of transport so that people can describe about their usefulness, the pros and cons of each, so to understand which modes are more pertinent for the different activities for women and men. Next one. And finally, we did a participant observation with our research, came together with women to do their daily route together with them, but at the same time, georeferentiating the points where they were accessing and the main challenges that they face. If we have time, here we have a very nice video of how we experienced the paths that women were taking. Next one, please. Well, thank you. Thank you for posing it fast. No, so you can see here the roads. If you move this faster, you can even see how women are walking, accompanied by kids, some of the infrastructure challenges that you can face within these roads, some bikes mainly used by men. Here we are discussing about the conditions of the roads and specifically these access roads. So during our research, we found out that many women were not using the feeder roads, but this other category of roads called access roads, which are shortcuts for the short distances that women mainly travel. And these kind of access roads are many times forgotten from our projects, and these are the kind of roads that women are mainly using. So we can stop the video, but I thought this was an interesting way to illustrate how we conducted the research. Next slide, please. So our findings, and next. So here we try to analyze the mobility, but also the livelihood organization in the community. Men participate more on on-farm jobs, for example, construction, driving bicycles, and taking people to different destinations, selling at bigger markets with more bulk, while women are mainly dedicated to smaller agricultural activities. They access larger markets, which are more far away, but this has implications for them because of their time poverty and having to deal at the same time with household responsibilities. So they prefer to sell their goods in closer markets, which are smaller, but this implies that they are not getting the remuneration that they could get from their products. They are also taking long times, for example, to fetch water and not doing other time-consuming activities. Next, please. As I said, women mostly walk. Women use these typical access roads that I was mentioning. Women benefit more from the use of feeder roads and main corridors. Next one. We can even go to the next one because I know we have limited time. The markets, I already explained about the difference of the ones that they were accessing. Next. I think our colleague from RTDA will be explaining some of the benefits of the roads, but this research was also important to showcase how the rehabilitation of roads do actually also have an impact on the mobility of women and girls. They reported during the qualitative research that there were better access to services, the reduction in prices because the improved logistics that also allowed the reduction of these logistics costs had benefit for women and men. There were accompanying interventions for the improvement of local markets. Next. Next. So we have the, okay, so next. Okay, so from the research, we identified the remaining mobility constraints for women. First, feeder roads do not reach or connect well to all women's destinations. At the same time, feeder roads are not necessarily designed to address the mobility needs of women. As Carla mentioned, there are the main pedestrians. There's no pedestrian infrastructures. There are nasty, there are narrow, and their design also enables for risk factors for violence. For example, they are dark, they are unsafe. At the same time, they lack of smaller use to bicycles or other mode of non-motorized transport because of household dynamics. Says, as we know that in urban areas, if there's a car, this will gonna be used by men. In rural areas, if there's a bike, this is all at the same time gonna be used by men. Next one. At the same time, gender norms play an important role in the usage of income. So even if women could have the possibility of paying for some sort of tricycle, for example, to transport their goods, they have less control over their income, which showcases as a barrier. Next one. Some of the recommendations to take a leverage on these pilots where RTDA through the districts is already providing with the tricycles to the local community associations. We provided with some recommendations in terms of the modes that women prefer. For example, women prefer covered vehicles that can carry heavy loads, that can bring two people together to enhance the sense of safety. For example, tuk-tuk. This, we are thinking of having a pilot that goes beyond the local community associations, where these tricycles are mainly used for the transportation of material, etc. So these recommendations are pointing towards using this experience of women having access to these tricycles to provide some sort of non-motorized transport to improve their mobility in general. At the same time, we will need to work with the CEL and to local cooperative associations to build a greater sense of self-efficacy on women, as one of their main barriers was the fear of using bicycles in the roads. So we can work with local organizations and cooperatives. At the same time, if we manage through this pilot to provide some sort of loans for cooperatives to provide with these bicycles, it's important that we work with the CELs to manage and regulate the provision of these bicycles to impede that there's a male captor and men don't have access to this non-motorized transport. We were also discussing the possibility of having a set of collective insurance scheme so that some of the money could be used to pay to the drivers of these bicycles or for these tricycles, where we will be promoting the use of women. But at the same time, use part of this money of insurance for the maintenance of the tricycles, which we know is one of the main impediments from their usage. And as an entry point, another activity could be to train women for the maintenance and be employed in the maintenance of this non-motorized transport. Next one.
Carla, we need to...
Okay, we need to stop, yes. Well, I'll stop there because I know that our colleague from RTDA will have more to say in terms of the details. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Carla. Clearly very important and specific data towards a better design of rural projects for women's mobility. Judith, you have been very patient waiting, so we can go back to Kenya, and then I will go back to Rwanda to make sure that we finalize these cases with the very specific explanation on how is it that all the findings are now really coming into the project design. So Judith, over to you.
Good afternoon. Can I be heard now?
Yes, very well.
Thank you. So good afternoon and good morning to all participants. Thank you very much. From the Kenyan side, we have just started still at the inception stage, but we expect the gender action plan to address the recommendations from the study that Akiko mentioned on the mobility, and more specifically, as we saw in the study, there is a 31% representation of women, but that is not enough because this is representation at the lower level, the non-managerial level, and also the non-technical or decision-making level. So we expect the gender action plan to help us to address this so that we can push more women to the decision-making table. We also expect the gender action plan to address the issue of data so that we keep track of data of the women and also gender as overall so that we ensure that we have a harmonious work environment. We also expect the action plan to address the glass ceiling issues, the sticky floor issues, that is the cultural issues that tend to keep women out of some of the jobs within the transport sector. And also to address the issues of employment, and more specifically to ensure that the challenges, the recruitment challenges, the bottlenecks that we have seen that face women are addressed, to ensure that career development issues for women are addressed, to ensure that there's skill development, work-life balance, and health and well-being for women who are employed within the transport sector. We also expect that under the Horn of Africa, the project that is also supporting the Gender Action Plan, we have a gender responsive program so that we address all the issues around the gender, especially along the project corridor. Thank you.
Excellent.
Over to you.
Yes, excellent news, Judith. And clearly, there is a big advantage on having you in charge as a project coordinator. Not only because it seems you are very active and proactive, but also because you're a woman. So clearly that is an advantage, and it's part of what we heard at the beginning of this session on the video and the news, where more women are needed precisely under this transportation type of projects. So good luck. We hope that you will be achieving all that really big, huge effort to bring all the data and all the findings into the new planning of roads and transportation systems. So now let's go back again to Rwanda. Alian, you are also a key member of the project coordinator unit. So how is it that these findings that Carla Dominguez was sharing out of the feeder roads understanding and data collection are going to inform the gender action plan under the project and this project on feeder roads for Rwanda?
Good afternoon, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well, Alian.
Okay, my name is Alian, as you say. I'm a social safeguard specialist at RTDA. It's Rwanda Transport Development Agency and Ministry of Infrastructures. I'm very happy to be part of this event in behalf of our SPI coordinator who was not able to attend due to the other responsibility. So currently Rwanda is strongly committed to gender equality. For example, the Rwanda government is set up to have at least 61% of its parliament members to be women. Inside Rwanda, we have also the MIGEPROF. It's a gender and family promotion. We have also GMOU, Gender Monitoring Office. Even the budgeting to ensure the promotion of gender is there. So under our institution RTDA, for current this fiscal year, the 200 gender-based violence workshop took place. We have also the grievance redress committee, where led mostly by women. It's formed and they member they get training within 6 districts under federal development projects. Also the works of upgrading and the maintenance work provided female jobs, where we have 41% in feeder road, where we also were women. We also put in place the GBV action plan, as in Kenya it is. The action plan was prepared and implemented where we have the MOUs with the service providers who educate the women and encourage them to to be involved in the project activities. In RTDA, we also have the gender specialist who is in charge to ensure that the issue of gender are mainstreamed in the RTDA, and she monitors gender activities on a daily basis. So RTDA is also implemented the federal through rehabilitation, upgrading, and maintenance. We have the LCA, the Local Community Association. Those associations were given responsibility to call out maintenance on the district of Rwamagana and Gisagara, even if we have also other 2 districts in the parent project, Nyamasheke, where also the study was conducted, and Karongi, but it is a very mountain hilly, where the contractor is the one who performed the maintenance, because we expected some heavy landslide, and contractors, they have trucks to remove it. World Bank read the study, and that study is very helpful, is the bringing evidence of the extent to which road rehabilitation and maintenance is improving women mobility. People in general feel that it is easy to travel to destinations that were formerly basically unreachable. Particularly during the rainy season, the people was not able to reach where they want to go. Better mobility resulted from the improved quality and resilience of feeder roads. They are bringing preparation of transport service and reduction of price. Also led the construction to move to market, to the expansion of existing one. Interviews also revealed that the benefit of feeder roads rehabilitation and maintenance are boosted when complemented by other interventions such as electricity, construction, and the schools. Feeder road rehabilitation has brought a special benefit for women, as Kara says. Their reduction of fares or costs made easy for them to move big load to market, and has reduced head loading and general burden of transportation costs. Women also have benefited through increased access to hospital at lower cost. It's increased access to market, even they get the job opportunities through those community-based routine maintenance of road construction. Better road have also helped women diversify their economic activities and get involved in non-farm employment, such as at craft production through better connectivity to peri-urban areas. In some places, this expansion of opportunity has incentivized young girls to learn to ride bicycles. Increased presence of vehicle and people on the road has also improved women's sense of safety when walking around them. However, the study also identifies some key areas that we are working on to improve women mobility. Through local community association, RTD is providing tricycles to transport construction material and easy work. The tricycles also are included in the agreement between the district and the RTD. Currently, we have tricycles in the flat district, Rwamagana and Gisagara. Currently, all women of the LCA was trained, was know to how to use those tricycles, how to drive, but they still have challenge of the driving permit. The study revealed that many women don't use intermediate model for transport because they don't have access. Therefore, this intervention is used as the entry point to reach women to bike and gain confidence. As the next step, we have to emphasize results, and the project will support those women to get their driving license to be able also to operate those tricycles. In addition, we want to pilot in another parent district the possibility of providing electrical tricycles or bicycles and think of way to make women more confident to bike as recommended by the report through communication, campaign, and sensitization through the Women Council.
Alian,
yes, please.
We need to start just finalizing as we still have another presentation from South Africa. So please, you have 1 more minute.
Okay, thank you. Yes, in addition, we need also to see how we can use the provision sum to support the inclusion of the interventions such as storage facility, lightening, waiting areas, and bike path, also the way of bicycles during road construction. Thank you.
So thank you, Alian. Indeed, a lot of the findings that the study has already shared are going to be incorporated in the new way of designing these feeder roads. Just to underline that we are totally aware that the feeder roads are as important for men and women, but precisely because of the data that has been collected, now women are going to have a much better chance to use them equally, precisely. So congratulations on the effort, and looking forward to hear more about not only the findings, but the model that you may bring to others as you are moving into this new type of designs. So thank you, Alian. Gail.
Sure, noted.
Thank you. Gail, hi, how are you? Welcome. We are very happy to hear you here. And I'm totally conscious about the time, but we really want to hear about the last case today, which is related to the work that we have done in South Africa. Maybe I don't need to introduce it further. I will just pass the baton to you so you can share with us precisely this assessment and road action plan in South Africa.
Thank you. And I really enjoyed the last few presentations. So thank you very much for the invitation. And I would have been very happy just to carry on listening. It doesn't seem like I can share my screen. I think I've got the same issue. It says one participant can share at a time. Okay, let's just see if this works.
It's coming, yes.
Okay, so there's always, but thank you. I'm very well aware of the time, so I won't go through everything in great detail. But what we wanted to share is work that we did with the World Bank and the Sustainable Mobility for All working group, gender working group, which is essentially about how. Sorry, I'm just trying to work on with separate. Okay, there we go. I'm not using my computer, so I'm feeling slightly kind of inadequate about technology at the moment. So we know, as all of us who are attending the conference, and we've been speaking about this for the last few days, that there are significant gender and transport challenges, but there are no systematic or replicable approaches to trying to conduct some kind of a gap analysis. So we know that there are problems with policies. We know that we need to do something. We know that our strategies aren't working. But there has been identified a lack of just a very straightforward, systematic approach to understanding precisely where these gaps are, and a replicable way of trying to understand the gaps and close the gaps. So Sum for All approached the World Bank to develop a straightforward or simple toolkit just to try and systematize this approach to gap analysis and something that could be replicable. So I'm going to share that very, very briefly. It's the wonderful thing about this toolkit is that it is so simple. And I've presented about it before and I struggled because it's almost so simple that it seems there's not too much to say about it. And that is what I really encourage you to explore about this method, because it's something that just gives us an opportunity to look at how policies align with benchmarks and best practices, and gives you the confidence in knowing that what you are identifying as gaps are in fact gaps, and that the way you are approaching trying to close the gaps are recognized as good practice and appropriate practice, and it will give people who work with this tool just that confidence in that structure. So we applied the pilot method in South Africa. And I won't go into too much detail about our findings in South Africa because they're interesting, but I would really encourage you to look at the method. It's because that's what you can use. So Sun for All has what we call the Global Roadmap of Action, and I will call it the GRA in this presentation. And it's the product of extensive stakeholder engagement to come up with 197, I know it's a very specific number, but 197 policy measures that countries or provinces or cities can implement to achieve sustainable mobility in a country. So these are not specifically gender. This is to achieve sustainable mobility in a country in whatever form. And of those GRA policy measures, about 60, 70 are quite generically or specifically related to gender. And in South Africa, we identified 31 exactly. So what the GRA does is it provides a detailed description of each of these 197 policy measures in terms of a general best practice and then a gender-specific best practice. So this is one example. It's actually not the best example because it doesn't have a particularly good gender best practice. But so of these measures, there will be the best practice policy. In this example, expand public transport infrastructure, the general best practice, which would be to specifically prioritize it in a particular way, and in a gender best practice to ensure that you focus on equitable and gender responsive access. So each of these best practices in the document have got this kind of structure. So the systematic approach that we identified with the World Bank is to have a look at these particular best practice policies and look at the benchmarks that I've described, and then collate and collect the country measures. Or we could also use city measures, whichever your particular sort of variable is, that respond to these gender and general benchmarks. It's unlikely to ever be one policy. So if, for example, you have a policy which is or a best practice which is to address gender-based violence in public transport, you would collate all of the policies or strategies or projects or programs that relate to that particular best practice. Have a summary of your country's policy response and look at how it aligns against the best practices that Sun for All has proposed. So you would see multiple gaps, and in many instances, these gaps could be responded to by multiple different policies or strategies. And then finally, you would reach some possible high-level interventions to close the gap. And again, this could be multiple policies. It's quite a difficult, it sounds a lot more complicated because I'm not going through it and, I could be clicking through it and showing you exactly what to do, but it really works very, very well because it gives you a way of just sort of systematizing what you're doing. And that was an approach that we could not find anywhere, which is why Sun for All approached the World Bank to develop this. And in hindsight, it seems so simple, but it really, really works. So I encourage everyone who's working in looking at gap analysis to get hold of or contact me or Carla for the full document and for to access the toolkit that we've developed. So essentially, I'm going to go through this quickly. I won't go through all this, but these are some examples of gender relevant best practices from the GRA. So to develop mobility plans at subnational level. So that'd be a high level best practice. In the document, there would be a detailed description of what best practice is for developing a mobility plan at a subnational level. And then there would be a gender best practice, which would be how exactly would you pay attention to gender within that best practice. And you work through your set of best practices that relate to gender and have a look at how they align or where they don't align. In South Africa, for the pilot, we assessed more than 200 relevant policy measures against these 31 best practice measures, and then we grouped them into 10 topics, which would be integrated transport planning, gender mainstreaming, personal security, road safety, knowledge sharing, data collection, and women as transport workers, infrastructure and access, and social and environmental impact, and social stakeholder engagement. So we collected our gaps and grouped them into 10 topics. And then obviously the whole point of a gap analysis is to see how you can close the gap. So we, taking the top 5 themes that I described, we then looked at what policies need to be developed or strategies need to be developed to close the gap. And again, this is relatively standard gap analysis processes, but until now we haven't seen what to measure the gap against. And I found this to be inordinately useful in looking at policy in South Africa, but also looking at gap analysis in any other kind of transport gap. It doesn't have to be gender. It's because the GRA isn't gender focused only, it's about sustainable mobility. So it works as a framework for any kind of gap analysis and a way of closing the gaps. So you can develop a roadmap this way. And I realize this is very quick. I'm just whizzed through it because I know we're running out of time. But please do contact me or Carla. I think you will have our details and we can share with you the full report and a shorter version of the report. We have an interactive spreadsheet that you can use to do your rankings and your ratings of how to assess which are the gaps that you need to focus on the most, because obviously you will be talked through the process in doing the gap analysis to focus on interventions that not necessarily have the biggest gap, but have the greatest potential to achieve whatever the goal might be. So I hope that that's not too cryptic a summary, and I'm very happy if there's time for questions or to be contacted later for more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. In fact, I think that what you just showed in the last slide shows a very virtuous cycle when we collect data and really use that data to inform policies, and then obviously try to also check how is it that those policies, those that are already being for a long time in the system, are really based on gender analytical work or not, or are really framing under the gender needs. So I think that to conclude, maybe I am really conscious about the time, so I don't know whether the organizers want us to open up for questions, but before getting or passing the baton to the organizers, just let me say that if there is one thing that we have been learning on working on gender and what we are hearing today, just confirming that, it's the importance of collect data. It's critical. We need to really be systematic on data collection, and B, trying to make sure that once that data is collected and informed the new projects, we then go back and collect data again to show the differences and to show really impact out of the effort. Because otherwise we might be really pushing very hard on raising awareness of the importance of data collection, but sometimes we are not yet pushing as hard on showing what is it that bringing data into or bringing changes and adjustments from gender lenses into projects, how much impact does it has for the overall country or for the overall county. So thank you, everyone. With this, I will pass the baton to back to the organizers. And if you want us to open up for questions, that would be your decision because of I'm conscious of the time.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, because you're literally behind time, we'd like to move on very quickly to the next session. However, we encourage the viewers both here at the Stanley and joining us virtually to ask the questions on our chat box, and maybe the rest of the panel may be able to answer there. Or if we have enough time by the end of today's session, we should be able to try and get in touch with the panelists and feed them these particular questions, and hopefully they are able to answer. So we encourage you to continue having these questions. We'll try and see how we can fix them into this particular schedule. Very, very quickly, allow me to introduce the next session, which is Inclusivity Powered by Research. And here we are joined by Dr. Chinebuli Uzondu from the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. We have Lesedi Mukoma from the University of Pretoria in South Africa. We have Kwame Odame from World Bicycle Relief. And last but not least, we have Winnie Sambu. Let me take that again. We have Kwame Odame from the University of Education in Winneba. And last but not least, we have Winnie Sambu from World Bicycle Relief. Do we have the four joining us virtually?
Yes. Chinebuli is here. Chinebuli Uzondu.
Yes, Dr. Chinebuli. You can begin us with the session and walk us through this.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. So my name is Chinebuli Uzondu. I'll be presenting on a research we've been carrying out in the last 11 months on transport and mobility needs of elder persons in Nigeria and Uganda. It's being funded by the Volvo Research and Educational Foundation. So I'm going to talk about some of the results, a little aspect of our findings from some of the research we have conducted in this study, and I hope you enjoy it. So, yeah. So when we talk about safe and inclusive mobility, we are talking about this being very, very crucial in improving human living conditions. And this project has positive impacts towards different SDG goals, good health and well-being, SDG goals 8, decent work and economic growth, reduced inequalities, and 11 sustainable dynasties and communities. So this is what we tend to achieve in addition to all the results we've been getting in this project. And we hope that by the end of this project, we would stand up to say that, yes, whatever we have set out to achieve in this project was actually achieved. So we also hope that this will enhance access to, achieving this will enhance access to healthcare, food, to help to connect people with activities, recreation, and opportunities for different social contacts. So we looked at characteristics of sustainable transport system, and we believe they should have capabilities, should consider capabilities of those who use them. It should be safe and very convenient, so that it will readily provide options which people of different age groups, people of different backgrounds, people of different gender should easily access and to be very comfortable for them. But unfortunately, available evidence on ground, especially in Africa, suggests that not much has been done regarding the transport needs of elderly persons in Africa. This project is actually looking at the capital city of Nigeria, which is Abuja, and Kampala in Uganda. Active mobility is very important in our lives. If we sit down to consider and just, for example, we assume that, okay, let me say, maybe during the lockdown, we most of us experienced inability to move around as we would love to. So if we put ourselves in that situation for like 1 month, and then we find out, we try to compare it with the lives of these people who whose mobility needs are not considered, especially in transport planning, we'll find out, we'll maybe have a little bit hands-on experience of what they experience every day. They continue to be largely neglected. Nobody talks about their needs. Nobody talks about the policies. There are policies actually, but they are not being implemented. And so these people have so many needs which are not met, largely because they are not able to go out. They cannot find transport. They cannot use the kind of transport, access the kind of transport they would want to. And so this impacts largely on their ability to go out, ability to provide for themselves, to take care of themselves, to do whatever they want. And this also impacts on health and, you know, their lives. And it is not the definition of active mobility. It's not the definition of sustainable mobility we would want to have for these ones. So most of these problems could be attributed to unavailability of information. There are very few studies, especially in Africa, looking at the mobility needs, behavior and patterns of travel of older persons. Very, very few of them. So in this study, we are using a lot of, we are applying a mixed method approach. We first of all organized workshop discussions in both countries, where we invited different stakeholders, including those who are in charge of making policies. We invited older persons, members of the international organization, NGOs, and those in the academia, where we discussed the present conditions and what is happening. The aim of the workshop actually was to have insights into what is happening in these two countries and then design further studies from there. So after the workshop, we organized interviews first of all, for older persons, which we combined with travel diaries. We had them complete travel diaries for a full week. And then we also conducted interviews with stakeholders because we wanted to find out if actually there are policies and what is the state of these policies. Are they being implemented? Are people talking about them? Are they being enforced? And are there like monitoring and evaluation units where these things are being monitored to make sure that elderly persons, older persons, get the help they deserve, get whatever help they get from public transport. So this study explores difficulties in accessing different public transport modes. We also had conducted a very large-scale survey where we looked at everything mobility for them, including how they assess their assessments of different types of public transport and the private transport available to them, and a lot of other things. But for this presentation, we're going to be looking at briefly at the results from the workshop discussions and semi-structured interviews. So we found out that there are various factors hindering their mobility. So these factors affect their ability to go out and to, you know, do the things they would want to do, when they want to do it, how they would want to do it, without any restrictions. So we find out that most of them talked about financial constraints. We're looking at 60 years plus, and at this age, most of them have retired. Those that are still strong enough are still working. Those who were civil servants, especially the teachers, said they had to go back to teach in private schools where they are not being paid very well. Some of them complained about their salaries and wages not being enough for transport, but because they wouldn't want to sit back at home, they try to take up these jobs and go out every day to improve their health. Some of them went into small-scale businesses. Some of them had shops, open shops closer to home so that they wouldn't have to spend money on transport. Some of them said they would like to, very few of them, many of them mentioned that they tried to, after when they found out that their finance was not enough for whatever they needed for, they had to limit themselves to going out around the neighborhood. So they go to churches and mosques near the neighborhood. They set up shops around their homes so that they could actually walk out conveniently and walk back to their homes. Some of them talked about discrimination from transport operators. Because of the way public transport is in this part of the world, most transport operators prefer younger persons who are strong enough, because sometimes people struggle to get into these buses. And so that is not what an elderly person would do. Sometimes some of them said sometimes they have been pushed, and then when they get to bus stops, what they do is to stand aside and wait for people to get in. And so that makes them spend like hours waiting for buses to get to where they are going. So they are not being helped in this regard. Some of them mentioned poor health conditions, as they are no longer as strong as they used to be. They have to access medical access medical facilities, and they cannot even walk and do the things they used to do before. So they are also limited. Talked about gender issues. We, from the travel diaries and all, we found out that most of the people who actually set up who actually are into small-scale businesses are females, and most of them are still breadwinners. Some of them are widows, so it is not. They said it has not been easy for them, so they just do what they can to, keep living. And then poor implementation of policies. Even though this was mentioned in the interview with older persons, we also spoke largely about it in the interview with stakeholders. There are policies actually, but they are not being implemented. So we try to find out why, because all of us, we would want to grow old. So why is it that, since you are part of the policymakers, why is it that we are not doing anything to make sure these things are in place? Because at the end of the day, in 10 years, 20, 30 years time, we will retire, and we will get in, we all want to grow old. So at some point we would need the public, this transport system. So why is it that we wouldn't try to make sure that these things are in place, these things are taken care of clearly before we retire? At least try what we can to put this in place. A lot of them mentioned, said some things. For example, in Nigeria, when we talk about the public transport, for example, it is public transport, but they are privately owned. They are not owned by the government. So it is very difficult for government to say, yes, you're going to keep this number of seats in this vehicle for elderly persons, and then we are going to, without actually providing kind of incentives to the operators for this. If the government provides money, if they invest in transport, if they are very serious about helping the elderly persons, then there'll have to be some investment and then some kind of understanding with these private public transport operators to say, yes, we are keeping this, so that even if people are struggling from buses, we know that 2-3 seats in this bus would be for elderly persons, and then governments provides for them, or if there are vouchers or so, anything, to make sure that, yes, even though if they are going to give concession, let it be that governments would invest in these and come to an understanding with the operators and make sure these are in place. So amongst out-of-home activities mostly affected, they mentioned medical appointments and social outings, which we all know that these are very, very important, very, very important. You can imagine when people are not able to access their cannot access medical needs. They cannot go to the hospital. They cannot go out to interact with friends and relatives when they would want to. So it is not really good. But there were some variations, like I said, in perception regarding government policies and mobility. In some instances, people said, especially with some big private public transport operators, they said they kind of have some policies and some programs for elderly persons on their own, not from the government. So we found out that yes, some, but they are not enough. There are very few of them. They are not enough, even though we cannot cater for everybody at the beginning, but you know, making substantial arrangements and trying to make sure people can access these services when and to wherever they want to go. It's very important in improving their health. So we kind of, from our studies, we tried to make some recommendations, and throughout in the last 11 months, we've been, you know, involved in various stakeholder roundtable discussions. We've been working with NGOs, and we actually involved some of these stakeholders from project inception. And so we've been discussing with them. We have engaged NGOs and trying to, you know, advocate for better transport needs for older persons. We want to bring their challenges to the limelight. We want to bring it to the attention of stakeholders and the government, that these people need to be, you know, taken care of. We need to address their issues and try to find out what is happening and how we can help improve their transport and mobility needs. So we've talked about transport system and policy reforms. Even while some countries like Nigeria too is trying to, you know, develop the transport policy. So we are also trying everything we can through advocacy and involving stakeholders. We've been working with those who are in charge of policy in the country to also put this out there, to stressing how important this is in the transport system. We talked about inclusive mobility planning and designs. This would be very, very important to, you know, bring them, to make them, you know, comfortable and include their needs in these things. We know that even if everybody may have their challenges with the transport system, these people are constrained because most of them are not as strong as they used to be. They do not have the kind of finance they used to have. They cannot do a lot of things they used to do before, so they need special attention, which we feel, which we also have confidence that at the end of this project, our voices will be heard, and we would try everything we can through stakeholder collaboration and discussion with those in charge to make sure that this starts receiving the attention it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinebuli. Is Lesedi in the call? Maybe Lesedi, you could join and make your presentation. Lesedi, we are ready when you are. Maybe we could go to Kwame. Kwame Odame.
Hi, hello.
Hi, Kwame.
Yes. Right. So I want to share my screen and send my work.
Hello.
All right. So hello, everyone.
Hi, Kwame. Yes, now we can see your screen. Maybe put on slideshow.
Sure, I will do that. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Kwame Odame, and I'm presenting this project on behalf of my team. This project is on the topic towards a disability inclusive urban transport systems in Accra. The bigger project was between Nairobi and Accra, but for the sake of this conference, I'm presenting one perspective of the story using the policy practice agenda. I must say that the project was funded by the VREF. However, we also had a great input from various partners, of whom I have invited some to be here, and I want to really acknowledge their contribution to the project. Because it was a transport and disability study, I had various partners across the spectrum from the transport and disability side, as well as scholars and resource personnel from my university. So generally, access to transport is crucial, not only for low-income people, but for everybody. One of the key reasons is that the various opportunities we want to visit, schools, nightclubs, churches, mosques, and etc., can easily be reached through transport services. But if you read the literature, both locally and internationally, you realize that not everyone in the traveling population enjoys the same level of ease. And among these population group, persons with disability have heavily been represented among those who encounter challenges in moving from one point to the other. Among the reasons for the dominance of disability include the fact that their issues seem to be more permanent and lasting when compared to the aged or pregnant women or even children whose issues are quite transitionary. The other reason is that if you also look at the numbers, the disability community constitutes about 15% of the global population, making them the world's largest minority group. For us as transport geographers, the relationship between transport and disability is quite important because persons with disability are quite represented when you look at the poverty population, particularly within the context of Ghana. And because PWDs are well represented within the poverty bracket, ownership of private cars is actually near impossible for them. And for that matter, they largely become captive users of public transport services in this regard. But if you look at Ghana as a sovereign nation, we realize that far from 2006, Ghana was among some of the few countries to be a signatory on the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, giving us a beacon of hope on Ghana's readiness to actually mainstream disability issues across the various spectrum. But for the sake of academic research and attention on disability issues, available literature, particularly within the local context, seem to focus on transport issues for the general population who do not necessarily have a disability. And so we tend to focus on issues between PWDs and non-PWDs, rather than looking at issues between the various disability groups. What this does is that usually, because the disability group are marginalized along this discussion, all the argument focuses on persons who do not have a disability, and so they become the focus point for recommending solutions and recommendation on how to improve upon the mobility options among the general population. And for us, this seems to be one of the biggest challenges we realize, because the general traveling population is not homogeneous. It's not everyone who has two functional eyes and limbs, and there are people amongst us whose physical condition may require that we alter our environment in a way that could actually accommodate them. One of the few things the study sought to do categorically was to shine light on the disability group by looking at their mobility patterns, examining their needs, experiences, exploring their challenges, and also giving us an opportunity to use this empirical evidence to look at the impact of transport choice on their activity participation and their quality of life. Sure. And so within the whole of Ghana, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly was selected as the study site, and the map of the study area is right to your left. One of the key reasons that informed the selection of this study area includes the fact that this geographical area situates Ghana's national capital city of Accra. And so being the area with the highest urban population, it also draws upon it people from all walks of life, people from all tribes, people from all demographics. That also reflects in the increasing proportion of the disability community within them. So with the high population comes high disability population, high vehicular population, and also the residential area for most stakeholders who are into the transport and disability space. Another reason why we sought to select the Accra metropolitan area includes the fact that this area has the widest and most diverse public transport options for all population groups. So we have all sorts of transport options, all sorts of transport levels within their scales, and a good opportunity to use Accra as a beacon to look at what will happen in other locations, because Accra would mimic other urban areas which looks or situate itself around Accra. For this study, we have 3 different target populations. So we have the target population from the demand side and that of the supply side of transport services. From the demand side, we have persons with disability. And because Ghana's disability community has a tall list of many smaller groups within them, the study only chose 3 different disability groups who the literature even indicates that these disability groups were the most disadvantaged when it comes to the provision of transport services. And by that, we had the physically challenged, the hearing, the hard in hearing, the visually impaired, of whom we had close to 180. But beyond the physically challenged, the deaf, and the visually impaired, we also had a different set of group among these people of whom we administered a journey access to, which constituted about 24. So this will include the users of the transport services. And from the supply side, we had operators of public transport services, which we had 24. And then we also had stakeholders who were into disability and transport services within the metropolitan area of Accra, where the study was undertaken. So if you look at the pictures I attached, I have snapshots of some PWDs who were engaged for the study to my left, and some transport operators who were also engaged for the study to my right. Use both qualitative and quantitative research designs. Initially, we started off with a questionnaire for PWDs, and as you can see to my right, the questionnaire allowed us to do a survey of PWD, their travel needs, experiences, and in the picture there is a research assistant who was actually engaging a visually impaired. We also had a journey access tool, which allowed us to have an accompanied walk or trip with PWDs, allowing us to also observe for ourselves the real lived experiences of these participants as they enjoy transport services from one point to the other. And for the stakeholders we engage them through the interview guide, where we have various forms of interaction for them to also explore and also expose to us the various interventions and the extent to which our environment actually accommodates the needs of PWDs. The final instrument we actually thought was quite important was to have a sort of auditing scheme, which categorically helped us to ascertain for ourselves whether or not our public transport operators in Ghana actually comply to the dictate of Ghana's Disability Act. If you look at the Ghana Disability Act, it has a specific transport provision that enjoins transport providers to offer specific tools and services. So beyond the narratives of the transport providers, we also identify 4 of the biggest transport terminals in Accra and also examine the kind of facilities they had, just to make sure the stories and the issues we had from the fields will corroborate with the findings we also had from the ground. So these will begin the findings from the study. As I said, because empirical studies usually show the mobility issues of the disability community, we started off by exploring the mobility patterns by looking at some of the key issues and places PWDs within the study areas would love to visit and go within their everyday living experiences. And so if you look at the mobility pattern, you could identify that trips for shopping, leisure activities, trips for schools, walking and religious activity appear to be some of the top key places PWDs within the study area would love to go. However, the frequency of visiting all these key life-enhancing opportunities was different for each of the participants, simply because each of them had their different life goals and various activities they engage in. So if you look at work activities, you could tell that less than 12% of the participants actually go to work on a daily basis, as compared to those who go to work on a weekly basis for those who had part-time jobs. If you also look at shopping activities, the third column, you could tell that PWDs within the study area usually undertake shopping activities mostly on a weekly and monthly basis, whilst leisure was also seen probably on a yearly basis and weekly as compared to monthly. However, as participants identify their various mobility patterns, it was also imperative we also examine the means by which PWDs or the participants actually reach all of these opportunities. And if you look at the yellow markings on the various bars, you could tell that the common minibus transport services, which we call the trotro, the Kenyans call it matatus, and the South Africans call it the minibus taxis, seem to have been quite prominent among the various mobility options for which PWDs within the study area would love to engage in visiting the various opportunities. But I must say that the choice of these trotro services was also dependent on the purpose for which participants actually hope to enjoy. And so in the case of healthcare services, you realize that trotro services was not actually the most dominant preferred mode, simply because the urgent services and demand for healthcare services and the need to avoid time wasting push them to opt for more perceived efficient transport services, which are more inclined to be e-hailing services or shared taxi services, as compared to all others that actually resort to the use of these trotro matatus or the minibus taxi services as the best option for them to enjoy or to reach the various places they want to go. But in exploring respondents or participants' preference for these minibus transport services or the trotro or the matatus, one thing remained prominent. For PWDs, the economic cost implications of hopping onto these trotro services remained paramount for them. And for them, it was all about money and the issue of being able to reduce the cost of travel, the monetary cost of traveling. But beyond the common issues of money, the economic cost of traveling, two other issues were also evident in the findings and the data we collected from the field. And one of these include the fact that PWDs identified these minibus taxi services or trotro services to offer them a sense of community that would actually not be realized if they hop on the taxi services or Uber services around. And for them, this sense of community allow them to experience the real world situations of the everyday Ghanaian that will not actually be realized if they hop onto other transport options that would give them some sort of exclusive services like Uber, for instance. And so within this sense of community, engagement in argument on sports, politics, engagement in other social issues allowed PWDs to expand their social network and also live a more fulfilled life. And secondly, the other reason that informed the choice for trotro services, in this case, the public transport service, was a sense of personal safety PWDs enjoyed when they actually hop onto these transport services. And this was quite important at a time where PWDs were identified or were rumored to be the subject for ritual murders and killings, simply because some people thought having a disability made you eligible to have some powers that could make you a good candidate for ritual murder. And so the presence of many eyes on board actually prevented them from being targets for kidnapping and these ritual murder. And for them, these trotro services were the best option for them beyond the economic cost and the sense of community that actually comes with usage. But even though the participants identified trotro services as the most preferred for their usage, key challenges that were experienced in the use of these trotro services were largely witnessed within the context of the quality of the terminals where these shuttles stop and actually alight, stop for PWDs to join or alight, the quality of the buses itself they hop on, as well as the attitude of transport operators who actually interact with PWDs as they sought to move from one point to the other within the city of Accra. Now, with regards to all of these, prominent issues that came up among the quality of these transport services stemmed from or came up or were manifested with reference to the presence of wayfinding aids on board as a way for the visually impaired participants to mostly identify where they have gotten to in order for them to even project their trip as they journey along the route. And traditionally or typically within the typical Ghanaian situation, one of the simplest ways that PWDs, in this case, the visually impaired, sought to have a realization of their environment was to heavily focus on the call-outs from the conductors who were kind of assistants to the various drivers. And so these call-outs from the conductors gave an indication to which vehicle was closer to you or the next bus stop or junction the particular vehicle was actually heading towards. But the study realized that these call-outs from the conductors were not purposefully done as a way to target the visually impaired or reduce the burden to which they enjoy the transport services, but was rather done as a way to draw the attention of prospective passengers, especially when there were vacant seats on board. However, within this, these call-outs significantly reduced when there were virtually no seats on board, and PWDs were always found wanting when they had to make these travel trips, unless they had to actually fall on other travel groups in order for them to ascertain. Additionally, because these call-outs were done manually, forgetfulness on the part of these conductors or even disruption to their daily activities in these call-outs ended some of these participants in wrong locations, leaving them with no other option to find their way back, since most of these transport trips were non-refundable so long as the trip was embarked on. But beyond the dominance and reliance on these call-outs, PWDs within the study, however, identified some ways within which they adapted to also have a sense of where they have gotten to along the trip as a way of reducing their reliance on transport operators who were constantly disappointing them. And two of the key issues had to do with the use of known landmarks and personal intuitions. And so the visually impaired participants were sort of familiar with the route that they actually count the number of twists and turns the vehicle will take as a way of ascertaining where they have gotten to, or probably use other landmarks like the negotiation of runabout, the smoothness of the route, the slope of the route itself, or sometimes special sounds and sights in specific places like markets areas as a way of also identifying them. Surprisingly, digital technology appeared in the data as an alternative for visually impaired to find their ways around, when traveling from one area to the other. Unfortunately, these digital technology appeared in the form of mobile phone applications, largely Lazzarello for the blind and Be My Eyes. But for participants, these mobile-friendly applications were less reliable as they rely on internet connectivity in order for them to use that. And again, because these internet connectivities are paid for and do not actually come for free, this limitation in acquiring the data also made it difficult for them. And so whatever happens, they had no other way than to be at the mercy of these transport operators who might sometimes disappoint them, or in pursuit to escape that, they may tend to fall on other travelers, which actually reduces people's understanding or comprehension of what disability stands for. However, for the physically challenged who came up in the study, the most dominant issue for them was issues relating to entry and exit. And this was very important since the floor height of most of the vehicles examined in the study were beyond the recommended height of 230 milliliters. And so in all the study sites that were visited, none of the vehicles examined were found to even be to this standard, as most of them were above them. Even though these public transport buses were above them, no trams or any form of assistive aid were identified on board to even facilitate the easy movement of wheelchair users in particular from the ground onto the vehicles. And as you can see in the picture, some of the common ways for which wheelchair users in particular had to hop on board onto these public transport services was to receive these mechanical assistance where transport operators or good willing passengers had to facilitate their entry. And all of this came with some psychological trauma. As to them, it did not project disability in a good way to people. Even beyond the issue of entry and exit, priority seats, on the other hand, were also a bigger issue. simply because none of the buses even examined had any form of priority seat. And so whatever these PWDs would do, they always had to contend with the general population in order to find a place to sit, and they were simply not assured of any seat. What it means is that the only way PWDs could get any seat of their choice was based on their long-lasting friendship with transport operators, or sometimes transport operators' own goodwill in order for them to reduce the assistance they offer to PWDs. But I must say that the issue of priority seat is categorically stated in Ghana's Disability Act that enjoins transport operators to actually reserve these seats for all PWDs. Unfortunately, evidence from the field, pictures and annotations from transport operators indicated the near absence of all of these things. Even when there were clear evidence that our public transport services did not meet the needs of persons with disability, all the public transport operators who were engaged in the study, as you can see in the image to my right, seem to have no knowledge on the Ghana's Disability Act, even though some of them had bragged to have been in business for over 30 to 40 years. And even though there seemed to be no knowledge on the existence of Ghana's Disability Act, again, local bylaws within the various transport terminals as a way of acknowledging the presence of persons with disability and coming to terms with putting up practical measures to meet their needs were non-existent. What it means is that common sense was always the basic principle for which transport operators always responded to the needs of PWDs. And by here, transport operators' discretion was always the ultimate. So long as the transport operator does not see it fit to offer the kind of service he or she identifies to merit a PWD, that service is never offered unless the PWD either seek the services of other transport services that may come at a higher cost for PWDs. However, when all of these discussions were brought before transport operators and the research offered them the opportunity to look at the policy instrument that actually enjoins them to offer all of these services, transport operators made one categorical statement that so long as these policies are there, and if the government should make any efforts to make them mandatory for transport operators to offer all of these services, they would actually put in every effort to resist all of these attempts in order for them to provide these stated responsive services to the needs of persons with disability. And please don't be quick to judge them. The issue about their resistance was not because they were not sympathetic. To most of these transport operators, these were more economic inclined decisions because to them, providing ramps and offering new buses that could be friendly to PWDs will come at a much higher cost that they were not actually ready to accommodate and bear. The other issue had to do with transport, other stakeholders who were also engaged. And so here we looked at the transport inclined stakeholders and the disability inclined stakeholders. And one thing remained clear, there seemed to be no synergy between the transport inclined stakeholders who were within the city authorities, the Transport Operators Association, the national agencies in charge of transport operators. All of these transport inclined stakeholders seem to focus very little or nothing at all when it comes to disability issues when providing transport services. On the other hand, the disability inclined stakeholders who were also engaged seem to have no transport issues inclined when actually offering disability mainstreaming services for persons with disability within the city of Accra. And so this mismatch, this misalignment of focus and attention sought to have remained clear, even though the study felt that a review of these issues and an integration of one side of the story into the other's work would offer a greater way in order for us to also look at the way of making our transport services more inclusive for persons with disability. So having brought all of these issues as...
Hello, Kwame, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, fantastic. I'm told we really are running short of time.
That's my last slide.
Yes, I was just asking you to kindly fasten it a little bit.
Okay, so having brought all of these issues forward, the empirical evidence would offer us the opportunity to look at what is actually present. And the next thing we hope to do is to also go beyond the empirical evidence to look at implementation issues with reference to policy and regulations and how we can bridge these issues to bring into being disability and transport issues when looking at the inclusiveness or the rate of integrating PWDs within the disability community. And so this is basically the issues that we have actually been doing for the past 12 months. And I'll be happy to engage each of you on various issues that you may think will be necessary or otherwise. Other than that, this brings the end to my presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Kwame. That was a wonderful presentation. Yes, please. You can clap for him. The live audience here at Stanley really appreciate your presentation. Allow me to very, very quickly introduce our next speaker, who is Lesedi Mokoma from the University of Pretoria. Lesedi, can you hear me? Hello, Lesedi. Is Winnie with us? Winnie Sambo, as we try to get in touch with.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. It's
Carry on.
Lesedi.
Yes, Lesedi, please carry on.
Okay, so I can start presenting.
Yes, you can. And I would kindly request you to speed it up a little bit just because we are running behind on time.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can see my slides. All right. I'm Lesedi Mokoma from the University of Pretoria, and I'm going to be presenting on a project that I've been doing at the University of Pretoria with Makerere University as well, and Where is My Transport in London. And the project is called Exploring Information Behavior of Informal Transport Users in Uganda and South Africa. All right. So public transport users need information for a variety of reasons, and the most common ones are that they need information for supply. So they need to understand the network coverage. They need to understand if the available services will cover their origins and their destinations. They also need to know how often the public transport system will come, and when it'll depart and when it's going to arrive at their destination. Secondly, they need to understand the reliability of the service. So they need to know what the waiting times will be. They need to understand delays. And if there are delays, are there other alternatives available for them to use? Users also want to compare prices between different services, and they want to also look at the different discounts. And they also need to understand, how to purchase tickets. Should they purchase a ticket inside a vehicle, or should they purchase a smart card, and how should they load it, and so on. They also need to understand safety and security of transport systems, and that is both the vehicle as well as the facilities that they use. And lastly, the users also want to know what is the comfort and convenience of a transport system. They want to know, for example, if there's seats that are available, if the vehicle is old, if it's roadworthy, if it's going to be comfortable when they're traveling. So information is quite important, and it's emerging as a very, very key dimension of mobility. And so it is an important lever for sustainable transportation access in sub-Saharan African cities. Information enables users to make informed decisions. They get to know when to get a transport service, when and how it's going to travel. So they get to have more choices. And so when you don't have information, then you have serious barriers to equity and to human development goals, because people don't actually know what to use when they want to move. So we have various transport systems in sub-Saharan Africa. We've got formal ones, the very new ones, such as BRT systems, as well as in South Africa, you've got the Gautrain, which is a rapid rail system. And these systems have got very comprehensive information. They've got real-time information, they've got websites, they've got variable message signs. So it isn't very difficult for you to find out what to do or how to use transport when you are using formal transport systems. But then when we look at informal transport systems, we see that people are still reliant on socially transmitted channels for information, and also having to observe their travel environment when they're moving. And, so there has been some
developments around us in sub-Saharan Africa about information. There's been companies that have been collecting data on public transport that's informal. They've collected operational data on routes, on fares, on stops, but this information usually doesn't, it doesn't reach the users. It's data that's often used by transport planners and consultants. It doesn't really improve information seeking for the users. And that is why we have this particular research. We want to understand the information landscape of informal transport in sub-Saharan Africa. We want to explore information behavior of passengers. We want to understand how passengers, or what strategies the passengers use when they want to source information, and how do they actually use this information, and also how do they share information. But more importantly, we want to know if information seeking for informal transport can actually be an enabler, or it can be a barrier to movement. Lastly, we want to identify potential implications for information providers and opportunities for providing enhanced information services. So this project that we're undertaking at the University of Pretoria takes place in 2 different cities in 2 countries. It takes place in the city of Kampala in Uganda, as well as in the city of Tshwane in South Africa. The work is ongoing in both these countries, but it's nearly concluding in the city of Tshwane. So the methodology is as follows. We've got 2 steps that we take. Firstly, we have a transport information landscape, which is just a desktop study, as well as interviews with operators, as well as transport officials that are in the municipality, just to ask them about information strategies or information seeking that you have for informal transport. The second part is the field work, which is the exciting part for us. And here it also has 2 parts. The first part, firstly, we had to recruit 30 participants in both countries. And these 30 participants would firstly do travel diaries. For 3 days, they would just record their daily movements. And from this information, we were able to understand their personal characteristics, as well as the mobility characteristics of these different respondents. And then the second part was the in-depth interviews that took place. And these ones were really about, we were actually asking the participants about how they sourced the information when they undertook those 3 trips that they recorded in their travel diaries. They had to also make drawings, and in these drawings, they had to show the information sources that they used throughout the 3 days. And most importantly, they also had to show us how they felt, or their emotional responses when they were receiving information during their trips. So I'm just going to give you some of the highlights or some of the results that we got from the Tshwane case study. So it's because it's mostly about the city of Tshwane throughout the presentation. I'm going to be mentioning the minibus taxi. The minibus taxi is the dominant informal mode of transport in South Africa. Okay, so what we saw from our interviews is that before a trip begins, a lot of the users, especially the younger generation, would use information technology to locate themselves or to locate their destinations. So they would use Google Maps to understand exactly where they're going, and they would even find some landmarks which they would use when they explain to an informant about how to get to where they're going using the minibus taxi. So once the users had this information, they would then go to their social networks, and this could be close relations, their friends, their neighbors, their bosses, whoever that they feel close to and they trust. And they would ask this person using that location information, how do I get to a particular place? And this person would then give them information about which taxi to use, how much the fare costs, where to stop, which hand signal to use, and so on. And also quite important before a trip is the tacit knowledge. So this is knowledge that people will get from their social networks, such as hand signals, and also knowledge that they get from repetitive tasks, from simply knowing that, since I live in a particular area, this is what we do when we want to use public transport. At the stop, people were really dependent on nonverbal and verbal communication. And this was actually one of the most difficult parts of the trip for the users. That was actually communicating and identifying the right person to speak to. So people had a lot of strategies for this, but the most common one was that they first had to greet someone to test if the person was friendly and approachable. And if the person responded, greeted back and smiled, then they knew that they could actually ask that person information about how to travel on the minibus taxi. So at first people would try the informal traders that work in minibus taxi ranks. Then the second option would be the passengers, and the last resort would usually be the taxi drivers and the queue marshals. And people said that the repercussions of choosing the wrong informant would lead to getting lost, running out of taxi fare, or in the extreme, you'd actually become a victim of crime if you speak to the wrong person. So this is just a picture over there of people who were talking in the taxi, trying to figure out where to go. Then people also relied heavily on hand signals. These are shown on top. The finger that's pointing up is going to town. The finger that's pointing down is local. So people use these hand signals to hail a minibus taxi. Also important is the use of decals and stickers shown at the top here. The stickers actually help people to identify the minibus taxi, which is going to take them to the correct destination. And what the taxi associations do is they will travel within communities, use loud hailers, and tell communities that if you want to identify the correct taxi, you have to look at a certain sticker. Then lastly, at the stop, you also have informal queue marshals, and these are people who are unemployed, who assist users as well as taxi operators with travel. So they would round up the users who are going to one destination, and they would help them to identify a taxi, and then they will charge the driver a small fee for their assistance. These informal queue marshals will also assist the users with carrying their luggage, carrying their shopping, and also they give advice on which taxi drivers drive recklessly and which ones are the safest to drive with. In the taxi, what people said was the only formal kind of information that they got was for fares, which was only posted on windows when there were fare changes. So once this notice on the window of a taxi is worn out, it wouldn't be replaced. And so people would now have to depend on asking the driver and asking friendly passengers for fare information. And unfortunately, because there's no other, formal source of information, sometimes the taxi driver would take advantage of users who are unfamiliar to the route and overcharge them. Or he'd tell the users that, the taxi, the price of fuel has gone up. So now the taxi fare has increased just so that he can pocket more money. And you also find passengers as well who would take advantage of other fellow passengers and say they have run out of money because they know that there's no formality in the minibus taxi. Also in the taxi as well, people said that, it was very difficult, or because the taxi route changes frequently, people would have to sit right next to the driver and tell him where they're going. So you have to sit by the driver and remind him constantly, the driver, I'm going to a particular destination, please don't forget, or else they will get lost. And on the right is just a picture of someone who was sharing an experience that they had in the taxi, where they had to tell the driver that they're getting off. And in the taxi, the language, is unique. You can't just say, I'm going to get off at so-and-so street. You have to tell the driver beforehand, short left, short right. So there's a particular lingo that you use. So there's a lot of stress that's involved when you want to stop a taxi as well. And lastly, off the taxi, people said that it was difficult to actually find exactly where your destination is. So they also dependent on social networks. They had to, WhatsApp people. They had to send SMSs. For them to know exactly where they're going. And if social networks weren't available, then they'd have to speak to the driver or speak to the queue marshal. So just looking at the emotional responses of both men and women, it was interesting to hear from women that they got information when they looked good. So if you look good and you dress really nicely, then You will get information. The drivers and the queue marshals will assist you much better. They complain that language can be a barrier. So in Tshwane, for example, there's areas where the languages are different. And if you can't speak a particular language, then most likely you're going to struggle to get information. Also, if you start to speak English in a minibus taxi, there may be issues. You'll be told, you're not a white person. You need to speak the African language for us to assist you. The ladies also said that older men were more helpful and more respectful. When they spoke to the younger men, the younger men expected them to give them the telephone numbers or to just do things that they didn't want to do. So they were actually more comfortable around the older men. And then the women complained that they never really knew which taxi driver was legitimate. They spoke about instances where the taxi driver would just change the route, drive off and pull out a gun, and people would just get robbed. So they were always insecure about, is the taxi driver really legitimate or not? A lot of the females spoke about how transfers were extremely stressful. So even if you're a minibus taxi user and you use this service every day, transfers are very stressful because they're complicated. They're really disorderly. They move around a lot. So you have to depend on the drivers. You have to listen really intently for you to understand which vehicle you're going to be transferring to. And also when you're on a new trip or when you're undertaking a new trip, you had to sit next to the driver as well so that you don't get lost. And then the men complained that the taxi drivers treat them like children. They felt disrespected all the time, most of the time. And they said that you have to humble yourself. Even if the taxi driver is a teenager and you're a middle-aged man, you have to really humble yourself and be respectful if you want to get any form of decent information. And men also mentioned that transfers are also very stressful. They spoke about how it was more stressful when your trip was very time sensitive. For example, if you've got a job interview or you need to get to work at a particular time, taxis took forever to get full, and the taxi always moves once the taxi's full. It won't move if the seats aren't fully occupied. So the fact that there was no clarity on travel time was a serious problem for the men. In conclusion, what we saw so far from our ongoing study is that information seeking is quite unpleasant, even for people who use minibus taxis every single day. It's quite stressful. It's difficult to approach drivers and to speak to queue marshals. You have to understand, you have to sort of read their moods, read their body language. You have to select who you need to speak to, because maybe you're going to speak to somebody who's having a bad day and he's going to give you the wrong information. A lot of the people depend on their social networks, especially before the trip begins. They plan out their trips by speaking to neighbors, speaking to friends, speaking to colleagues before they start to travel. And they also depend as well on technology. They use Google Earth, Google Maps, and so forth. And then commuters said that they really had to learn how to humble themselves. So you really have to be respectful. You need to speak in a particular way if you want to get information. And they feel very stressed, very anxious when they're at transfers because it's very chaotic. It's very difficult to understand what's going on. You have to really listen intently if you don't want to get lost. And also what was also quite stressful is new trips. So even if you're familiar with the area, new trips are very, very stressful. Things move around a lot. Taxi ranks change. That environment is just very stressful. And in closing, people also wish that there could be more destination signs on vehicles, at facilities, and also better customer service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to, yes, please, we could clap for her. Thank you very much, Lesedi. And we want to very, very quickly move on to the next speaker, which is Winnie Samba. Winnie, can you hear me?
Yes, thanks. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And I'd kindly request you to also just hurry up a little bit because of time. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. If Lesedi could stop sharing the screen so that I can share mine.
I'm trying to stop.
No, it's stopped now. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so I think I'm sharing mine now as well. So thanks again for inviting us to present our work. This is very much ongoing work. And so what I'll be presenting today is preliminary findings from some of the research that we've undertaken with marginalized groups in Malawi and Kenya. Basically, what we're trying to understand is their user needs and practices in respect to transportation and mobility, and also to explore the role of bicycles in mitigating the mobility exclusion in the two countries. So I'll quickly mention that this is a collaborative project between two institutions. We've got World Bicycle Relief and the University of the Western Cape in Cape Town, South Africa. I think 2 or 3 of my colleagues, Marcy, Nixon, and Gail are here. Yeah. So maybe just to mention a little bit about World Bicycle Relief, because I recognize that some people may not be so familiar with the organization, but we are a not-for-profit organization that works across Sub-Saharan Africa as well as Latin America. We believe in the power of bicycles to transform lives as a tool, as a transportation tool, as a mobility tool. And so we distribute bicycles, we donate bicycles to those who are unable to afford transportation, mainly people living in rural parts of various countries across Sub-Saharan Africa, as well as in Colombia and Latin America. And so you'll see on this end, I've got school children in Kenya who've recently received bicycles, and we've got community health workers in Zimbabwe who also have access to bicycles. Just want to mention that our program, we target 70% women and girls, so we've got a very specific gender approach to how we donate the bicycles, because we recognize that women and girls are less likely to own and even use bicycles. If you want to learn more about World Bicycle Relief, please visit our website. So just a little bit about background information on this research project. I think this is the issue of transportation disadvantage or exclusion is something that has come across quite strongly in very many of the presentations. And we know that generally there is limited access to reliable and affordable transportation for people living in low income settings, and also including those who are living in urban and peri-urban areas of African cities, as well as more secondary cities and towns. And what we know is that walking is a default mode of travel for many. Again, particularly for women, this is something that has come across over and over during this conference. And I just want to, as an example, show some findings from a market research survey that we ran in Malawi, research project that's funded by USAID, looking at the bicycle market system in Sub-Saharan Africa. And here we looked at the primary transportation modes for men and women when they travel to work or to the market. And you can see the gender disparities across the two. So for example, you've got more than 60% of women saying they rely primarily on walking to get to work or market. At the same time, you've got half of the male respondents saying they actually use a bicycle to get to the work or market. So again, something that's come through is that there are adverse effects on what this lack of access to transportation has, from access to essential services, such as education and health, to poor livelihoods, to social exclusion, poor food security, as well as multidimensional forms of poverty. So how do bicycles fit in within this context? Numerous studies have shown that cycling as a mode of travel has the potential to mitigate these challenges, but it is less commonly practiced than it used to be. However, you will, for most of us who will recognize traveling through rural or secondary cities in a lot of countries in Sub-Saharan Africa, including Kenya, where I'm actually from, is that you will notice that you will typically find bicycles being a very common mode of travel, particularly for men, and they also use it to transport goods. And in the case of Malawi, it's also used as a bicycle taxi that you can actually hire and rent a bicycle and use it. What we do know is that ownership and usage of bicycles by women remains low. So again, citing this research from Malawi, where we found that when we asked respondents whether there was a bicycle in their household and who owns the bicycle, we found that 45% of the men said they own the bicycle in their household, and only 15% of women said they own the bicycle in their household, that they own a bicycle in their household. And then when we asked them about who's the primary user of the bicycle, 83% of the men said in their household, if there's a bicycle, they are the primary user, compared to only 27% of women. So one of the key issues that actually is a barrier to ownership of bicycles is cost, the affordability of a bicycle. Another issue is the availability of high quality and durable bicycles. But what we also know is that bicycles have been shown to have a positive impact on mobility, and this is numerous research that's been done, particularly in the context of rural areas. And here is just some of the key findings that we have found from some of our research projects, some of which have been led by external evaluators, that have shown that access to bicycles can have significant effects on mobility and travel. So for example, we found that the amount of time that children spend traveling to school reduced by approximately 1 hour once they had access to a bicycle. We've also seen that girls are less likely to miss school because of safety concerns. And we've also seen that other farmers reporting increased profits because they now have access to a transportation tool which they use for livelihood purposes, and community health workers showing that they see more patients. So in this current research project, moving on to it, our aim really is to understand what the transportation needs and experiences of people living around secondary cities are. And the other thing is also to examine what the viability of bicycles is as a transportation solution for them. And so we've conducted the research in 2 locations across Africa, Zomba in Malawi. For some of you may be familiar, Zomba is a small secondary city, used to be the former administrative capital of Malawi. And the other location is Kakamega, Kenya, which is also an emerging, it's a town emerging secondary city. We're collecting both qualitative and quantitative research, and I'm going to be speaking specifically to qualitative research because that's what we've just concluded. Our qualitative research was collected through focus group discussions, and as well as key informant interviews. With the focus group discussions, we also incorporated mobility mapping and participatory methods to understand how people travel and what challenges they face with travel. So this is what a participatory mobility mapping really looks like. In this case, we ask people to draw, to let us know where they travel, some of the key points of interest within their communities, such as markets, health centers, schools, and then how far they would need to travel from where they're based to access these services. So you can see in one case, one person, in one focus group discussion, people saying they would need to travel approximately 7 kilometers to access a health center. So what are the key findings that have emerged out of our research project? So the first thing I'm going to go through is what factors are underlying mobility and travel choices. And what I'm saying, actually presenting right now, is very similar to what we've had people mention during the other presentations during the conference. And what we found is that transportation really will depend on affordability. So people will heavily rely on walking, and then they will use other modes of travel when they can have the money. So for example, this focus group participant saying, I will walk. If I only have 20 shillings, then I will walk and walk until I get to a point where I can use 20 shillings to rent, to take a motorcycle or taxi. The other thing that emerged was the unpredictability of fares, transport fares. So this is something that emerged through the focus group discussions, that there's increased transportation costs during the harvest season or during the rainy season. If the weather changes, then the transport costs change. But also we've got cases of people saying, I boarded a minibus taxi or a matatu, and halfway through my trip, the fare changed, and that I didn't have any more money, and so it ended up being an altercation between me and the touts. The other thing that really determines what transportation modes they use is the destination and the reason for travel. So In Kenya, the people tend to prefer using motorized transportation to ferry goods. For example, motorbikes, taxis, bodabodas, but in Malawi, bicycles are actually quite popular for transporting goods. The other factors that determine what the choices around transportation include the distances people travel, the convenience and the convenience of the transportation mode, as well as the urgency of the trip. Weather, as I mentioned, is also a key determinant. Terrain and topography also came into play. So some people are saying, you know, there are some places that a car can't reach or a bicycle can't reach, and so we have to walk. Poor roads and infrastructure is a key issues for people living in secondary cities. Safety and security is also a big concern. So when people lack transportation, what we heard from one small trader in Kenya was that if they lack the transportation money, then what they would do is that rather than go to the center of Kakamega town to buy, to acquire supplies to sell in their smaller markets, what they would do is that they would rely on the supplier. They would put in an order, rely on the supplier to put the goods into a vehicle and then send those goods to them. And so in such a scenario, there's always a risk of the goods either getting lost or the supplier sending poor quality goods. And so that affects their livelihoods. So what are the effects of this transportation when people are experiencing these transportation challenges? The first thing is that they would choose to forego travel altogether. The other is that they will sell household assets in order to pay for transportation, particularly during emergencies. And this was particularly something that really came out through the focus group discussions in Malawi, you know. And one other thing that was interesting was that people saying sometimes in order to sell my assets, household assets like chicken and other livestock, I will not sell them to my neighbor, but I'll walk a long distance to sell them elsewhere because I don't want my neighbor to know that I have a problem. Another way in which people cope is that they borrow money in order to afford transportation costs, or they can travel on credit or make payment arrangements with a bicycle taxi or a boda operator. The other thing is subsistence farmers report that they are unable to access extension services because they cannot travel to meeting points, or extension workers cannot reach them because of that lack of transportation. The other thing that came out strongly through our research is that the people report making trade-offs. For example, they will often choose to forego between traveling, spending on transportation, or spending on other household goods. So when it comes to having to make that trade-off, then transportation or travel falls to the third or becomes a third or fourth most important item, and not really the most important item within the household. With, you know, again, travel to visit relatives and leisure purposes is very uncommon in these settings because of that lack of transportation. Small traders also report having to sell their produce at smaller markets because they have this very high cost of transporting goods to larger markets, or even though they know they will likely make more or better sales. Again, as I mentioned, another way they have another example of trade-offs is that they report not traveling to source supplies and instead making the orders and relying on suppliers to send them high quality goods, which doesn't, in some cases, does not happen. So another aspect, as I mentioned, that we're looking into is the viability of bicycles as a transportation solution in these settings. So what we've learned from our focus group discussions from the women is that, you know, bicycles are generally viewed as positively. They are seen as more affordable than other motorized modes of transport. It's a once-off investment. After that, all one needs to deal with is maintenance and purchasing spare parts. They're also seen as very convenient, and they provide flexibility in the sense that they are easily to get, particularly in the context of Malawi, where women might not necessarily own bicycles, but they use bicycle taxis to commute. Bicycles are also important for ferrying palm produce and inputs, and so they are preferred over other modes of travel for this reason. The risk of accidents is also seen, particularly compared to motorcycles in the context of Kenya, where accident rates are quite high. Then cycling is less commonly mentioned by focus group discussion participants in Kenya, but it is a common feature of travel in Malawi. One thing that I must mention at this point is that there are gender dynamics in the ownership and usage of bicycles. This is not surprising. As I mentioned, women are generally less likely to own and use bicycles or even access the bicycles in their household because of that patriarchal context where assets belong to the male, often the head of the household. And but in some cases, it's also seen as not culturally appropriate for women to cycle. I mean, I'm thinking growing up where I grew up in Eldoret, it was not very usual to see women using bicycles. So there's an emphasis on women wearing the right clothes when riding bicycles. And so women have to do things like wrap lassos or wrappers to cover themselves while traveling. And in some cases, they mention, even men mention that women need to dress properly when they are using bicycles, maybe even wear a trouser or wear leggings because they don't want their features, the bodily features, to be exposed. The cost of purchasing bicycles is a key barrier for those who own. So for example, in the focus group discussions that we had with women in Kenya and Malawi, the ownership of bicycles among women was almost non-existent. And for most of them, they would mention they would want to own one, but cost is a key barrier. There's also concern about cost of repairs and maintenance, how to keep the bicycle running and maintain its durability. But there are also some concerns around the viability of usage, some concerns around, bicycles are slower, some concerns around terrain that, if it's hilly, it's difficult to cycle. Some also concerns around the poor infrastructure and road safety emerging. But one thing that's also important to note is that there's generally a desire for focus group participants for them to graduate to motorized modes of travel. So for example, women in Kenya would say, I want to own a motorbike, I want to own a motorcycle. And when we would ask them this, why, then it's not necessarily because they want to ride it, but it's because they see it as a source of income. They can hire someone to use it as a taxi and get some money out of it. So as I conclude, the key issues that have emanated from our research so far is that walking remains the default travel mode for most women. They're affordable. It's affordable, and when the next most affordable thing then is the bicycle in many cases. We've found that significant challenges still underlie mobility for people living in or around secondary cities, and this affects their travel choices, and they often have to make trade-offs. Bicycles are also viewed as a viable mode of transport, but there are gender dynamics around ownership and usage. And as I mentioned, the relatively high cost of acquiring and owning a bicycle are some of the key contributors to the low ownership rates that we see among women. So I'm gonna stop here. This is ongoing research, and we're moving on to the next phase where we're collecting some quantitative data to supplement this initial qualitative data. And we will be sharing some of the findings in around February or March next year. So if you would like us to invite you to the presentation, please let me know or contact me. I'll leave my email address on the group chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Winnie. Thank you for such an amazing presentation. Yes, as you can hear, the audience at the Stanley is clapping for you for a wonderful presentation. Thank you also for making it very, very fast. Allow me to very, very quickly move on to the next session, which is enabling meaningful change through measurable impact. This particular session will be led by Laura Messias. Laura, if you can hear me, say hello, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Everything working fine?
Yes, you can continue, please.
Okay, so let me share my screen. If it allows me. So, hello everyone. My name is Laura Studillo Messias, and I come from the United Nations Environment Program. So first, I'm going to talk a little bit about who we are. I'm sure you heard about the UN, but the Environment Program is just kind of a part of it. We're part of the Secretariat, but we're an independent institution, which basically is the environmental consciousness of the United Nations. We were founded 50 years ago. And what we want is to advocate for sustainable development. And right now we're mainly focusing on what solutions can we bring to the three planetary crises that the Earth is suffering right now, which are climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And how do we do that? We basically work with all stakeholders to promote solutions and also do a lot of research and investigation on what are the causes and what can actually be effective to combat all the problems that we're facing. So I work specifically with the team of Sustainable Lifestyles and Education. We're a small program within the Sustainable Consumption and Production Unit. So basically what we do is work on the part that talks about how we are living, how and what does influence the way we live. Thankfully, we have seen a rise in interest in the environmental issues through the years, and actually even within the part on how do us as individuals have a role within the system. And we can see that with this statement from the Secretary General, who directly mentioned sustainable lifestyles and how having those choices and the ability to have a sustainable life, because it's not really something that you just choose to have, but it's something that has to be available to you through the government you're living in, through the available services and products, and also through your own decisions. So this means not only better policies, but also better products and services, and as well civil society that is willing to undertake change. So we're going to talk about household consumptions and sustainable lifestyles. Why are we talking about that? Because, you know, there is a lot of focus on the production side and how the way we're doing things, the way we produce our products and services is unsustainable and very resource intensive. However, and that's how the focus is towards sustainable economy or circularity, or all these terms that are, you know, pretty much referring to the same thing, which is that resources should be staying in use as much as they can, and, you know, just kind of close the loop that we're talking. But we try to go a little bit beyond that and start saying that not only do we need to close the loop in the economy and close the circuits and reuse our materials, but also the loop has to become a lot smaller, because even if we turn to sustainable production right away with a magic wand and a magic formula that will just turn every type of industrial process into something that is sustainable, it was the demand that we're doing and the way that we're consuming is so big and is looking towards such a huge rise that the circle will be just so big that it's just as resource intensive, and then we're back in step one with the same problem. So here, given that this is a talk about mobility, the great example to this is this one that we really like to use. You know, we know that electrical cars have zero emissions, but if we just leave the solution to be just everyone stop having cars that move with gas and turn them into electric cars, well, we still have the same problems of people having to live their lives waiting for the light to turn green, and with huge mobility issues and not being able to move from point A to point B. So it's not just beyond, it goes way beyond just looking for a solution in a way that to do things that has less emissions. Is how we really repurpose the way we think and what we're doing. Why do we talk about household consumptions? Because it has a lot of potential when it comes to diminishing the effects of climate change. Household consumption represents up to 70% of the emissions. So definitely, if we change what we're needing in the terms of what we are consuming, it will definitely have a great impact in the emissions that are being, in the number of emissions. And then if we just go ahead, but it is not so easy as just saying reduce your consumption. And I specifically in this audience, you will understand. because it is very different the way that consumption happens across countries and across contexts. And if we see, for example, here, we're looking at a report made by the NGO called Horacul, which analyzed the amount of reduction needed in terms of household consumptions in 10 different countries. And then we can see that the way that people emit is vastly different, not only in terms of how much they emit, but in terms of where do their emissions go. So what does that mean? That we not only need to know how much we have to change, but also we need to know in what sectors the greatest emissions are happening, so that we can have targeted solutions that will really have a bigger impact. So definitely, for example, if you're talking about food, we definitely would not be thinking, even though we know that swapping proteins and eating less animal protein is the greatest solution and the most effective one. Definitely, it shouldn't be a road that a government like India should be taking, well, when most of their population is vegetarian already. And then that also comes to leading us to inequality and thinking about how do we need to think as well about who is the one emitting. So we know that 50% of the emissions are done by the top 10% of people. So that means that probably not even most of us here are actually responsible or even overdoing the way that they're consuming. But there is a big issue with that, because those great emitters are the ones setting up our aspirations, and they're kind of making it so that we're supposed to desire the way they are living that is incredibly harmful to the planet. So all of the other have to wish and aspire to have a lot of cars, to have private airplanes that transport them everywhere. So these kind of expectations that are not really healthy or helpful to the planet are the ones that are being portrayed as desirable. So definitely the other 90% of people with their strength in numbers should be questioning those others and pressuring them to change the way and all the harm that they're doing. So as well, it also leads us to the way we speak to others about reducing their consumption. We know that in bigger terms, we need to reduce emissions and reduce consumption, but in no way can we forget that there are many people, many billions of people that do not have their basic needs met. And therefore, they are not responsible and should not be taking blame for the actions of others. And as well, you cannot approach them to talk about sustainability from a narrative of restriction and sacrifice, and asking them to reduce the way they reduce the things they're doing, and even kind of refuse to aspire to better prospects in their living, because they have not even had access to what is basically needed to live. So what kind of messages should we give them? Does that mean they should not be working towards a better future, or kind of working for a more sustainable life? Yes, so therefore we have to expect them first to consume more to meet their basic needs, but what we should have to strive for is that they meet their basic needs from the get-go in a sustainable way. And that in a way, and in a sense, also coming from Colombia, when you think about coming from countries that are emergent economies, countries that are developing just now, we are in a privileged position because we can go ahead and develop sustainably from the get-go. We don't have to submit ourselves to replicate models that we know are unsuccessful and harmful, but we can directly go ahead and think of our future as a sustainable one. And then we continue talking about what are sustainable lifestyles. And then again, they're not lifestyle, they're lifestyles. They're in plural because their lifestyles depend on when you are. To have a sustainable lifestyle is very different in Africa than it is here in Europe. But basically what we need to strive for is a way of living that has the least impact possible. So that means a whole different thing for someone who's lived in a consumer society, or for someone who lives in a context in which they don't have good waste management. So it means just to think and to start to have a consciousness about what we have, the resources we get, and how we can better profit them so that we can have a better future for ourselves. So as well, it's kind of turning into the positive side, and how a more sustainable lifestyle can make us happier and can make us healthier and can give us a lot more well-being than certain aspirations that have been sold to us. So as well, that means that they have to be accessible and they have to be available for all, because our definition has a special add-on, which is that they have to be the least impactful lifestyle, but as well, they have to support socioeconomic and equitable development for everyone. So it's not just thinking about us and our personal situations, but it's thinking of us within a system and within a community that can be helped as a whole, not really, which is kind of goes against the sort of narrative of capitalism that talks about personal success. Is about thinking about success as something that is for a whole community and not really for a personal or familiar basis. How do we get to sustainable lifestyle? Well, it's a hard road. We're step by step moving. However, what we put an emphasis on is information, and how all of the changes and all of the new behaviors and all of the advocacy has to always be based on the science. We know what is that works. We have reports, we have resources. So therefore, we need to keep moving forward with the scientific development that we have gotten all over the years, that is really clear and has really clear objectives on where we have to go. Everything has to be science-based. Therefore, we avoid situations, as the previous slide, of the magical solutions of the electrical cars, and start thinking a little bit deeper and not allow ourselves to be deceived by seemingly easy solutions that are not really going to change things in the long run. So what we were asked was, about 3 years ago, was, can you really tell us and study what is it that people can do? Because we know what causes the effects. For example, we know that 80% of biodiversity loss is due to food systems. However, what does that mean to me? Like, what is that? Like, does that mean I'm eating the wrong things? Does that mean we can have the way we're doing agriculture is more? So what we basically did was start to reach out to all of the sectorial experts, to all of our colleagues that had done a lot of research, and start thinking about what is it that we can do specifically, and then how is it that we can change the way we do it. So we started investigating about, why do people consume? Why do people make the choices they make? Everyone, and this is something that is true, everyone makes decisions every day in terms of money, in terms of what they do. However, they are conditioned by their context, by the amount of resources they have, by the culture they're in, by their personal situation, by their age, by the fact that they just had a baby. So things are always shifting, and there are many reasons. And we're trying to push, well, with a very good intention, that people put sustainability as one of the drivers for their choices. However, we cannot really expect that, because how can you ask somebody to have to look for the most sustainable product when they don't even know if they're going to eat at night? So both people are just trying to get by and get their living done and pay the rent at the end of the month. So what we need to strive for is that the sustainable choice, that the most sustainable service is available, is affordable, and it is something that anyone can choose. So it is because people do care about the environment. If you ask anyone, they care, they're worried. However, there are so many other things that come as a priority so that they cannot actually act in accordance to that desire. So there goes the behavior action gap. They cannot choose to be sustainable. And what we need is that is not a choice that they have to consciously make and an effort or a sacrifice, but it is the choice that is the most convenient for everyone. And then, so we think of that, and then we think about what is the most effective. We know anyway that the most effective thing to combat this planetary crisis starts with reducing what we use. So basically, the best thing you can do is not to buy at all. So basically, first thing, so what does that require from us? To start to be more conscious about the decisions we're making. Is this that we're buying actually something we need? But then again, we of course do not need to stop buying it at all. You know, of course, we'll need things, we need food, we need clothes. So then we start thinking about how can we meet those needs without harming so much, doing so much harm with the environment. And in that way, I also feel that looking at societies like the African societies, like the Latin American societies, like some Asian societies, can be key because we are resourceful. We move from what we've got. We have initiatives here that are just basic survival skills that are now being thrown out here as great business models for new opportunities to be more sustainable. Things like sharing appliances, and then kind of moving forward from that being something that you do out of necessity to be something that means you're helping the world. So it's also a recognition to the things that we do that are right. So as well, there has to be that other side of not only changing to have better behaviors in terms of consumption, but also recognizing the things that we're doing right. And then we went to what can you do? And after all of this research, this was all research to have descriptions and definitions that are official, that are UN based. And we came up with this campaign that is targeted to people. It's called The Anatomy of Action. And it talks about, it is the image of the anatomy is a hand, because it talks about what is in our power and in our hands to change. And it applies to everyone, which is the most important, because we're talking, even in any context, people have to eat, they have to clothe themselves, they have to move, they have to spend money, and they hopefully have fun. So what is it that we can do to consciously do that and do it in a way that leads us to a more sustainable lifestyle? So we do it in this way as well, not only because it's easier to understand, but it's also a way to reach out to new audiences and start in a way translating all that science into something that we feel that empowers us and really leads us to a change and a new way of thinking, the way we make decisions and choices. And then as well, we realized that it ended up working for a lot of other things. And not only is a good tool for the individuals, but it also is a good tool for policymakers and for business leaders, because yes, we as people have to make those choices, but as well, all of the policymakers and business owners should be looking at how are they contributing to having a system that allows people to make the right choice. So it is a lot about thinking about our own power as individuals, but then that also leads to recognizing that there are many things that are out of our hands, and recognizing how is it that our role in the system could start to think and lead us to foster like more systemic change that involves other stakeholders. It's never about people. One person is not going to save the world. And definitely, if we join forces in recognizing that, getting together to require businesses to give us the right products and services, and require our local, even at a local level, that all the projects are done thinking about the way they foster the best of our well-being. It is a different intent on the way we're living in this world. So here are the 5 sectors and each one of the actions. We have 3 ranges of actions per sector. They're also organized in terms of impact, the most impactful first, so that people know what is the thing that they should be focusing on. And then, I tell you, you also can think about it within your context. So, if you're thinking about food and you're a vegetarian, you can probably focus on managing better your waste, your food waste. Or if you're talking about, if you ride a bike, so you're probably all set for mobility. So, it's kind of thinking it within your context. For example, money, it is hard sometimes for people to get it because they think, we're talking about, leading a big investment and funding renewable energy projects. But no, it can be as simple as, I'm gonna get a coffee, or should I get it from a chain restaurant, or should I just go to my local cafe? It's kind of what are you picking? Do you go to the big supermarket, or is there a small market of local suppliers happening every Sunday that maybe it takes a little more time because you have to go on a different day and look for other things, but there are choices that will help our communities, and it have to do with our money as well, even though we're not spending huge amounts. And then I want you to show you the video. It's a lecture. Okay, so what we're basically doing is trying to build a movement. When it comes to mobility, I want to focus a little bit on that due to the subject of the conference. Basically, it talks about the most important way you can help out is to choose non-motorized transport. Afterwards, sharing your ride. And then if you're actually gonna have a particular mode of transport, it chooses the cleanest option. And then, well, here, looking at, it also talks about a shift of aspirations as well, because, when we talk about transport, it's shown that the thing that we should look for is that kind of very big American way shown in the movies of huge cars in which you drive off, drive out in the sunset and connect with nature and are free and can see the world. And it's kind of a show of success and status. However, when we actually see the reality of mobility around the world, especially since it's mostly based on personal vehicles, we see that actually traffic is a mess. Most of the cars are actually parked about 95% of their useful lifetime. So, basically, even though people have their own, it's freedom to move, the cars remain still at most of the time. And then, of course, the amount of emissions that are caused by mobility around the world. And then as well, thinking about how the cities that we're talking about here in Africa, that they are in a stage in which we could prevent that kind of reality, in a sense, in terms of how, as the cities grow, there should be better planning that also integrates other modes of transportation and, for example, works around the fact that you have such a big number of non-motorized transport and integrates it into well-serving public transportation that can allow people to get everything they need dutifully and in affordable ways, and being able to reach out other places, but without having to think of these chaos methods that seem kind of inevitable, because cities end up being constructed around the car and not really around the person. So therefore, that's why we have the 3 actions, starting by keeping active and using non-motorized transport, sharing your ride, preferring public transportation, and then in case you have to do like a longer trip in a private way, choose the cleanest route. Then I wanted to share a couple of good actions, selected from Africa. The Car-Free Day, which are good examples, and that really makes us think about what is the priority when it comes to planning cities in terms of mobility, because then we see how people can actually have good experiences moving around in their bikes, moving around on feet, because there are no cars menacing their experiences in the road, which is really important. We always think about development as building a big road, but as well, we need to think about how is it that we think around moving without having a car, and how is it that the aspiration has to be for everyone to move around in a car and not really to have spaces in which we can find things, that everything we need in close proximity, and allows us to move and have and meet our needs without having to either buy a car, or even we should be striving for not even having to buy a bus anyway, even if it's a little bit hard. Still, we should be able to move a little bit further than that, but hopefully that does not mean that we need to undertake a high emitting alternative. So we have all those examples, and then we also have the results of our campaign. We are very focused on betting on social media, because what we want is to spread the message and also to be inclusive with the message. We've managed to reach up to 22 million people, and we have had participation from all regions in the UN. We had a specific, very, very interesting activation of the anatomy on fashion in Africa, in which we talk about the way textile production works here and how to think about more sustainable textile industry in the region. And then as well, we try to translate materials as well to as much languages as we can. And then we also take the message further, since a lot of you are working towards more sustainable transportation. I would like to recommend, if you have the chance, to see our policy brief, Enhancing Sustainable Lifestyles in a Climate Emergency, that talks about policymakers' choices that they can do. It uses a framework called choice editing and lifestyle. So it goes through the sectors, and it talks about how policymakers have to edit out harmful choices, which, for example, would be a measurement like the one they just had in Europe, like banning gas cars, which, you know, it's a little bit, we can talk about it if you have any other questions. And edit in good options. So, for example, having better cyclable roads and better lanes for people to walk in, and basically do that in every domain and have concrete strategies for more sustainable cities. And then we also have the Sustainable Lifestyles Academy, in which we're working directly on tools for people to learn about lifestyles. We have a game that we designed, and that we're going to have a global rollout of the game next year, in which people can compete and answer questions and learn about lifestyles. But most importantly, they also have to act and show people that they're taking on more sustainable behaviors. And then we're doing a course on sustainable lifestyles that hopefully will be launched by February. And that one is easier because it's open for everyone. So if anyone is interested in using it as a resource, as a teaching resource, as an intermediate resource, you know, go ahead and reach out. Here's all my information. If you want to follow us on Instagram, of course, you're welcome. We're always looking to keep on spreading the message and getting in touch with as much people as we want. We've had people redo the anatomy in their universities, in their local communities. So if that looks like an option, like we would love to hear from you. But basically, is that to kind of take on a more conscious role in the way we make choices and recognize ourselves within the system that we live in, and not give up. You know, basically, it's a very realistic view that actually leads to a lot of optimism. So I hope you enjoyed it, and if you have any questions, please ask.
Thank you, Laura. We definitely have enjoyed it, and we encourage you to ask your questions to Laura. Send them through our chat, whether you're doing it from our live audience or from the audience that has joined us virtually. We encourage that you send these questions, and Laura should be able to answer your questions. Now, very quickly, we want to move to the next session, which is technological innovation. And this particular session is going to be led by Mercedes Molloy from Safe Squad mobile app. Mercedes, can you hear me? Mercedes? She's not online? Okay, maybe what we can do is move on to the next one as we try and get a hold of Mercedes. And the next session should be on transport, and this should be rather technological innovation in transport. And the second speaker is Paul Curtis from Vectus. You have that? Okay. Okay.
Hello there. It's great to be here presenting to you today on the and I'm going to specifically be presenting on the Shikan tool, which is the main output. To do that, to the project and myself. So I'm Paul Curtis. I'm director of Vectos, part of SLR Consulting, and I'm the team leader of the Power project. Empower is funded by UK Aid through the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, and it's under the High Volume Transport Programme, which is managed by the overall objectives of the project was to build capacity of transport professionals in sub-Saharan Africa to enable gender equitable transport with a focus on identifying and tackling the occurrence of sexual harassment on public transport. And the main output from the project was to design and deliver a decision-making tool on the web which can be used for transport. And it's that tool which we have now produced, and I'm going to present to you in a few moments. So just to show you where we come from, we started with a literature review and then followed that up with 3,500 passenger surveys in Lagos and in Blantyre. Then we delivered focus groups with passengers in Abuja and also in Kigali and also Lagos and Blantyre. And that really gave us a deep understanding of the issues facing female passengers travelling, and really justified the need for such a decision-making tool that we've produced. We also engaged with the key stakeholders in these countries through a mapping exercise, and we also delivered workshops with those stakeholders to understand the areas of governance, the responsibilities of different stakeholders when it came into identifying and tackling sexual harassment. So we pulled all of this primary research together, and what we've done is to build that as the centre of our decision-making tool. We call it the SHE-CAN tool because it stands for sexual harassment engagement, changing attitudes, meeting needs, and it also gives that sense of empowerment as well. I'm just going to jump through these statistics. I'll give you the link at the end of our final report, and it's a nice report. You can read more about it there. But this was just to say that from our research, it really did justify the need for this. From our surveys, we found 59% of women have experienced sexual Blantyre, 35% have confirmed sexual harassment in Lagos. From the focus groups, we found that the definition of sexual harassment was often misunderstood and almost downplayed in cases. So that what that tells us that it's almost sure that such cases are being underreported. And what we did also find, by using these pictograms in our surveys and focus groups, we were able to contextualize what sexual harassment consisted of. And so the research that we did, we feel, has provided us with some other findings. Was just the scale of the issue in terms of the perpetrators, that incidences mostly took place while waiting for transport and also in vehicles. And we also got some good suggestions from participants about measures to tackle harassment, including more security personnel, aware. The stakeholder mapping exercise was really good in Nigeria and Rwanda, and it provided us, and we validated this through the stakeholder workshops. We've got a good understanding of exactly the powers, the responsibilities of key stakeholders, and ultimately the actors that need to collaborate more strongly if we are to approach this. So now let's look at, and it was launched last month in Lagos at our final conference, and it's designed for 5 main categories of actors: local authorities, policymakers, be that national or local, enforcement agencies and the police sector, transport providers, and NGO. It's live now, and I've got the website there for you, so please do have a look after the presentation and have a the resources. But to let you know, there are 2 main entry points to call is Take Decision, and this contains more than 40 good practice interventions to tackle sexual harassment. But instead of just putting them in a list, it's an intuitive tool, so you can filter by organization type, the ease of implementation, the cost, the timescales. So you can, so if you're a local authority, for example, you would click on local authority to identify your. And that then gives you the interventions which are the most suitable for you to implement. There are 6 categories of interventions: legals, policing, infrastructure, campaigns, vehicle design, and management. So the next step is to select which categories most interest. If I take management as an example, you then have the list of interventions under those categories. So for management, I can, for example, click on zero tolerance policies towards sexual passengers, and then you will be provided with information on such a case study. And the kind of information that then is provided, well, we offer a SWOT analysis, so you can get an understanding of how your organization, the merits, potential merits of your organization to implement this intervention. We also provide information on the potential effectiveness of that intervention and other elements such as the cost and the time frame for implementation. We also have a framework which shows you whether the intervention is what we call a foundation intervention, which means it really is important to put this in at the earliest opportunity, from which other interventions can then be more effective. So we then move to elevation interventions and empowerment interventions. So you can, that's for you as well. There's knowledge, and this is a really good repository of all the findings that we've produced from the data that we collected in the project ourselves, but also we've uploaded all the templates, the discussion guides, and the methodologies, stakeholder mapping, all of the tools that we've used, we've helpfully uploaded so that organizations such as yourselves can hopefully save a lot of time and energy in planning for your data collection activities simply by downloading resources that we've used. And so I can enter by data collection, and if I wanted to download a passenger survey, which I could then edit and use locally. Passenger survey there. This is the one that we used, and we validated this, and it's tried and tested to collect information about sexual harassment. We also have things like a discussion guide, for a facilitation guide for the focus group, which is quite helpful. We also have stakeholder surveys, so it was really important to understand which stakeholders had the most power and interest in identifying and tackling sexual harassment, and this survey was very effective in collating data. You can download that. We also have a discussion guide and an agenda for the stakeholder workshops. So that's where we went into more detail. So next steps, so as I've said, the tool is live, and please do go and take a look. It's now ready for uptake by stakeholders. So that might be stakeholders that already have policies that want to accelerate the move towards tackling sexual harassment, or it could be organizations which don't yet have much local data to justify taking action, and in which case the tool is there to help you build your evidence base to start with. We think that there's scope for the tool to be incorporated into organizations' training programs. This would be a good way of integrating that at management levels. And also we think that a program of stakeholder workshops and data collection across sub-Saharan African cities and countries following the Empower approach, which is available, and the tool, could really lead to an acceleration in public and private sector action to tackle sexual harassment. So we do hope that, and obviously please do drop me a line if you want any more information. We'd be really interested in taking this forward with you. And just a quick plug on the HVT website, we have the Empower final publishable report, and that includes lots more information on the results of the data, and also how to look forward to hearing from you. Many thanks.
Or innovation in transport. I don't know if Mercedes is online. Mercedes Molloy. Mercedes, can you hear me? All right, then let's move on to the next session, which is Women in Public Sector. And this particular session is going to be facilitated by Jacqueline Mauta. Jacqueline Mauta is from the Machakos County government. Jacqueline, can you hear me? Hello, Jacqueline. As we wait for Jacqueline to get on board, I want to continue thanking you for keeping us company this far, from morning up to now. We're very grateful to have you join us, whether virtually or even live here at the Stanley. The hashtag we're using to have communications is WTA Conference, and the other hashtag is Shape the Future. Remember, you can follow this particular conference via YouTube, the Flown Initiative page, and also you can find us on our website, which is www.womenintransportafrica.org. That is www.womenintransportafrica.org. Are we ready for Jacqueline? Okay. I don't know if Chinebul is still with us virtually, because there was a question that was raised to her. Dr. Chinebul Zondo? No, they've logged out? Okay, but maybe either of the panelists could answer this particular question. The question was, do elderly women have different mobility challenges compared to men? If yes, how does this manifest? I'll repeat that question to any of our panelists joining us. Do elderly women have different mobility challenges compared to men? If yes, how does this manifest? Feel free to raise your hand and we'll give you an opportunity to speak, or even answer directly to our chat. Do we have anyone with a question in the live audience? Okay. So we're not able to get Jacqueline online right now? Okay. We're going to move on very quickly to Abigail Muigai from Namata. Abigail Muigai, can you hear me? Abigail?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, Abigail, you're going to also help us talk about women in public sector. I don't know if you're ready with your presentation, Abigail?
Yes, I am.
Ah, fantastic. Go ahead, please.
I'm having some, I don't know what's up with my, it's just minimize.
Abigail, we can see your presentation on the screen. Or is there a different difficulty you're encountering?
Hello?
Yes, Abigail, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Okay, so am I able to move the slides or they are going to move it for me?
Kindly do it from your end, Abigail.
I'm not able to access it because it's Clone who have shared the screen.
Okay, let me see what our technical team can do. However, in the meantime, you can start by giving us an introduction of who you are, what you do, as we try to sort that out in a few minutes.
I think I'm able to now. All right, seems like I'm able to. Yes. All right, thank you very much. So my name is Abigail Muigai. I work for the Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, and I'm a senior network management officer, where I work on establishing and developing an elaborate mass rapid transit system for the Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport, for the Nairobi Metropolitan Area that comprises of 5 counties, that is Nairobi City, Kajiado, Kiambu, Machakos, and Murang'a, yes. So I have a master's in transportation engineering and a postgraduate diploma in innovation for change for public transport and a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. So I am passionate about sustainable transport and traffic engineering, and my career interests at the moment are in policy development for sustainable and inclusive mobility. So we all know that public sector refers to all institutions and organizations that are owned and operated by government. They exist to provide goods and services to the public using public funds. And some of these services include education, health, water, and sanitation. But most of the time we find that public transport is overlooked, and yet we need to move from one place to another efficiently so as to have access to all these other goods and services that we may need. So we need to realize the fact that public transport is indeed a service that needs to be provided by government and regulated in one way or another for it to be successful and to serve the people efficiently. So why do we need government in playing a major role or a stake in public transport? First of all, we need government so that it can ensure that we have availability of all modes of transport for everyone. For instance, in Kenya, we find that we choose to use our personal vehicles because we find that that is the mode of transport that is best available for all of us. So we have that you, in the morning when you wake up, you want to go to work or to one destination to another, you ask yourself which mode is most reliable, what is the ease of transfer from one mode to another, and what is the integration levels? Like, can I easily move from one mode to another? And we find that the answer is no to this question. And that's why we choose to use our vehicles. So government needs to come in so that in the morning when I wake up, I can opt just to use my vehicle, not because the walkways are not there, not because the cycle lanes are not there, not because the public transport is not available to me. So government needs to come in and make all modes of transport available for everyone. Secondly, we need government so that they ensure that public transport is safe and affordable. This is because we find that sometimes, most of the times when we have road carnage, most of the people, the casualties are from the public vehicles because the vehicles are not up to standard. And also affordability. Most people choose to not to use public transport because it is expensive. So in the morning when you've planned maybe to use 200 shillings to move from one place to another, and something like, for instance, it rains, we find that people within the public transport sector, the operators have hiked fares. And so you're not able to plan, and this service is not reachable for everyone. We also need government in public transport to ensure inclusivity for everyone and people living with disabilities, the elderly and children. In our public transport system, we find it very hectic and difficult to board a vehicle or to disembark if we have some kind of limitation, because there are so many steps to get into the vehicle. We have people who are not correctly trained how to treat people with disabilities. We also have inadequate passenger information system in our country, and people living with hearing or visual impairment find it very difficult to know which route and which mode of transport they can use. We also need government involvement so as to promote human rights and equity. At the moment, you're providing a lot of space for the private vehicle, and yet it only comprises of 20% of modal share within the country. So with government involvement, it will ensure that you provide enough infrastructure for everyone, starting with the pedestrians who are the vulnerable road users and the cyclists, going on to public transport system, and then lastly, providing for the personal vehicles. We also need government involvement so as to promote sustainability. Only government can encourage a shift towards renewable energy and environmental friendly modes of transport by developing policies that promote this agenda. Transport is the second largest contributor of greenhouse gas emissions, and therefore, if we have a shift to green energy within the transport sector, we will actually save the planet. So public sector and transport in Kenya, we've made a few strides towards gender inclusivity through the establishment of the Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport Authority in 2017, which oversees the development of an integrated, sustainable, and efficient public transport system within the Nairobi metropolitan area that comprises of 5 counties, that is the Nairobi City, Kajiado, Kiambu, Machakos, and Murang'a counties. So what are some of the things that NAMATA is going to do? NAMATA is going to undertake an elaborate transport plan and survey so as to determine the travel patterns of each and every person and collect data that is also gender-based. This will help the authority to now come up with the best routes for everyone, keeping in mind that we have also women who are using these routes, and also come up with a schedule that best suits also the women and people who provide care to some of our people who are living with disabilities or some of the challenges. We also have a fair policy that is going to ensure that we have set fares that are good and acceptable by everyone, so as to promote affordability within the public transport sector. We'll also have stations. This will also have stations that are built within a particular area based on demand. And it will not be just a matter of placing stations and stops just anywhere. These will be informed by data. We've also seen the signing of MOU between NAMATA and Flown Initiative. This will provide training to Matatu operators and show them how to treat women and how when they are at stops. Like for example, Mr. Mkabana said that the doctors go to school for a period of 7 years before they are allowed to touch patients. Teachers also go for training before they are allowed to go and teach our children. We have also engineers who also go to school for a period of 5 years before they are allowed to go and start building infrastructure for us. But who trains the Matatu operator on how to treat us as humans? So he or she doesn't know if this is wrong or right. And therefore we need to start training our operators so that they know how to best treat our commuters. We've also seen the development of bus standards that has given rise now to the low floor buses that we are seeing in our cities. Also, the bus has designated sitting area for parents with children, which most of the time is women. It also has a ramp that provides accessibility for people with wheelchairs and with mobility challenges. We also have an anti-rolling cage so that even during an accident, people inside the vehicle are ensured of their safety. We've seen the development of BRT design framework. Therefore, we have infrastructure that is developed that is conducive for our vulnerable users. Like for instance, we have stations now that are at level with the bus. So the person seamlessly boards or disembarks from a vehicle without a lot of challenges. We also have sheltered stations. So as you're waiting for the bus, you are protected from the weather. We have the establishment of a bus operating company. With this, now we are formalizing the public transport operations. And this will ensure that we also provide more space for women in the operator side, providing that the company now will adhere to the 2/3 gender rule. We'll also have promotion of transit-oriented development. This now we know that women, we have so many needs, like when we are traveling from one place to another, we need to shop, we need to do this and that. By providing mixed and compact developments, we'll ensure that women don't have to move from one point to another when they are doing the several activities that they need to do during the day. So in public sector, we have many women, while at the same time, we have very few women who sit at the table. And so while I was preparing this presentation, I thought to myself, how can I make it a little unique and encouraging for each and every one of us? Because we need women to sit now at the decision-making table. And I have a few examples of some of the women in public sector who are making strides towards gender inclusivity within transport. We have Honorable Naisula Lesuda, who was MP of Samburu West constituency. She introduced the non-motorized bill to the National Assembly, which enacted will ensure that we have walkways, cycle lanes, and all other road infrastructure that aid in attaining sustainable road transport systems. This was inspired by the high number of casualties we see on our roads for pedestrians and cyclists. We also have the First Lady of Kenya, Honorable Rachel Ruto, who's advocating for cycling as an effective and friendly mode of transport as opposed to use of motor vehicles. She says that now more than ever is the time to begin thinking about a healthier environment, a healthier population, and a sustainable economy. A safe non-motorized transport system for watu wa baiskeli, people, cyclists, is part of the solution. We have Ms. Daria from Russia, who was the advisor to the Vice Governor, Igbo Albin. And through her advocacy campaign, it led to the construction of 100 kilometers of bicycle infrastructure in St. Petersburg, Russia. We also have Engineer Irene Namuyiga from Uganda, who is a champion for road safety in Kampala. She's a road safety engineer in Kampala Capital City Authority, where she's promoting and now setting up training centers to cyclists, pedestrians, and other road users. And also she is the pioneer of audits to designs to ensure safety of the infrastructure for all road users. We have Biju Mwaura from Kenya, who founded the Women in E-Mobility as an association for electric mobility and development in Africa in 2022, where she's mobilizing women professionals across diverse sectors to participate in e-mobility. So in summary, we can say that a transport system made for women by women is one that will be inclusive for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abigail, for a very informative session. And thank you so much for keeping it very short and sweet. We're able to get to the end of our program today. Now, allow me to just remind you that we are on tomorrow, bright and early at 9 o'clock for day 3 of our Women in Transport Africa conference. And we are going to have a panel of speakers, quite a number actually, and also different organizations represented as we end our day 3 of the Women in Transport Africa 2022 conference. Yes, before we leave, I'm told Jackie Mauta is logged in, and it would be sad to end the day without having to hear her presentation. Jackie, can you hear me? Jacqueline? Okay, Jacqueline, there you go. Hello, Jackie. Jackie seems to be encountering some technical hitches and we're not able to get her virtually. No, we seem to have lost her signal. Okay, we are going to go ahead. Jackie, if you can hear me, please say something. So unfortunately, we cannot hear you, Jackie. I don't know if your machine is muted. Hello, Jacqueline. We still cannot hear you. Can you kindly confirm that your sound is not muted? Hello. We wind up? Lucy? Kindly advise, do we wind up? Sorry? Okay. Yes, Lucy. Okay, now your screen is frozen. I'm advised we take a very short technical break and see if we can sort out Jacqueline and be back in about a minute or two.
Hello. Hello. Yes. It's okay. Custom.
Okay, yes, Jacqueline, we can now hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Proceed, please.
Okay. Can I use the slides, please?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening. My name is Jacqueline. I had presented yesterday from Machakos County. Currently, I'm Director Public Transport and Safety, and I'm gonna present Machakos County Public Transport, Sexual Harassment and Gender-Based Violence Policy. Next, please. The policy has let's go to the next screen, please. The components policy. One, we are going to cover through background information, then situational analysis, sexual and gender-based violence incidences. Number 4, chapter 4 is talking about commitments. Chapter 5, coordination and implementation of the policy. Chapter 6, dissemination. Chapter 7, monitoring and evaluation of the policy, and then conclusion. Next, please. What are we focusing on in this policy? We are focusing on prevention of sexual harassment and gender-based violence. And number 2, protection from sexual harassment and gender-based violence. And the last one, we are working on responding to this, to sexual harassment and gender-based violence. Next screen, please. The process used to develop the policy. We started in August 2021, where we did the baseline study and safety audit conducted in the whole of Machakos County in our municipalities. In October 2021, we worked on the policy analysis that led to development of the first draft of the sexual harassment and gender-based violence policy. And then in November 2021, we did what we called validation of the public transport stakeholders, where we went through, and in March 2022, we did expert peer review of the policy. April 2022, public participation in all our
Hello, Jackie, can you hear me? Jacqueline? Jacqueline, can you hear me?
Yes.
We're having problems hearing you and seeing your screen. So we are wondering if you're able to log off to and just connect to your audio alone and explain from the audio.
Okay, let's see. What about now? You can hear me?
Yes, we can very clearly.
I was working on our rationale, and I hope everyone has heard me.
Yes.
So let's go to legal and policy contexts. We are saying since independence, Kenya has continued to ratify different international treaties, protocols, conventions, and policies. However, the county government of Machakos has failed to produce a policy related to gender-based violence in public transport. What is the scope that is covered? This is individuals, including employers, employees, commuters, passengers, pedestrians, and all users of public transport and public spaces, and all transport agencies, companies within the proximity of Machakos County. Next, if you're following me, okay. What are the basic principles? Non-discrimination and equality, confidentiality and human dignity, responsibility among duty bearers. Those are the basic principles. Prevention measures. Simply reporting procedures for sexual and gender-based violence. Ensure proper investigation, prosecution, and trials of sexual harassment and gender-based violence offenses. Utilize county forensic services as much as possible to assist in generating criminal evidence where applicable. Another measure is to establish safe spaces and shelters for survivors of gender-based violence, both women and men, and ensure that they are treated with dignity and protected from further harm. The last one is to establish or create a return mechanism to the company through counseling for the survivor and perpetrator if deemed safe by trained personnel. Responding to the strategies used in responding to this, one is to establish an sexual harassment, gender-based violence prevention environment. Two, establishing support programs. And in interest of time, I'll just mention but a few. Others are on the script. Educating and advocating for meaningful change in attitudes and culture that contributes to the acceptable sexual harassment, gender-based violence in public spaces, and providing a specific budget for the fight against sexual harassment and gender-based violence. The last one I would want to mention is ensuring that issues of sexual harassment and gender-based violence are integrated into county policies, legislation, and strategic plans. Setting up a complaints committee. This committee will be investigating every verbal and written complaint of harassment. In this committee, it will be working on asking appropriate remedial measures to respond to any allegations of harassment. It will also be discouraging and preventing any harassment in the workplace and in public transport spaces. The committee will continue sensitizing newly employed staff on the effects of sexual and harassment, gender-based violence in the workplace and in their operating spaces. I hope you are following me. Resolutions to sexual harassment and gender-based violence complaints. There could be informal resolutions. Two, grievances redress procedure. Another method to be used would be procedure for dealing with a criminal code of conduct. Finalization of complaints, convictions through a court of law, formal apologies, official warnings, reimbursement, reconciliation or mediation, psychosocial support, and suspension. Those are some of the final stages of complaints. Protection measures. Evidence protection. Witness and survivor of victim protection. Protection from all forms of sexual and gender-based violence. Commitments that we can see that most of the departments have taken on this policy. One is the Traffic Police Department. What measures, what commitments have they shown on this in their policy? Ensure there are functional working gender desks at police stations. Expeditiously pursue and address cases of sexual harassment and gender-based violence that are reported. Provide outlines for reporting cases of sexual and gender-based violence and other security issues in public transport and associated spaces. Also, the traffic police should work with PSV circles, tuk-tuk drivers, boda riders, and outlines by posting them on vehicles, tuk-tuks, ferries, and associated transport spaces. The last one, among other many, is to ensure surveillance systems are correctly working and manned, in addition to ensuring the process of providing evidence is done easily and quickly. Another commitment from PSV SACCOs, Public Service Vehicles SACCOs. What commitment have they shown in this policy is to acknowledge that all workers employed directly or indirectly by public transport SACCOs have the right to work in a healthy and safe environment, free of any form of discrimination, violence, and harassment, including sexual harassment and gender-based violence. Another commitment the SACCOs are put is to put in place clear frameworks on how they shall be addressing cases of SGBV. Among many, I'll talk of the last one, honor SGBV cases that cannot be dealt with through internal legislative policies within public transport systems to be dealt .
Hello, Jacqueline. Jacqueline. Jacqueline, can you hear me? Jacqueline, if you can hear me? We seem to have lost connection with Jacqueline. Hopefully she was getting to the end of her presentation. And because time is not really on our side, we should have wound this up 5 minutes ago. Allow me to very, very quickly give a recap of what was talked about today. If you're able to get Jacqueline on board, we should. If not, we might decide to give her a little bit of opportunity to finish her presentation tomorrow. But in the meantime, today's conversation, being day 2, focused on scientific research studies that had been conducted by different speakers from around the world. Now, the crucial role of research and data was emphasized. It was noted that data was not only to help push research forward, but also offers crucial insights that can be reimagined into solutions. E-mobility was also a topic of discussion, with presenters looking at how gender could be leveraged to increase mobility uptake. Now, the evidence presented showed that women are still not well represented within the transport sector, especially at the decision-making table. The data gap was identified as one of the culprits for this. One of the common recommendations of the day was use of data for transport planning initiatives. Now, we're going to give a comprehensive report tomorrow morning before we begin day 3, which is also the final day of our WTA conference. And we're glad you're keeping us company so far. Jacqueline, asante sana for staying put and allowing us to take so much of your time, even though much later. You're not able to finish. Hopefully tomorrow you may be able to finalize your presentations with us. From everybody else who's tuned in from all over the world, thank you for your time. Have a good evening, good morning, good night from wherever you're tuned in. Ciao, ciao. See you tomorrow.